Hello. Welcome in to the NHL Trade Deadline Show here on Slapshot Podcast. Welcome in. I just hold on. Let me. I got to give you guys a round of applause here for being here. There we go. Let me see if this is. Let me see if this is working on the tube. I am producing my own show today, so just so you guys know, it. Yeah, that's what's happening here. I don't know if it's started yet. It may have, may not have. I know it's on the. I know it's on the X. Let me see if. Let me see if I can get it here going. Is it really a stream if you don't get. If you don't have something that doesn't work right off the rip? That would make total sense. Paste this into your software. Okay. I don't know if I could change it as I'm going here. So let me I think I got to try this again. It told me I did everything it asked me to do. Maybe not. I did try to test this beforehand, and I did not get the desired outcome that I was looking for right off the rip here. But let me see. Why is it not on the YouTube? What about if I do? Oh, maybe I didn't start it. Hold on, Jet. Maybe I didn't start it. Does that make sense? This is riveting, by the way. I know, riveting. Let me just see why this here won't get cooking. Let me see here. Yada, yada. Like this. There we go. There we go. I think I'm getting it. Like this. Oh, it wants me to I can upload a thumbnail as well. That's fantastic. All right. I think we got this working now. Okay. I got there. Hey, welcome in to it's going to be a massive day. I just want you guys to know that. Massive day. Great things happening. We have an entire day dedicated to the trade deadline. There's no question about it. I don't know how this is going to go, but it should be fun. It should be quite the event. We are going to have an absolute blast here together. We have guests lined up. We have all kinds of just everybody's lined up. We got a whole bunch of great guests all today. We're going to be playing Puck Doku as well. We're going to be just living the best life that we can. So let me see here. Oh, now I got two. Is this one working? It looks like it is. All right. Well, this one's working. So that one seems good. Let me see. What about this one? Okay. Well, let me end this here. Okay, there we go. I think it's here, let me click this one instead. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. All right. I got everything figured out, chat. Hey, round of applause to me. Clap. I figured it out. I am a grown adult. I am a grown adult, man. Hey, if you have found yourself in here by accident, First of all, thank you. Thank you to the YouTube algorithm for helping push this out. If you have found yourself here by accident, go ahead, hit the sub button, ring the bell. Okay. If you are returning to the show, thank you. Thank you. Usually I do the podcast every week, and that is a very usually I'm using it very loose. But this is what, episode 80 something? I don't even know. Episode 80 something. And I just decided what better way to celebrate trade deadline than with an actual live show, right? I took the day off for this, by the way, Chad. I took the day off. I was like, there's no way I'm going to miss this. Even if I did work, like, let's be honest, how much work do you think I would have gotten done? Exactly. Not much. I would not have gotten enough work done. So instead, I was like, hey, why don't I just take the whole day off and just focus on hockey? There we go. So we're here. Again, like I said, ton of guests lined up. First of all, thank you to all of them for taking the time out of their busy Fridays to do this with me. We have Andrew Cooper, Fantasy Alarm, going to join us. We have Tom Vecchio is going to join us, right? Also the Fantasy Alarm. Adam Bernard, right? My co-host on Total Hockey Now. He's going to join us. Josh Wagner is going to join us as well. Also, do you guys see the theme here? Yeah. That's exactly it. That's the theme here. A lot of guys. Massive round of applause for all the guys at Fantasy Alarm for wanting to join in here. We're going to talk puck. We got Puck Doku as well. I have notifications set up here. So anytime Elliot Friedman sends a tweet, I'm going to get notified because we can't miss anything. There's too many things going on. Can't miss anything. When a trade happens, I want you to listen carefully, okay? When a trade happens, you will hear this sound. It's an alarm, right? Real simple. You will hear an alarm, and we'll see what that trade is. Makes sense, right? That's an easy one. Yes, no, don't start. Okay, good. When we hear that sound, we'll break it down. There's already some trades that have happened. That's how we're going to start the show up here, leading into about 11 Eastern. That's when Coop will join us so we can talk about hockey. I know. I brought the football guy to talk hockey, but it's going to be fun. I'm excited. I'm living the vibes. You know what I mean? All right. I also have coffee is ready. We also got a tier list as well. So I'll show you what the tier list looks like here. We're also going to be doing NHL DFS. We'll talk to Tom a little bit about that. Tom is doing the playbook over at the Fantasy Alarm. You already have a subscription. I know you do. So we could take a look at this 6-game slate, kind of put something together. Some best bets as well because Wags and Tom do a lot of the betting content for the Fantasy Alarm as well. So some best bets. We're going to try to make a little bit of money today. All right. Sorry, Mom. But we're going to try to make a little bit of money because I hear eggs are expensive. So we got to make some money for eggs. We'll do that. And yeah, we got a full day. I am ready to go. Milo has already gone outside. He's peed. He's pooped. He's ready to tackle the day. He is downstairs by the heater because it's cold in Canada today. But big excitement. Like I said, let's where do we start? Let's start with the trades, the ones that have already happened. Okay. So we're going to check that out over at Cap Wages. They will be the de facto for us today. Okay. Everything that happens. We'll go back to like 48 hours ago because you guys already know what's going on here. You guys understand what's happened before that. Actually, you know what? We'll go. Okay. We'll do that. And then I just don't want to miss the Spencer Knight information there because I think that was interesting as well. Okay. Let me see if I can share this correctly. You know how hard it is to produce your own show? Not that I, you know what I mean? Like, not that I Not that I'm any good at it, but oh man. Okay, here we go. Now let me see if I can. Beautiful. All right. Let me see if I can share this correctly. I haven't used the Streamlabs software the way that it is now as many times, but I think here we go. Boom. Ada bing, ada boom. Hey, look at that. Look at me doing a touch round of applause. I'm literally the best. There is no middle to it. I'm the best. All right. So here's the board. All right. Here's the board. Let's start here. Okay. Like I said, there's trades that happened before and all that fun stuff. Let's start with Spencer Knight going to the Chicago Blackhawks along with a first round pick for Seth Jones. Now, I don't think is it surprising that Seth Jones is out of Chicago? No. Homie did not want to be there. I think he made that pretty obvious. He did not want to be in Chicago, so he's like, I'm bouncing. And look, good for Chicago brass to be able to get meaningful assets for Seth Jones. It's usually hard to get something for a player that doesn't want to be there. You know what I mean? But they get Spencer Knight, who is, in my mind, a starter, right? He was stuck behind Bobrovsky in Florida, which is fair. Bobrovsky has been very good. Very good. And I'm exceptionally happy about that. I'm happy that Spencer Knight's getting the opportunity here. I also think it's key that Chicago got a first round pick. That is a lot. I don't know if this was I get what Florida's trying to do, but they paid quite a bit in my estimation for a player that, not that they didn't need to, but this is a team that won the Stanley Cup and had Brandon Montour on their team. And then they just let Montour walk for $7 million. Now, Chicago did retain 26.3%. Exact math, okay? So this turns out to be a $7 million deal. Is that a lot of money to retain for 5 years? Maybe yes, maybe no. But on the outskirts, looking at it, is Chicago going to be competitive soon? Probably not. The cap is going up. Chicago doesn't spend there to start. They are a team that probably will once they start to be competitive, but that's neither here nor there for them. The first round pick is great, and now they have a goalie. Spencer Knight was very good, by the way, in his first start. I don't expect him to be as good every game. By the way, okay, just calm down. That stops my shared screen as well, so I have learned something today. Okay, it's good though, so I don't have to keep looking at it. All right, well, boneless. Listen, boneless wings are not chicken nuggets. All right, stop this blasphemous. Okay, boneless wings are not chicken nuggets. I will not. And when I say I'm having boneless chicken wings for lunch. All right. Someone has to remind me to actually buy lunch. Somebody remind me, okay? Where was I? I lost my train of thought. Grande. Yes, Spencer Knight. So I don't know if this was a deal that Florida absolutely had to make for Seth Jones, but I can applaud them saying, hey, we're going to go out here and we're going to get it done. I do. I applaud them for saying, hey, we're going out. We're going to do this. Good. Teams that want to win move picks. Julian Breezeball had a great quote, right? He does not care. Look at some of the teams that have won the Stanley Cup in like the last few years. Vegas has no first round picks. That doesn't exist to them. Tampa Bay will give you whatever picks. We'll talk about them a little bit later here. Tampa Bay will just give you all their picks. It must suck to be part of the scouting department for them, knowing you will never have a pick. They're like, hey, who are we drafting? I don't know. Whoever's left in the 4th round. Do they even show up? Now, at least they don't have to go to because it's decentralized, the draft, they don't have to go to wherever they were doing. Because I feel like that was just a paid vacation. Hey, come sit at this table for like 4 hours and do nothing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know how this works out for Florida. If they win a Stanley Cup, I mean, you did what you had to do, right? So good for them. We'll move over the Edmonton, New Jersey trade. Not that I care about Trent Frederick in any way, shape, or form. Not specifically him. I'm not saying anything mean about Trent Frederick. He just doesn't move the needle for myself, for fantasy. There's no point. Big Tech Banasek is heading over to San Jose because now San Jose needed a backup. They needed somebody to play hockey. So they moved Chris Driedger out. They're like, hey, bud, go back to Winnipeg. He's a Winnipeg native. So that was easy. Vanasek then comes over. No money retained, right? Patrick Giles is, you know what I mean? You take a chance on a player. This was more of giving Vanasek an opportunity to go somewhere else. He's going to be a good backup for Florida. He was all right with the Sharks. He was all right. But to be fair, that's probably a team issue. Like San Jose wasn't good. Vanasek wasn't amazing, but yeah, it's fine. It doesn't move the needle either way. No, it doesn't move it left. It doesn't move it right. It doesn't move it side by side. It's all right. It's an okay deal. This one was really good, right? We were talking about Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay here, look at this. They get Yanni Gourde back. Welcome home. Yanni Gourde's taking a flight to Tampa Bay. Oliver Bjorkstrand, okay? They give Seattle a first-round pick in 2026, first-round pick in 2027, and a second-round pick in 2025. They do not care. Breezeball said it. These picks are meaningless for a team that's trying to win the Stanley Cup. If you're trying to win the Stanley Cup, you don't need picks. The future could care less. Deal with that at another time. Tampa Bay has decided they are going for it. This is a great addition. You bring Yanni Gourde back, guy who can play in your bottom 6, good defensively. That's a pretty solid stack down the middle now, right? You got Point, Cirelli, give Cirelli some credit, okay? And Yanni Gourde. And then you also have Nick Paul, who you can slot in and out wherever you want. This is good. They're good down the middle. We already know Nikita Kucherov. We already know Jake Gensel. Brendan Hagel's having a year. And now you bring in Oliver Bjorkstrand. You can shelter him as well. He doesn't have to go out there and be elite. He was all right in Seattle, but Seattle's not a high-scoring team, so it does not matter. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter. Detroit gets a 4th-round pick for brokering this deal, right? A lot of teams are going to broker deals here at the deadline. In previous years, it used to just be the Arizona Coyotes. You could use them as a dumping ground for half of the salary and give them a pick. The Arizona Coyotes, RIP, are not here. So now we got to find somebody else to broker deals. And San Jose, by the way, a lot of you thinking maybe San Jose is a team. San Jose has no retained spots left. You can only have 3 retained spots. They don't have any. So someone's got to start brokering. But this is just Julian Breezeball, the Tampa Bay Lightning, just slapping on the desk going, hey, you want it? That's it. You want the picks? I assume that call went pretty well. If I'm Seattle, they're like, hey, man, I'll give you 2 first-round picks and a second. Say less. Say less, buddy. Give it to me. So good for them here. Vincent Desharnais is going to San Jose. Is that it? Yeah. For a 2028 5th-round pick. I don't know what the Penguins are doing. Let's deal with this one here in Nashville. Nashville is getting Michael Bunting for some reason. And then Pittsburgh gets Tommy Novak and Luke Schenn. This is the equivalent of 2 meaningless trades for the sake of trading. I feel like they're just like, hey, you want to do something? First of all, we'll talk to Wags later about the Pittsburgh Penguins. I promised him I wouldn't say too many bad things about the Penguins or relegating them, right? If you know, you know. But it's been a disappointing year for both teams, right? Specifically the Nashville Predators. They spent all that money in the offseason just to be one of the worst offensive teams and miss the playoffs. Now they bring in Bunting. Okay. Like, I don't know how this helps them. I don't know. But F it. Do what you got to do, right? For Pittsburgh, my assumption is Novak and specifically Shen, they probably get flipped here before 3 p.m. I don't think they're sticking around. Maybe you acquire more assets for them. It would not shock me if the Penguins kept Shen for some reason. Like that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me that Kyle Dubas would do that. But that would be, how can I put this lightly? That would be the wrong thing to do. That would be a bad idea. Okay. But when I saw this trade happen, I was like, what's going on? Why is this a thing? Like, why do you guys decide this is the way you want to live life? You know what I mean? It just seemed meaningless. You didn't have to make this trade. This is just moving guys around for no reason. But okay, do it. Brian Dumoulin is going to New Jersey. New Jersey needs a little bit of help here. Dougie Hamilton is week to week. We know that Jack Hughes done for the year, right? He had shoulder surgery. I feel bad for Jack. I do. I know some people want to say that he's injury prone. It's a freak accident. He falls into the board hard. And you knew just looking at it, the way he got up and the way his arm was hanging, you're like, hey, this is not good. It's not one of those things that you're like, oh, you might be able to shake it off and come back. And then when the team's like, hey, we're sending him for more tests, we're waiting. Like, that's never a good thing. Nobody's ever waiting. And then like, oh, yeah, it's going to be fine. That's usually not. So the Devils already needed a center. Now they really need one. They also need some help on the blue line. So Dumoulin's a smart move here. A second round pick is what it is, right? That's the cost of doing business at the deadline. They go out, they get a defenseman who can help their blue line. I want to see what they do down the middle. That's what I want to see. I want to see what this team will do down the middle because they need help. Do the New Jersey Devils believe that they can compete in the Eastern Conference? I guess, because you didn't go out and get Markstrom and do all these moves just to not. So, like, I get, can the Devils win a Stanley Cup without Jack Hughes? It feels like an impossible task. But at the same time, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm interested. I am interested to see what the Devils do. I am. I want to see what they do. I want to see where they position themselves because that's the Metropolitan Division, maybe not as competitive as in previous years. The Atlantic is an absolute that's a fight. That's a free for all. First team to get to the top. You need to win the Atlantic because if not, you got to play a really good team in the first round. That's going to be something. All right. Nico Sturm is going to Florida for a 2026 fourth round pick. Another good addition here by Florida. You're just adding players, depth guys. I mean, Sturm's analytics are not very good, but it can be better. You know what I mean? It can be better on a better team. He can go out there, plays like 12, 14 minutes a night, whatever. 12, 14 minutes, maybe less. But this is a good position here to add center depth. Didn't cost you much. They go out, they get Vanacek. They go out, they get Sturm. Didn't cost them a ton. This is just Florida. Florida's already got the piece. The most important player that Florida can get today is a healthy Matthew Tkachuk at the start of the playoffs. That's all they need. Now they have deadline cap space because Tkachuk is on LTIR. So let's see how they use that. Okay. Riley Smith is going back to Vegas. Original misfit, by the way. Original misfit. So he's going back to Vegas. Just slots right in there. The Rangers, I guess, get a pick. I don't know if the Rangers are buying or selling. We'll talk to Tom Vecchio about it. We'll also talk to Adam as well about it. I don't know. Because you go out to get JT Miller and you're also liquidating assets, right? So are we going for it? Are we not? Is this a wasted year? Are we preparing for next year? It just feels like a waste. Not that I'm crying that the New York Rangers are not going to make the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not crying for them. I most certainly am not. But it is what it is. We talked about Kaapo Kakko and Chris Driedger. They have switched spaces. Kakko adds a little bit more depth, right? Probably going straight to the American Hockey League. It is. That's fine. Delicious. Okay. Carson Soucy's going to the Rangers. Again, we don't know if they're buyers or sellers yet. This is a good addition, though. You bring in a player. He could replace Lindgren, right, who they traded to Colorado. A third-round pick doesn't seem like much here. Again, I'm also interested to see what the Vancouver Canucks do. I believe they are sellers today. It is what it is. There's a spot for them. I just don't think they take it. There's a spot in the Western Conference for them in the Pacific. I just don't think they take it. That Pacific division, not very good. We've seen them be good in previous years. Not this year. It's not a great division. So it is what it is. But I don't think it's like Vancouver has to deal with the Quinn Hughes injury, right? Because another Hughes brother is hurt. I just don't think he's healthy enough. I think they're trying to roll him out there. He didn't play last game. He's questionable to play tonight. Do you really want to roll him out there? Like, is that what you want to do? Do you want to really roll him out there and hurt himself in a lost season? Think about it. I don't. But there's no Thatcher Demko as well. Elias Pettersson looks like he could care less about hockey. So I don't know what to do here if I'm the Vancouver Canucks. But it would probably be best to sell. Brock Besser, good candidate to move. I don't see Vancouver giving him the money that is being thrown out there, which is 8 years, $8 million per. I don't see them doing it. But it is, you know what I mean? We'll see a little bit more here. Justin Brazeau is going to Minnesota. That's okay. We don't have to hold on to it. This one broke overnight. I was fast asleep in my bed here. For Colorado. So Colorado is trading their first round pick and their third round pick. There's conditions on it. Let's see if I can see them. If Colorado Islanders receive this pick, if Colorado wins the 2025 Stanley Cup and Brock Nelson plays in at least 50% of playoff games. Is that for the third one? Yeah, sorry. That's the third. The first round, Colorado has the option to defer the pick to 2027. Okay. So the third round pick is conditional on if Colorado wins the Stanley Cup in 2025. Brock Nelson is a fantastic ad here for Colorado. They needed a body down the middle. They got one. Okay? It's not Casey Middlestad. I don't know who needs to hear this. Homie can't, like, he's just not it. He's not it. So Colorado needed someone down the middle. Brock Nelson has term as well. So this isn't just a pure rental for them. A little bit of depth there helps. I think they should move Ross Colton into the middle on that third line instead of Middlestat. But I'm not Jared Bednar today, so we'll let them figure it out. This is a very good ad here for Colorado. Colorado is, again, same thing. They got to try to win that division. I know they're trying to make the playoffs here, but if they can go on a little bit of a run, this team is retooled on the go. And they are a much different team today than they were at the beginning of the year. Remember when they couldn't stop a puck? They're a lot better now. Who knew Mackenzie Blackwood was the solution? But speaking of Mackenzie Blackwood and the Colorado Avalanche laid an absolute beating on the San Jose Sharks. I know that surprises some of you. It shouldn't, but I think Cale Makar had 6 points, 2 goals, 4 assists. McKinnon had, I had them as the top stack yesterday in NHL DFS, and I was like, man, that's expensive. You know what I mean? That's a hefty price to pay. But if you stack them and you didn't make money, I don't know what happened. If you had Makar, McKinnon, and Natushkin, it probably went well for you. You probably made a little bit of money. That's sometimes you got to eat the chalk, right? That's what it was yesterday. You had to eat the chalk. There's no two ways around it. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was something. I was already fast asleep, by the way. I fell asleep between the second and third. So I did watch. Sorry. What else is happening here? Oh yeah, then the Islanders took Oliver Shillington and then they sent him to Anaheim for future considerations. I'm going to say this right off the bat, okay? If I was ever traded for future considerations, I would have a mental breakdown. Imagine being traded for nothing. Literally nothing. They're like, hey, take this guy, and we'll deal with the specifics later. Like, they may not do anything for future considerations, right? They're just like, just take this guy. I don't want him. That's how I feel when you're traded for future considerations. You're traded for nothing. They're like, just take this guy away from me. They're just like, here, we got this. Hey, Oliver, welcome to the Islanders. By the way, you're being traded to Anaheim. That was the call, I guess. That was it. That makes sense. Who was the last one here? Yes, Jake Wallman is off to Edmonton. I thought that was interesting that San Jose decided to move him at the deadline. Jake Wallman played really well in San Jose, despite it being the San Jose Sharks. You know what I mean? And they did get a pick. What's the condition to this pick? It's top 12 protected, becomes unconditional if Edmonton trades their 2027 first-round pick before the deadline. I don't know what that means, but it means that San Jose got a first-round pick. Edmonton needs help on the blue line. They need a goalie, but that's a problem for a different day, okay? Stuart Skinner was better yesterday against the Montreal Canadiens, but it is the Montreal Canadiens. So I know that hasn't been playing a lot better of late, still. So we saw Edmonton a couple of years ago. They went out to get Mattias Ekholm at the deadline. Now they bring in Jake Wallman. It's getting better, but it's still not good enough. The Edmonton Oilers are not a Stanley Cup contending team. I know you don't want to hear this, Oilers fans, but let's be honest for a second. Are you looking at this team going, yeah, they're elite? No. There are two elite players on that team, right? McDavid and Draisaitl. But last time I checked, they're not defensemen, and they can't stop pucks in goal. So yeah. I guess San Jose wanted to get what they could for Wallman. And let's not forget, Steve Yzerman, part of the Yzer plan, sent him to San Jose. Did he send him to San Jose? I think so. I know there was a pick that was tied to that. I think it was a second-round pick. They gave Wallman and said, hey, can you take this pick as well? And now San Jose has flipped that into a first. So, good for them. Are we up to date here? Let me refresh. We are up to date. All right. That was pretty good. That was fantastic of me. Hey, round of applause to me. What is this? Amazing that Lou was up that late. I don't think Lou was up that late. I think he woke up early. I think he took an old man nap. So he was probably in bed at 7. And then maybe he had to get up and pee. So then, right, like I'm guessing at like 2, 3 a.m. And then he was like, he saw his phone and he was like, oh, yeah, let's do that. That's how I assume it went for Lou. You know what I mean? But don't forget, there's still time for Lou Lamoriello to mess this up. There's lots of time for Lou to mess this up. Okay, so I believe in him, and when I say I believe in him, I believe that he can mess this up. We still have to see what he's going to do with Kyle Palmieri, so we'll. He may end up keeping him. You know what I mean? That would make me happy. The Islanders are just not a fun team to watch. I never look at the New York Islanders and go, wow, this team is fun to watch. Never. Not once have I ever thought about watching the Islanders willingly. Like sometimes it's on TV and you're like, I'm a hockey degenerate, so I watch it, right? I don't care. I'll watch San Jose Anaheim at 3 o'clock in the afternoon if they played. I don't care. I'm a degenerate. It is what it is. But you know what I mean? Nobody enjoys watching them outside of Islander fans, which we have questions for you as to why. But it is what it is. All right, we're going to update the board here, okay? I'm going to show you the board. Let me see if I can screen. There we go. I'm going to get it, Chad. There we go. Boom. This is the board. Now you're saying, Chris, what is this? This is a tier list, okay? This is the board we're going to use today. We're going to check it periodically, and we're going to move teams. And then by 5 p.m. Eastern tonight, we're going to have an official board. And this here is the official one, right? And everything I put here is 100% correct. It's not up for discussion. There's no debates. You can't be like, oh, Chris, that's wrong. No, it can't be wrong. Can't be. Look, I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Okay? I'm just saying. I don't make the rules. I enforce them. So that's what it is here. Okay? So we'll move some teams in there that we think are going to win the trade deadline. We're going to lose the trade deadline. And then it's going to be like that. Let's start with the obvious here. Okay? Let's start with the absolute obvious. Okay? The Buffalo Sabres are going to lose the trade deadline. I don't know how yet, but they will. Now, I promise not to shit on the Buffalo Sabres too much today, but I will. So just strap in, Sabres fans, okay? It's going to be a long day for you guys, all right? It's going to be long. Listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Who's going to have a bag and a pucks and a sticks for Dvorak? Oh, yeah, Christian Dvorak. I hope he changes address today. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Just not on this team. Not on the Montreal Canadiens anymore. He doesn't need to be here. But yeah, the Buffalo Sabres are going to lose this deadline. Okay. I'm also going to throw another team in here. This can change. Okay. This can change, Carolina fans. But you guys are on the brink of losing trade deadline, and like the medication's going to have to. If you're a Carolina Hurricanes fan, you are going through some emotions today. Okay, a lot, because this trade. I thought when this deal happened to send Mikko Rantanen to Carolina for Marty Necas, everybody was like, "Wow, this is a great deal for Carolina." It is. And the more this trade has progressed, the more I feel like Hurricane fans are like, we made a mistake. You imagine if they moved Mikko Rantanen before the deadline? They went to acquire him for a playoff run, and they didn't last that long. Now, look, there's a couple of things here. One, Marty Necas is quite happy in Colorado, I would say. He gets to play with Nathan MacKinnon. Can we take a moment to appreciate how good Nathan MacKinnon is? I'm not saying Mikko Rantanen is not great, okay? But is it possible that maybe he was to the level that he was? Like I would evaluate him as like, imagine him being at a like 85, 90% elite, but playing with McKinnon took him to like 110. Which is, again, he's a great player. Big body, Stanley Cup winner. But maybe Nathan McKinnon was the secret there. And I'm not going to take anything away from Sebastian Aho, by the way. Sebastian Aho is a great player, okay? But he's not Nate Dogg. You know what I mean? So, and it seems like the Carolina Hurricanes have granted his agent and him permission to talk to other teams to help facilitate a trade. Because Carolina apparently did make him an offer. They're the only team that can make him an 8-year offer. And it was over 9 figures, which means it's 100 million plus. And he's like, I'll think about it. You imagine being able to think about over $100 million? I can. But it is what it is, right? And I just think that, look, I will say this, okay? The Colorado Avalanche are trying to negotiate a deal with him. The number that keeps being thrown around is like $14 million. I need a calculator because it's still early in the day for me, okay? Let's do some math. If I do 14 times 8, okay, it's $112 million. Okay. Let's say he got 100 mil flat out, okay? That's $12.5 million. So that's probably, if the Carolina Hurricanes were giving him 9 figures for 8 years, it's $12.5 million, okay? And if he said maybe he doesn't want to be in Carolina, by the way, which is fair. Players can decide where they want to play. I personally don't think there's anything wrong with Carolina, but maybe Mikko Rantanen feels differently. Maybe he doesn't want to be there. Maybe he does want to think about his future. I also think he wants to secure his bag, which he should do, right? The salary cap's going up, and he probably wants to bank a little of that, which, again, is fine. It's fair. He's allowed, okay? But the Colorado Avalanche said no, right? And I'm guessing the Carolina Hurricanes said, we're not giving you $14.5 million or 14. We'll give you 12. And he's like, no. And then when I woke up, people were like, oh, there's an agreement in place with Dallas for him to go to the Dallas Stars. I was like, what is happening here? And then it was quickly like, no. There was a deal, a framework in place for him to go to Dallas if he could agree on a contract. And it looks like that deal now, as of when I woke up at 8 a.m. I woke up well before that, by the way. 6:30, I was up. But when I read it again, they're like, hey, this deal is not happening. It's not as close as some people thought it was because Rantanen can't agree on a deal. So that's 3 teams now that have told Mikko Rantanen, hey, bud, you're not worth $14 million. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say maybe you're not worth $14 million if every team keeps telling you no. But let's say he does. Let's say he gets 100 mil, okay? But let's say he plays this out with Carolina, doesn't want to be there, goes to free agency. He could only get 7 years, right? That's $14.28 million, right? Let's round up. Let's say 14 and a half, okay? I don't know, man. There seems like a lot of teams that don't want to pay him. And with the way that he's been playing in Carolina, it's not that it hasn't been great, but it hasn't been to the level that I think they expect him. And look, is there an adjustment period? Yes. He had to leave. I don't know if his family came with him. He was a little bit like struck that he was traded. But the Carolina Hurricanes are in a situationship right now because they were like, hey, what are we? And Mikko Rantanen's like, I don't know, man, just friends right now. Let's just take it slow. You know what I mean? Like, why do we got to label this? Mikko Rantanen basically friend zoned the Carolina Hurricanes. And now they're like, oh, snap. First of all, Marty Necas said something really good because he had an interview. Carolina should have known that this was a rental, right? Maybe they thought that it would be easier to sign him than it has been. But you should have gone into this with the idea that he's not coming back. Because they did it with Jake Gensel. Maybe that's got them a little bit on edge, right? Because they traded for Jake Gensel and then he didn't come back. And do you want to do the same thing now with Mikko Rantanen? At one point, you got to stop losing players for free. But here's the thing: if the Carolina Hurricanes trade him, they lose trade deadline. They are with the Buffalo Sabres. They lose it. Okay. If they keep him, it's not necessarily a win because you should have never been in this position to start with. And if he walks on July 1st, man, now you're in a really, you know what I mean? You're in a really tough position. Real tough position. So I don't know what the Carolina Hurricanes are going to do, but so far it's not good. It's just not good. It's not good, okay? What is over under on the times you crap on the Buffalo? 6.5. Oh my God, the mortgage on the over. I'm sorry, Buffalo. Your city is no fun, and your hockey team is terrible. I was shocked that, first of all, the Buffalo Sabres played Tampa Bay yesterday. Okay. Buffalo had a 5-3 lead at one point. And I was like, of course, goalies are voodoo. You already know that because I was big on Andrei Vasilevsky. So I was like, Buffalo Sabres could barely score against San Jose. Why would they be able to score against Tampa Bay? And then they did. They scored goals. And I was like, what is happening here? Why is this a thing? But at the end of the day, it's like they still lost, in case you didn't watch that game. And why would you have watched it to start with? Why would you have sat and watched Buffalo and Tampa Bay? Jake Gensel, by the way, though, speaking of Gens, hat trick. So if you have him in fantasy, like I do, right, in the FSGA, where I sit atop, then I'm very happy. I am indeed extremely happy about that. Let's take a look here. What's going on here? Did we miss anything? Elliot Freeman said Buffalo and Jason Zucker working towards a contract extension. Zucker has indicated his wishes to stay. Cool. There we go. See, we can leave the Buffalo Sabres right here. All right. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I am curious to find out where Mikko Rantanen ends up. I made the case for them. I'm going to stop sharing this so you guys don't have to look at it. I made the case that he should come to Montreal. I know. But listen, this is my show. I can come up with all the fictitious scenarios that I want. But I don't think they can get the money down. There is no way Kent Hughes is giving him $14-some-odd million, right? The Montreal Canadiens have gotten everybody, or at least the majority of the players, to buy into the culture, right? I know we talk a lot about culture, but imagine this being a real life. Let's take this away from hockey players for a minute, okay? Imagine this is real life, okay? You go to work and your workplace sucks, okay? The culture is terrible. You'd be like, I don't want to be here, right? You may be more inclined to leave. Now imagine if you did have a good work environment. You love what you do. You love the people that you work with. Everything's all handy dandy, okay? Wouldn't you be more inclined to say, hey, yes, maybe I can go out and get a little bit more money, but maybe I want to stay here and be part of that. Kind of like Jake Evans did, right? A lot of people thought Jake Evans was going to get moved. He told his agent, hey, man, I'll take the 2.8 for 4 years. I want to be here. And there was a time where it was hard to convince players to stay. In Montreal, it is still, I think, a task to convince them to come to Montreal for all different kind of reasons. It snows. There's French people. The potholes are terrible. Let's not even talk about the taxes. But at some point, if you're a good team, you can convince players to come and be part of something at a reasonable amount of money, right? You can do that. Mikko Rantanen is going to get paid, as he should, by the way. I am all for the player getting his bag. You are a hockey player for a short period of time. Homie, go and collect your millions. But at the same time, you want guys to buy into something. The Montreal Canadiens culture is a lot better. And I think that's going to help. I think that's going to help when Kent Hughes is trying to sell the idea. The thing that sticks in my mind the most is, remember when John Tavares was a free agent and he went to Toronto, right? I know he's from Toronto and everything like that, but when the Montreal Canadiens wanted permission to talk with him about signing a deal, he said no. He wasn't even going to talk to them. And at the time, a lot of people were like, why did you want it? And I'm like, why would he want to come here? Why? To a losing team? No, he's not going to do that. He chose to sign in Toronto because now, did he get a discount? Hard to say discount when you're making that much money, but maybe he could have gotten a little more, but he wanted to play in Toronto on a team that was winning. If you are a competitive hockey team, it's probably easier to convince guys to come to. Some guys need a paycheck. You need guys to play in San Jose and in Buffalo. So some guys are going to take the money or be traded there. That is what it is. But at the same time, it's easier to get guys to buy into something, especially, like I said, it's Montreal, man. It's not the white sandy beaches of Florida or LA or even New York. I'll throw New York into that because a lot of players like to go to New York. I know it's not those cities, but you still got to convince guys to be here. And when you're winning, it's an easier sell. Just like I think it's easier to convince guys to go play at Edmonton when you see McDavid and Draisaitl. I truly believe that it's easier. Why? Because you get to play with the best players in the world. If I was a player and I was trying to win, wouldn't I want to go to a team that is getting there or part of something? The Montreal Canadiens are part of something. And they do spend up to the cap, right? They got money coming off the books because the Jeff Petrie, the Jake Allen deals that they retain some money. They got like $4 or $5 million off. They got a couple of players they need to sign. We'll see what they do with Armia. We'll see what they do with Dvorak. I'm not expecting a big day for the Montreal Canadiens, to be honest. As much as I'd like them to sign Mikko Rantanen, I'm going to be realistic for like half a second. I know that may not be the case. You know, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Do you think Laine has spoken to other players about the culture here to play under this coach? I believe that I said it. I tweeted it. X'd it? Tweet. I believe that because Jake Evans, when he signed his deal, I believe that San Jose was in town. Tyler Toffoli, they're good friends, right? They went out to dinner, him, Caulfield, right? Tyler. And it was that weekend, the Sunday, where his agent and Ken Hughes re-engaged conversation, right? Because at first they felt like they were too far apart. Even he had his bags packed and everything. And maybe he turned around after having conversations with other players saying, hey, the grass isn't always greener somewhere else, right? Maybe I stay here. Evidently, he took less money. We know that. But I believe Marty St. Louis is a fair coach. And I believe that it is easier to convince guys to come and play somewhere where the vibes are high. I brought this up on Total Hockey Now, right? About the San Jose Sharks. The San Jose Sharks are a miserable hockey team, right? But the vibes on that team, the aura, the swag is elevated. Yes, they get smashed. But they're building to something, and it just seems a lot more fun. The exact opposite of Connor Bedard and the Chicago Blackhawks. It does not look fun to be in Chicago right now. Because if you're losing, but you're building to something, you're like, okay, it is what it is, right? That doesn't seem to be the case in Chicago. In San Jose, you're like, we're trying. There's a lot of young players. They seem to be having fun, man. Having sleepovers at hotels like they're children. So at the end of the day, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. It's part of what needs to happen. But I still believe it's going to be hard for the Montreal Canadiens to convince certain players to sign here. But if you're winning, it makes it a lot easier to do it. Winning cures everything, by the way, right? Chat. Winning cures everything. As long as you win, there's the problem is never too big, but you have to win. You understand? You have to win. It is what it is, Chad. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I believe that as long as you are winning, it's not a problem. I don't know what my thought was before that, but I don't think there's anything happening just yet. Did Elliot? I'm waiting for some trades here. I need something to happen. Jason Zucker has been signed. 2 years, $4.75 million. All right. That seems like fun. 2 years, $4.75 million. Man, Buffalo Sabres are absolute ass. They're ass. I want to know why people live in Buffalo willingly. I just want to know. If you were born there, fine. But, like, has anybody ever moved to Buffalo willingly? If we're keeping track of the times I crap on Buffalo today, we're at 3. We're at 3 and we're an hour in. So I would hammer the over here. Okay. That's what I would do. Speaking of things that we're going to hammer, that's quite a segue. I know. But it's 11 o'clock. So here's what we're going to do. I see them in the back here. I see Andrew Cooper is here. So we should let him in, right? We should. Should we do so? I think so. I'll do that. All right. I want everybody to give a warm clap. Okay. Warm round of applause to Andrew Cooper. My man, how are you doing?
Bad.
That sounds great, man.
Well, when I wear my Bruins gear today, I'm doing bad. When I put on my NFL hat after the show and talk about free agency coming up next week, I'll be doing good again. But I mean, it's not good times right now. You talk about vibes, dude. Vibes in Boston, not good, dude. Not in Hockey Town.
Look, I know now. I know what some people are thinking. They're like, Chris, why is the football guy here to talk hockey? And that is a fair question, right? I get it, right? Now, obviously everybody follows the work that you do, right? Because you are, and I'm going to make sure I wrote this down to make sure, 3-time FSWA winner, 2025 winner of the Football Writer of the Year and best football article over at Fantasy Alarm. So, which is great, right? Which is great. So you're like, hey, why is the football guy here? I need to know if you still have your kidneys because you got to go to probably the best game of the decade, which was Canada and the United States at TD Garden. The football guy went to the best game ever, and I need to know how to get there. Who do I not know? Here's
the crazy part. Here's what you got to have. You got to have a brother-in-law who's just a sicko. And the moment the tickets came out, he didn't care if it was going to be an exhibition game. He didn't care if they were going to just skate around cones. He didn't care if they were going to let Vladimir Putin come out and score 10 goals and have it be one of those games. Like, he was like, we're going because McDavid's going to be here and Crosby's going to be here. It's going to be us versus them. It's going to be Canada versus US. And even if it's not, right? Even if it's not, all these players are awesome. And I was like, you know what? I'm in. We got the tickets, brother, for less than $300 a pop.
Stop. Don't tell me
that. And at one point I turned to him And I was like, because again, he bought the tickets. If he sold them, it was all his money. I was like, dude, you have to sell these tickets because they were right. Like when the third fight happened in the first game, the tickets shot up to like $1,200 a piece for the cheapest ones in the building. I was like, sell them, dude. Doesn't matter. He's like, no. He goes, we're going, dude. I don't care if the tickets go to 10 grand. We are going. And we went and we had a blast and we stayed through the ceremony at the end. We missed the last train of the night. Had to get throw another $150 Uber on there or whatever. But it was incredible, man. And I will say, like, at that, maybe it's because the tickets were expensive, but everybody, at least in our section, was very respectable. And I mean, it was like the Canadian fans were awesome. The guys on our left were from Denver. The guys on their left were from Minnesota. Like, people were just flying in to talk puck and enjoy the game. I mean, did I see 2 different fights in 2 different bathrooms? Yes. Did I see a fight between a guy draped in an American flag and a dude who is basically dressed like a moose? Yes, I did see that. Did I enjoy seeing it? Yes, I did. So, I mean, the overall experience, it was awesome, man. I really wish you could have been there because it is one of those things where I won't deny it. You would have enjoyed it more than me. Just like had it been somehow had it somehow been the Pro Bowl and they somehow forced them to actually play real football, then I would have loved to be at something like that, So, but it was great, man. It was a blast.
All right, so know a brother-in-law that loves hockey. That's the notes sicko. I'm going to take.
They got to be the sicko that's willing to pull that trigger immediately.
I will say this. Our connection here is I have been to Gillette Stadium. I got to watch the 2016 NHL Winter Classic at Gillette Stadium where Boston took the L, right? So it happens. I have been there once. I do agree that for some of these events like this, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And
you just
shout out to your brother-in-law for keeping it. That is a look, man. Now I understand why your sister married him. She's like, I understand. That is commitment.
Well, I actually married his sister. This is the brother-in-law on that side. Yeah,
okay, sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, it's all the same. It's all the same game, dude. And I mean, I'll tell you, dude, this guy rules. And it was me, him, and his father, right? So it was just one of those things that they'll always have. Because, dude, I'll tell you this. One last thing on it. But they picked Boston, part of it probably because it was like an original 6 hockey town, but also they very recently, Chris, updated all the lights and the sound system, right? They basically just copied a lot of stuff that Vegas does, with the projectors down onto the ice and all that. And they had the wristbands that like sync up with all the lights. So like the show they put on was wild. And then you know what? Of course they did a lot of playing clips from like Miracle and stuff like that, but they did do a lot of stuff for the Canadian fans too. That was ripping. So it was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that's true. Every time I talk to somebody who is an American hockey fan, they keep bringing up Miracle on Ice, and they're like, "Oh, it's the greatest hockey movie." And I'm like, "It's not."
What is Slapshot?
No, you see, I've had this debate as well with Howard. It's actually the first Mighty Ducks movie. That's the best. That's the best one.
Second one also, dude. Second one underrated too. I think they're both good. First one, of course, is perfect, dude. I mean,
look, Miracle on Ice wasn't even a final. I get that it's important to everybody who lives south of the border. I get that. To a Canadian, I'm just like that was a semifinal game that you guys won. Good, you know what I mean? Which is fine.
Just like in this tournament, we split the games. 1-1.
That's true. You guys did. But I will say this. There were a lot of people taking a victory lap after that one. And of course, I became unhinged afterwards on X, right? I just we were taking notes.
You truly did, dude. I
did. And you know what I didn't even lose that many followers. I was like, man, I'm expecting that Elon's gonna ban me at some point. I'd be like,
I went and liked every one of those tweets because I was chuckling, dude. It's just so funny, man. Yeah, like
but in typical Canadian fashion, you win the one that counts. The best player in the world scores the most important goal in Canadian history. So
boy, was he open right there in front of the net, huh? Is it good, the good scoring area, that spot right in between the two circles. I'm a
right,
football guy. In between those two circles right in the middle, is that a good scoring
man, I'm
area?
trying to find like he was as open as Nick Foles in the Philly special.
Yeah.
That's how I could explain it. Like that's how it was, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, so so now that we know that you went, that I now have a list of what I need to do.
You got it, dude.
I got a list
And
because
I'm
I
telling
was
you,
thinking about it.
we're just going to everything now. We've made that decision. Like, I'm not a soccer guy at all. And we're gonna go when the World Cup comes to Gillette, whatever it costs, we're going. Like, it's just
Good
it's
for you.
vibes based, man. Whatever it takes, dude.
Watching real football, I like that. Good for you.
Real football, dude.
Real
How
football. So
dare you? How dare you?
I was just listen. I know that there is one sport that is played with a foot where the ball is kicked around, and that is football.
Whoa! There's a little
And
kicking. There's a little kicking in ours, dude.
you know, my favorite part is when NFL players try to fight, because I'm like, you guys have no idea. It's worse than NBA players try to fight because they can't.
Well, except
They
that one time.
except except that one time. If I get specific,
That one time, the Mouse and the Palace, everyone found out that those guys actually can fight. If you don't want to fight Lance Stevenson, that's what everyone learned. But yeah, you're right. They it's a lot of pushing. And baseball is the worst. I think baseball is the worst one because it is so much pushing and shoving and
baseball players can't fight.
it's like baseball players, like it's like a mosh pit, dude, where you're not really trying to hurt anybody, but you're trying to get in there and tussle them up. There have been some pretty brutal punches.
I will say this: if I did have to take a baseball player on my team, assuming he could skate, I would take Jose Ramirez.
Okay,
because that swing on Anderson, that would connect.
Yeah,
you know what
dude.
I mean? So,
What about you got for the Blue Jays, Rougned Odor knocked what's his face there.
Yeah,
pretty
Jose
good.
Bautista. Those are guys. You know what I mean? Those guys who can swing.
There's been a few good ones.
But
yeah, the
Rougned
NFL.
Odor, I feel he's smaller than Ramirez.
He's scrappy, bro.
But those are the type of guys, assuming they could skate, those are some pretty good, solid punches. So those guys, I feel somewhere in their bloodline, they have a little bit of Canada in them. Somewhere, they know how to throw a punch because those, like you said, are extremely, extremely solid. So
yeah, those are clean.
That worked out well. So I know you're from the New England area. Have you always been a Boston fan, or did just mom and dad were they fans and they just made you have to be?
That was just the way, you know what I mean? I always was. My sister is a Dolphins fan. I don't know how that happened. It's like you got people that I honestly it's because she likes Dolphins is because the colors are teal and orange. That's how it happened. Right?
That makes sense.
It's like that happens every once in a while, but yeah, no, not for me, man. It's Boston all the way. And then Providence College where my dad went. So Providence College. I'm not sure they have hockey anymore. They used to. No football either. So I don't really have a college football team, but I have a college basketball team, I guess. But yeah, we keep it Boston and Providence up here, brother.
That's unfortunate, but I understand why.
Is it though? Because I've been to so many parades, bro.
Okay.
Like a ton.
I know. You know what I mean? You just it is true that the Boston area has seen a lot of
parades. Yeah,
I know. Thanks. Yes, you have been too many of them.
It's like so many.
Which is why I don't cry when Boston loses. I'm like, you guys have seen more championships than the city of Buffalo will ever.
So here's the thing: is at least the one thing that I have is that I became a fan during the bad times because there are people a little bit younger than me where it's all been good all the time. Like I became a fan when Nomar got traded. And when Rick Pitino ruined the Celtics and the Bruins sucked and the Patriots sucked, and then they finally made it to the Super Bowl and then they lost to the Packers. Like that was me when I was a kid. So it was bad when I was a kid. And then when I got to high school or so, it started getting really good. So at least I had to go through the struggle a little bit. When I was a kid, we didn't go to Patriots fans because the games were a mess. They were banned from doing Monday Night Football. They were banned from Monday Night Football because of the Monday Night Massacre, where there was just people getting hammered drunk and everyone getting arrested. And like when you go to the stadiums, like the lights wouldn't even stay on half the time. Like, so for a long time, the Patriots were just like, it wasn't even, you couldn't bring it. Like, it's like not a place where you bring a kid. That was the kind of situation when I was a kid. And then it got better. So I did have to struggle a little. And now, hey, we're back to struggling in pretty much all the sports, except I guess Celtics still pretty good.
Again, I'm not crying. You know what I mean? I'm not crying for most of Boston. You guys can go another 50 years without winning, and I still wouldn't cry. You know what I mean?
I don't think that.
But I mean, the Boston Bruins are not a great team here. Brad Marchand maybe gets moved out. It was nice for like 2 weeks to be a fan of him because he's one of those players that you like when he's on your team. And then the minute he's not, you're just like, God, what a rat.
He's so funny, dude. That's the one thing is that like social media and the interviews, he is so funny. But he is, especially when he was younger, before he was a big goal scorer, he was like slew footing people left and right, like just, spearing people in the junk with a stick. I mean, licking people.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's not many guys who are licking people.
I think it was just one. I can't really name a whole lot of other incidents, but I mean,
I can't either. I've never thought of licking someone on the ice.
Well, let's talk about that situation because like he said he wants to be here, but when you look at like, okay, so what was the Brock Nelson trade? Like the final trade, it was a big prospect and a first, right?
Let's not use big prospect. That's
okay. Would you in the world of prospects? Where would you put him? Top 100, top 50?
I know nothing about Callum Ritchie. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
He's a guy I'm going to have to hockey DB later and be like, hey, who are you, bud? Here's the thing for Brock Nelson, right? You move him to Colorado. You get a first round pick. You get a third round pick. Teflon Lou did his job. Good for him. But I will say this about Brad Marchand. I don't think you can get enough for him to move him right now. And if he wants to be there, I feel like he's done enough for the city of Boston and to say, hey, man, if you want to be here, be here. And if you don't, and you want to go out and you want to chase another cup or something, kind of like the Ray Bork situation, if you want to go somewhere else and win, then we'll facilitate that for you to happen, right? But he just became captain of this team. The Bruins are on like a little bit. They're going to get bad a little bit here. Maybe not completely bad, but a little bit bad. So I don't expect him to be moved here. Okay. We'll see how fluid that he is because he is not 100% healthy. I don't expect it. I think he is.
You'd be alienating a lot of fans. No question.
It's not even about alien. Look, players get moved, right? People love to get attached to players, cars, I don't know, stuff. Hockey's a business, right? Every sport's a business. And sometimes you got to do what's best for the team, right? And players, I think, understand that. If the team doesn't want you there or they're trying to build something else and you're not part of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, would that be, do they do like conditional picks when guys are hurt? Yeah.
In hockey, too, I know you know this. There are 7 rounds. I found out in basketball there are 2 rounds because I was like, I've never seen a 3rd round pick moved. And then I think it was John. Like, there is none.
The hit rate on 2nd round picks is like brutal. Besides like Jokic, which is like the greatest player of all time, I guess like 2nd round picks are like nothing.
Which is wild because baseball has like 900 rounds.
Yeah, too many.
And then I feel like football.
They draft people that have never even expressed interest in playing baseball. Right, like Tom Brady was picked by the Expos, right? It's just like
that is our connection here as well. That's how we are in some way connected.
We're brothers, dude. Essentially,
it's basically that. I think it was drafted as a catcher as well, which is wild. But it makes sense that he would want to be a catcher. Catchers, I feel like, are very smart. They manage.
I played catcher, dude. Look at that, dude. I'll tell you, you think you're smart until you're 35 years old and your knees don't work, dude. That's the problem with playing catcher. Also, quite a bit of throwing in the catcher game.
I mean, I'm 34. My knees are already, and I've never catched once, but that might just be poor aging.
Well, you're a hockey guy, so there you go, dude.
Sure. Let's go with that. I think my body's just aging poorly now.
I think that's where we're all at, brother.
I absolutely love when they're like, yeah, this guy is like, he's on the back end. He's basically dead. And the guy's like 33. You're like,
That's what I'm saying. But I get it too, though, at the same time. I'm like, yeah, no, I totally get that. It's crazy that they're still playing. You know, I look at like Mercedes Lewis, who's going into his like 40th year. I mean, hockey players play forever too, like even more so, right? Like Yager played till he was like 75.
He's still playing somewhere.
He's still playing somewhere.
He's playing somewhere in Europe.
I love that when he bought that team, they were like, "What do you think about him playing?" They were like, "Well, first of all, he's the owner of the team, so I can't say a thing about it. And then second of all, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, of course. So for the Bees, then okay. So Marchand doesn't get traded. I was looking around at so like the Ristolainen, right, with the Flyers. Do you think they even get close to what they're asking for there?
No.
Okay, because I was looking at Brandon Carlo, and I'm like, well, if Risto goes for, I'm like, if Risto goes for that, then we should trade Carlo immediately for
that. Man's walking into a car dealership looking for a $200 payment on like a Mercedes. You're like, that's cool. Yeah. Let me show you. Let me get you a bus pass.
Okay, so that's not happening.
BMW. No.
So what do you think fair value for a guy like Carlo is if they're going to move him?
Here's the thing, right? A lot of teams like depth defensemen, right? Guys who you can plug in somewhere. He probably there's probably a second round pick attached to his name somewhere. And unless it always depends on how the bidding goes, right? If more teams start to bid, then you can help drive that price up. And I believe there's a second round pick attached to his name somewhere. We saw Carson Soucy go for a third round pick. I think Carlo's a little bit better, somewhere in that range. To me, if I'm the Boston Bruins, I have to decide what I want to do. Am I on the bell curve going down, or do I think I can be better next year? Because if you think that you can be good again, well, then hold on to these guys and say, hey, we still need players. We still need bodies. How important is that second round pick? Like, is it going to change our lives? If not, keep them, right? I know some teams just dump players, but like,
I've been wondering that myself because like back, it always felt for a long time like the NHL draft wasn't super efficient. Is it getting, now that we have more data and more like, the process is getting streamlined, is it becoming any more efficient at all?
Like, you're drafting kids, right? It's no different than, look at NFL quarterbacks. I'm going to use a good one there. You can draft, I'm old enough to remember when Marcus Mariota was really good. And you know what I mean? These are long shots for certain players. You get them as a child, and then you're trying to figure out and project his career and see how good they're going to be, right? Okay. You're taking numbers and you're just shooting. And let's not forget, players develop at different rates, right? It's how smart are you, right? There are certain things, right? The intangibles that you can't teach, right? A player's, natural skill, his ability to read the game, his ability to play the game, right? There are all those different types of factors. And then there are other things that you can teach, right? The technical skills, right? How to be a better skater, how to be a better shooter, how to better understand how to play in the best league with the best players in the world, right? It's one thing playing, let's say, like college football, everybody scores points. And then you get to NFL, let's say, and now, these teams actually play defense, which is the same thing in the NHL. You could tear up, junior hockey. That's not hard, Right. And then you get to the NHL, you're like, everybody's good here. Everybody's responsible. So it's a lot
faster. It's a lot faster. So in the NFL, the hit rates are like first round picks like 50%, second round's like 35, third round's like gets down like 25, and then really after that you're getting to like 10%. Like, is the NHL anywhere close to that, or is it really
that? Like for superstar ratings, I feel, and again, it depends what you do with your picks, right? Because you can find good guys at the back of the draft. You just got to sometimes I'd rather be lucky than good, because you can do all the scouting you want. Sometimes you just get lucky. Guys are late bloomers, they show up, They get better as they go along, they develop differently. But again, which is why I think a lot of NHL teams, and the same thing like most sports, they're okay with trading those late round picks and saying, hey, if I'm a team that's going to draft at the back end of the first, how much is this pick really worth to me? And then they move on those guys. And they're like, hey, I want the player who can help me today. If I'm a team that's trying to win, I need to do it now.
You want Charlie Coyle. That's what you want. Come on, middle six. Somebody.
You're right, Charlie Coyle. You're just spitting out Bruin names now.
I
Next,
mean,
you're
I
gonna
can-
tell me Elias
you-
Lindholm is good.
Dude, that contract for him. How about that, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
Seven-
I want his agent.
7 years, bro.
I want his agent. Also, for Nikita Zadorov may want to change brand of hockey stick. Poor homie yesterday. That stick exploded.
Yeah.
And then good Canadian boy Seth Jarvis put it back in there. The Bees take the L. And I was like, that's a shame.
Yeah, we're trading for all the vibe guys back. That's that trade Z for like let's get like DeBrusque back or
look, you're just here for the you know, some teams are just here for the vibes.
I think that's what we need back in the building because we're not going to win. You know, we need the.
I'm glad you know. I just want you to know
I'm with you on team vibes, bro.
I have this close by just in case you forgot. It's a little dirty, but like
I was gonna wear my USA stuff, but it was all crunched up. It was all
but imagine wearing a second place team. You know what I mean?
Well, over the last two games, it's 1-1, so kind of even as of late.
Okay, but which one matters more?
I mean, I think that like in terms of effort and everything, an equal amount of effort. Plus, when guys were hurt, we didn't have Quinn Hughes, Charlie McAvoy got hurt. So I don't know. It's really hard to say. I would say even 1-1. Yeah, about even.
Sounds like a guy who's lost. That sounds like a guy who's the injuries and stuff. You're like, who cares?
Don't worry about it.
Win.
Dude. Yeah. Okay. So that are
you hurt or are you injured?
Your win probably worth a little more.
I just want you to know one team was leaving with gold.
It was a big celebration. I watched it. It was actually sick.
I'm still very tilted.
They were having a good time. I was the only American. I swear there was just all Canadians and then 3 Americans. We were just stayed and we were just like, you know what? We're here. Let's watch it.
I'm glad that you got to experience that. As a hockey guy, I'm glad you got to experience that. I am extremely jealous, but I'm really happy that you got to experience it. And maybe you'll go to a couple more. Maybe next time I'll check my DMs to see if maybe I missed it and the invite was on. Yeah.
Let's do. We got to link up on that. I told you when you came on our show last night that I love Montreal. So, you know what I'm saying?
Look, I have a spare room. I keep telling everybody down below. If something happens and you need a spare room, I got it. And
you hear that, chat? This is on video. This is on record.
Yeah.
Right? This is an invite. All right. So.
I promise to have the good maple syrup as well and everything, so you guys can experience the real stuff. You know what I mean? It's fine.
I want it from a can. I want it from a can. You need a can opener to open.
Yeah. But
and I want a bag.
How else do you?
I want a bag of. I want a bag of milk.
Bag. Yes, bag of milk.
Do they do bag of chocolate milk?
No.
What?
Regular milk. No.
So how do you get the chocolate in there if you want to chocolate it up?
Well, you have the little chocolate syrup, and then you pour your milk into the glass, and then you mix it.
I want it in the bag. I want to pour the chocolate in the bag, dude.
You can do whatever you do whatever you want, man. You can do whatever you want.
I get up. I'll start shaking things up when I get up there. So okay, let's lock that in.
There we go. Hey, Coop. First off, I know where to find all your work. Before I let you go on with your day, because you have a ton of things. Thank you again for taking the time on your absolutely busy day. Give yourself a plug. I know where to find your work.
You're not going to ask me for my best bet.
Oh, do you have a best bet? I'm a terrible host. Yeah. Actually, yes.
Alex Ovechkin anytime goal. Plus 105.
Plus 105. Oh my God. All right. Well,
I'm just saying, I want to be a part of history.
Look, he's done it like 885 times. So I feel like that's a you know what I mean? Look, for the end of if I was looking for like a best bet, if this was the opposite and I was doing football for whatever reason, I would have picked like a Saquon TD or something. Saquon, you know what I mean? Just anything. Or like a Josh Allen interception or a Patrick Mahomes interception. Something of that.
I'll just say if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid, bro. He's ripping, he's letting them rip. He's chasing the great one.
It's kind of like I tell people, if it's not superstition if it works.
Ooh, Sarah in the chat says there is bagged chocolate milk. Let's go, dude.
Is there bagged chocolate milk?
Let's go, dude. Bag them up. Yeah. So okay, folks, you can find me on Twitter at CoopA5. Fiasco. That's the letter A in the middle there. And all my stuff right now is on Fantasy Alarm, man. Fantasy Alarm family. Again, we won the we won the radio show of the year. We got the writer of the year. We got article of the year. We got everything good coming out. We got the baseball stuff popping right now. We got Chris on the on this side. On this side. We got Chris crushing it with the hockey stuff. I mean, we got it all. Our MMA guy actually quietly is also like incredible. No. Jacob Perry crushing golf too. But yeah, our MMA guy like takes down those contests himself like every other week. I'm just like, you gotta
he's gonna have to declare taxes for that.
I'm like,
being able to do that though.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta let the readers win every once in a while, dude. Like let everyone else win. But yeah, so Fantasy Alarm, all my stuff, but at Coupe Fiasco on Twitter. And I'm doing an article. I got so 29 articles are now out on 29 of the teams because the legal tampering period opens Monday for free agency. So I'm doing one article a team. We got one today, one tomorrow, one Sunday. Funny how that works. 32 teams, 32 days. Keeping myself busy. So if you have a favorite team, there's a 29 out of 32 chance there's an article up on it. And there's a 100% chance that there will be one up by Sunday. So check that out. Okay. And enjoy the stream today and enjoy the trades and make sure Marchand stays in town and they can take Z and they can take Lindstrom and they can take Swayman and whatever bad contracts they want. They're available. I've made them available.
There you go. Koopa has made them available. Thank you, my man, for hanging out with me. Good luck. Go and do that football.
Let's do a football. Later, buddy.
There we go. Hey, massive. First of all, massive round of applause for Coop for taking the time. We brought the football guy in. And he gave us OV anytime. I got to write this down. I mean, look, it is what it is. Good stuff for him. Good stuff, man. He does have a fantastic series for football. There's a reason he was Football Writer of the Year. So, like, if you care about football in March, you should probably head out and you know what I mean? Read. It's got a great stuff. Fantasy Alarm Show over on Sirius 210 XM87 if you want to cash in there. I got somebody else coming in here. Now, I know I showed it to the rest of them before, but I did bring this with me. And I know that you can see this, but I just want you to know, Tom, all right? I just want you to know that this is the jersey that you paid for.
Unfortunately, I thought of that yesterday, and I was like, is there a chance that he's wearing it? Is it shown? Is it mentioned? I was like, it's got to be a greater than 20 or 25% chance, and lo and behold, here we are.
It was 110%. Tom is here with us, guys. Massive round of applause. Thank you for buying me that jersey. That was a win for the World Juniors.
2 years, three championships ago.
Yeah. Because Canada hasn't won since. So I got it in at the perfect time. I'm just beyond happy about that. So yes, I got that there. Thank you so much for paying for that. It probably cost you a lot.
I mean,
less.
We should. The background on this is it was, the wager of Canada versus Team USA and World Juniors. That was Bedard's last year. And everyone knows how that turned out.
I remember it like it was yesterday, of course, Tom. Right. I know that is exactly that. So I brought you here because we need to talk about the Rangers. As a Rangers fan, which is unfortunate, but it happens. I'm trying to figure out if the New York Rangers are buyers or sellers, and I still don't know.
I don't know either. I think they are selling certain contracts, like as we saw with Riley Smith. They want to get out from Lindgren. VC is what it is, but like moving the contracts that they don't necessarily want and, bringing in Parsonen and Soucy, like these are, and DeHaan, like these are okay. Like it doesn't change the trajectory of the team. It doesn't change their ceiling. Adam Fox being on IR is obviously why they made some of these moves, getting Soucy. Like they need at least some insurance. They brought back up Chad Riedel. Like these are okay moves, but it ultimately just comes down to the consistency of the team. And, looking at their bottom six, when you have Ottman and Brett Berard playing, you have two rookies, like, that bottom six is just like as middle of the road as you could possibly get. And what has been the story for them over the past however many postseasons? Like, they get production from the top, or if the production from the top goes quiet, where else do they get that production? And the answer has been they haven't been getting production, and then boom, they get knocked out. So seeing that bottom six is like, it just spells to me like first round exit, probably. Maybe they catch the Caps and they can beat them again this year, but they won't get past the second round.
That's what I was on that. I don't think they're it feels like a wasted year because this was supposed to be a really good team.
Yeah.
And now they're just not. You know what I mean? Like,
you know, in November, when they really started playing terribly after that West Coast road trip, they blew a lead versus Vancouver and then lost to Edmonton, something like that. I think they beat Calgary or lost to Calgary, whatever combination that was. I actually placed a bet on them to miss the playoffs at like plus 450. So it's like, listen, at that point, I was like, Higgins, Misha, like, let's tank. Let's just go full tank. I want those picks. Let's do that. If I win some money, they don't miss the playoffs. They don't make the playoffs. I win some money, whatever it might be. Making the playoffs is great for teams that have been through rebuilds, just like the excitement of being there. Even if you get knocked down in the first round, it's like being in the playoffs is awesome. Am I a realist, though? Can I say, maybe could they beat the Devils, especially with Hughes now done for the year? I would like to think so. I don't think they're better than Carolina. They're absolutely not better than Florida. They're not better than Tampa. So, like, I'm a realist when it comes to it because I want them to win. And if that means moving prospects, moving picks, getting rid of contracts, I'm all for it. I was what people always talk to me, like, oh, do you want them to trade Kreider? Would you want them to trade? It's like, listen, I was a Rangers fan before Kreider was on the team. I'm going to be a Rangers fan after him and Zibanejad and Panarin are all gone. I'll still be a Rangers fan. So I just want them to win.
I just don't want Chris Kreider to ever win anything ever again.
Listen, this is like a decade old at this point.
I'm just saying I and the rest of the Montreal Canadiens fan base, anytime you mention Chris Kreider's name, we remember.
He still gets booed.
Yeah, as he should.
As he should. Totally fine.
As he should. Okay, so you are also, right, putting together the playbook over at Fantasy Alarm because I'm sorry? It's underway. I got lucky yesterday because I went with Colorado's top power play unit. I understand sometimes eating the chalk is what it is, but when Cale Makar has 6 points, it's kind of like above the chalk. You're washing that down with like Don Perignon as well. So I am building later a DraftKings lineup for the 2K Enforcer over on DK. I so far have Spencer Knight as my goalie. That's all I've started with. Because goalies are voodoo, I figure I might as well get that out of the way now. Is there anything I need to pay attention to today?
For the teams that are on today's slate, like I don't think there are major draft implications, at least that like I'm seeing. Brock Besser could be moved. We all know that from Vancouver, but is that like and personally, I think Brock Besser fits with the Panthers. As a side note, They have the cap space available with Tkachuk on long-term IR.
They do.
I mean, they got to do something. So I don't mind. But, like, there's not a major, like, oh, will this player be in the lineup? Maybe Pittsburgh makes some more moves, wherever it might be. But what we get from the Devils today, I think, will be interesting. Obviously, back at home, first home game without Hughes. Obviously, they lost to the Stars the other night. Hellebuck didn't start last night in Philly. He'll be in net tonight. But I don't think there's anything major tonight that's, like, out of the realm out of the ordinary. I think it's going to be Vegas. I think it's going to be Washington. I think it's going to be a little bit of Utah. I wouldn't mind taking a few shares of Matt Boldy as a one-off. I think today's a pretty straightforward slate.
Which is tough because I have put the playbook together on trade deadline day, and it's always like, hey, who's coming in and out of the line? I know the guys who do, basketball, they're used to this. You're used to being glued to your phone 15 minutes before lock because you need to know who's out with like a bruised toe. You know what I mean? But in hockey, that's not the same. You can set your line. Is my goalie starting? Yes. Perfect. I can move on. You could have dinner with your wife, your girlfriend, and then just, you know what I mean? You haven't missed anything. But these are definitely tougher ones. Koopa Ford gave us an Ovi anytime goal, which I feel like it's good. I asked him to have a best bet. He found one. I didn't think he would. He went with the sauce. If I need more, because I do here, I'm a degenerate. We have to make more. You also killed it yesterday. You were like 3-1 or something the day before. All I see is green check marks. When Tom hands out picks, I put it in for today. And if it doesn't hit, I'm also up units on playing that guy the next day. Mostly
same thing with baseball.
Especially for baseball, because when you tweet out a dong hit, if I'm up positive units if I play it the next day. It's not much, but I'm like, I should probably play this the next day. So if I need an anytime goal scorer or any prop that you have, what am I locking in here? All I have on my sheet right now is Ovi. That's it.
Right. I need something. I don't mind taking a shot on both Nico Hischier and Jesper Bratt for the Devils in terms of shots. I know it's like not the best matchup going up against the Jets, but both of them are sitting at plus money for over 2.5 shots. So as long as one of them hits, we'll still come out net positive. And it's like, okay, Hughes is gone. We need to get things going. Like, it's not the end of the season. It's going to be tough, but it's not the end of the season for them. So I'm seeing Nico Hischier plus 125 for over 2.5. Bratt is plus 136 for over 2.5. So as long as one of them hits, you'll come out, positive, which, again, not the easiest matchup versus Winnipeg. They are on a second night of back-to-back. It's not massive travel going from Philly to Jersey, et cetera, et cetera. I don't mind that. Also, Jack Eichel, probably going to be the play of the slate, plus 162 for 2 points. I think that's where we realistically should be looking. Pittsburgh, absolute mess on defense as of late for the entire season. I think those are reasonable routes. OV, I think, is fine. The 3.5 shots is now juiced at minus 140 to the over. I think the shots will be a little bit more consistent than the goals, obviously. So you could play that, and Detroit also on a back-to-back. Even though they played pretty well last night, at least in my estimation. I had Larkin over 2.5 shots, and he had 5 in the first period. So
I feel like the Detroit Red Wings are decent, but they just can't hold it together for long enough.
It's like the Sens.
No, the Sens are horrendous.
They're good, and they're not as bad as they once were.
I mean, sure, but now I'm learning you're a Senators supporter, I guess, secretly, which is, I guess it's better. But okay, so we've heard it here first, Tom. You are a Sens supporter.
No, I love the fact that I'm seeing articles from, I don't know who it was, whatever Sens writer, saying something about Brady Tkachuk being the captain. Why does the captain need to fight? And having some very negative tone. And listen, if they want to push Brady Tkachuk out of Ottawa right into the Rangers' hands, I have no issue with that.
You guys have enough, okay? You went out to get JT Miller. You have a smart-studded goalie. That's it.
This is all I'm going to say. Next season is the last year of Panarin's contract.
Okay.
He comes off the books in July of 2026. Who is also a free agent in July of 2026.
Okay. So you broke it. It's Tkachuk.
No, it's Connor McDavid.
Oh, it's Connor McDavid. Oh, my God. Oh, you talk. God.
And here is the problem. What has been the issue with McDavid? What has been the problem with McDavid, Edmonton? If you just give McDavid a half-decent defense and a goalie, he would have had a cup by now. We're going to go back and say Mike Smith and Mikko Koskinen and all these years that they wasted in Edmonton. If you give him an awesome goalie and a high-caliber defense, he would have had a cup by now. So Panarin's contract comes off the books, and McDavid is a free agent in 2026.
Okay. Well, you've now upset the entire Edmonton fan base, which is okay. I'm okay with that. That's fine. So God, I personally hope it doesn't happen for a multitude of reasons. Specifically, I don't want to see the Rangers ever win anything, but that's bias. That's me being 100% biased here for what Chris Kreider did. So as long as that's in my memory, as long as I don't suffer from dementia, the Rangers can't win anything. Okay, right. So that is fine. If that happens, I'm going to put all of these together. I've added more here, so I know you can't see. So I got Nico, Brad over 2.5, Eichel 2+ points. Let's see if I can find it. I'm seeing if I can put that into a single game parlay here because I hear eggs down there are quite expensive. So trying to make some egg money. I used to try to make gas money. Now I drive an electric car, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm trying to make egg money here. Tom, I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with me today. Before I let you get back, because you as well have an absolute busy day. I'm glad some of you keep busy because I didn't. I know where to find your work. Obviously, give yourself a plug. Where do the good folks get to see what you do?
Well, of course, you can find me all over Fantasy Alarm, whether it's the playbook like today, best bets throughout the week, whatever combination of those might be. You could follow me over on Twitter, Tom_Vecchio, and the number one, because apparently all the combinations of my name have been taken for years, which is highly unfortunate. You can catch most of my work over on Sports Grid, giving out free stuff, videos, and shows throughout the day and the week, covering all 4 sports, plus college basketball this time of year. It's busy, and baseball starts in less than a month.
I'm excited for those home run plays. Like I said, I track them separately. I'm like Tom's day after dongs, and then I try to see if I can get positive. And sometimes I do. And I'm like, man, that's unfortunate. But yes, I already follow you. I know people do as well. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day, man. And hope the Rangers lose.
I will say one quick note, cannot wait for Cole Caulfield to get one more goal. Prior to the season, I tweeted out Cole Caulfield over 31.5 goals. And despite all the metrics that back it up, it was totally a vibes-based play, that the fact that it changed the number to 13 to honor Johnny Gaudreau. And he's sitting at 31 now. So go Cole Caulfield.
Yes, there we go. See, there we go. I guess we could do that together because he's an American, he's and he plays for Canadian team, so it's fine. It can bring us together, but
how about this? Next year, when Cole Caulfield's on Team USA and Matthew Tkachuk assists him on a goal to beat Canada in the gold medal game, they do it for Johnny. How about that?
No, don't like it, because that involves Canada losing. That's not something we do on the international stage in the most meaningful game. But I know you know that.
Most meaningful. So World Juniors, not meaningful.
I'm not saying it's not meaningful. It's just there's no NHL players for best on best competition.
Okay.
That's what I'll say there. But I see where you were trying to go with this. You were trying to Jacob Trouba me, and I lifted my head last minute, and I was like, no, you're not.
Right. So
Tom Vega, thank you.
Not best on best. It doesn't matter.
It only matters when Canada wins. Remember that.
Of course.
I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for being here.
All right, see you. Thanks for having me.
There we go, boy. Tom. Thank you guys for joining me, man. I got some plays here. I took the Post-it. I still have it. See? I got the Post-it here. What an absolute beaut, by the way. Just a beautiful man to look at. I know. You guys get stuck with my face all day when you could be looking at Tom's face. You know, a Rangers fan, but a beautiful one there. What did I miss here? Because I was trying to get through here. Zetterberg, Datsuk, like all late 3-3 Hall of Fame. Yes, because we were talking about that with Coop. Picks are important, yes, and you can get good players later in drafts. You know, that's definitely one here. What was this one here? Patrick Hornfitz, the draft, yes. 4 more non-first round picks are elite Hall of Famers. Y'all overhyping first round picks. No. It's still a shot in the dark. I will say this. I understand teams that are okay with moving their picks. But I also understand how valuable they can be for a team that's rebuilding. I think 2 things can be true. I do. I believe that if you're trying to rebuild, those picks can be used. You can draft good players. Then it's all up to your scouting department, right? Those guys got to be locked in, right? They got to be locked in. They got to be ready. Let's see if I've missed anything here from. If I missed it, okay, here, let's do this. Screen. Let's see what Elliot. It's been quiet so far. Here we go. So Elliot Friedman says Anthony Beauvillier to Washington. Okay, so the Washington Capitals are adding another player. Good for them. I remember when the Washington Capitals were frauds. Remember when they were frauds? I remember. Je me souviens. They were frauds. They squeaked into the playoffs, got absolutely obliterated. I remember. And now is it connected? Let's not forget, over the summer, they went out, they bought Cap Friendly, stripped it, right? Shut it down, took the brains for that operation. And then They went out, traded for Jacob Chikrin. That has looked fantastic. They went to go get Pierre-Luc Dubois, who we all thought was dead. He's turned into a pretty good player as well. They go out, they get Logan Thompson, who's been really, really good. I'm just saying, maybe the smart number nerds know something about hockey. Maybe the smart number guys know things. Oh, I should probably play the alert. Right. I went through all that to you know what I mean? I should probably play the alert. Okay. So that's there. What else is it? Have I missed anything else? I don't see anything else. Mikko Rantanen stalemate in his contract negotiations as it stands. Man, I don't know what's I don't know what's gonna happen to is this oh my god. I don't have Frank Saravalli on it here. Oh, I'll play it alert. I'll play it again. Boom. Dylan Cousins is part of the deal going to the Sabres. What is the deal here, Frank? Give me the sauce. Anthony Beauvillier, Washington gives up a second-round pick. Could not care. Where is he going? Where is he going? All we know is Dylan Cousins is part of a deal to go to the Sens. Josh Norris and Jacob Bedard-Doc are going the other way. Okay. I guess we'll wait. Did I prematurely play that then, in a sense? Did I? I don't know. I think it was pretty good. I don't know why the Sens would want to acquire Dylan Cousins, but it is what it is. Oh, maybe if I check cap wages, if I update this, does that get any better? What if I do this? What if I do this? No, nothing yet. Okay, so we'll wait for one of the big boys to tell us what is going on there. Let's update the let's put this sheet together here a little bit. All right, let's update the tier list because we had so many awesome people join us, so we had to, you know what I mean? We had to put the tier list aside for a minute. Let's fill out a couple more. And like I said, this will change as the day goes on, okay? This will change as the day goes on. So you may be losing the trade deadline, except for the Buffalo Sabres. There's nothing they can do to win. Let's put, I'm going to go in order here, okay? And again, this list is 100% correct. There is no wrong, okay? There is no wrong. Let's start Colorado. I'm going to put them as a slight win. They did go out to acquire Brock Nelson, right? They did. So I'll leave them in the slight win category. I will add, for now, Chicago, you win trade deadline. You're part of the win trade deadline category. You went out and you maximized shareholder value by getting Spencer Knight and a first-round pick. Yes. I know it didn't happen today, but we'll go back a week. It starts as of the first. I think that's fair. Columbus, we're not sure yet. We're not sure yet for St. Louis. No, we're not sure yet for Boston. We're gonna give Boston an opportunity here to mess up. The Montreal Canadiens, we're not sure yet. The Vancouver Canucks, we're not sure yet. The Capitals, I think they're a slight win, even if they do nothing. Is that fair? It is. The New Jersey Devils, we're going to wait as well. I need to see what the New Jersey Devils are doing now that Jack Hughes is hurt. What's going on here? Are they going for it? Are they not? I don't know here. We're going to put the Ducks here as well. There's not many teams that are doing here. Let's put Calgary in there. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do teams that have... for now, we're going to put the Islanders in a slight win because I did not have Lou Lamoriello doing something positive. Didn't have it. So we'll see what they do as it goes along. So far, so good. Slight win as well for the Vegas Golden Knights. I'm still waiting for Vegas to circumvent the cap today and acquire like Mikko Rantanen signs in Vegas and the cap doesn't exist and who cares? The problem is Vegas doesn't have any draft picks. So they probably can't sign him. I don't know. Win here, definitely. Seattle is a winner at the deadline today so far. You got 2 first-round picks and a second. That's a win. It's a win in my books, guys. I don't care how you put it. It's a win. Seattle doesn't do a lot of winning of late. They lost yesterday, man. I have Joey Decorda in a bunch of leagues. And by a bunch, I mean one. And he's been on a downer. If you lose to the Nashville Predators, that's unfortunate. Speaking of slight loss here, speaking of the Preds, it's just, even if they do good things, man, you should have been better. You acquired Bunting. Who cares? Right? Doesn't matter. San Jose, I'm going to put as a slight win just because I feel like they should have kept Jake Wallman. I'm happy that they got a pick, though. I am happy that they got a pick. I'm happy that they got a pick, a first-round pick for him. But I feel like there could have been a little bit more there. Not in terms of the pick. I feel like they should have kept him. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Tampa Bay is a winner. Tampa Bay is a winner. I know they gave up picks, Chad. I understand they gave up picks. Here's the thing, though. They addressed an immediate need. They needed some depth. They went out. They got depth. You win. Simple. You don't need the picks. They win. This here between Seattle and Tampa Bay, this was a win-win for everybody. A win-win. Right? It's pretty good. I'm going to put the Sens here for now. I'm not sure yet. I need to know more about that Dylan Cousins deal before I embark on that. The Oilers are a slight win for now. There is time for you, Edmonton, to move up here. You need a goalie. I know you're not getting one today, but they did add Wallman, and that's a W. Okay, makes them better. Now you just need Mattias Ekholm to be healthy. You need Evan Bouchard to care about his defensive play. I still think they're not very good, but they have done what they needed to do for now. Okay. Not sure about the LA Kings. There's a lot of talk about Rantanen and LA. There's a lot of talk as well about Brandt Clark being traded. If they trade Brandt Clark, their young defenseman, they go straight to the lose trade deadline. They skip over slight loss. You can't, unless they acquire Rantanen. So there's a lot of moving parts here. But if they don't, and Brandt Clark's not part of this team, they lose. That's just go straight to lose. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I'm going to put Minnesota in the slight win here. Just because they went out to get Gustav Nyquist. Minnesota doesn't have to do anything. They need bodies. They need the guys that they have to be healthy. You're not replacing Kirill Kaprizov today. You need him to be in the lineup. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Okay. The Winnipeg Jets, man. I'm not yet. I want to see Winnipeg add some depth. I know they brought in Dragger, stuff like that, but that doesn't change anything. I want to see them add some depth. The Florida Panthers, slight win. I can't give them a win. They did add, right? They did add Seth Jones, but it's a slight win because I feel like they overpaid. Slight win. Toronto, we're not sure yet, but I'm expecting them to fall apart. I don't know yet with the Rangers. I don't know. Because on one end, you add JT Miller, and then on the other, you're liquidating. So we'll leave them here. I feel like the Rangers are going to be a 3 p.m., we're going to decide if they won or not. It's too early to decide if they win trade deadline or not. It's too early. Let's do Utah. We're going to leave them as well here. Man, Dallas did their moves, though, before the deadline when they went out to get Granlund and Cece. So that's a slight win. That is. You know what? That's a win. I know they did it early. I don't expect them to do much, if anything. They need some of their guys to be healthy, right? And like Sagan. It's unfortunate there's no Miro Heiskanen, but like how much more does this team need to do in order to win? You know what I mean? Not much. I would leave them there. I think they won. Is it wild that adding Cece and Granlund is what makes you a winner? But they were already a very good team. What more do you need them to do? They did what they needed. They did well. Good for them. The Penguins are a slight loser today. We'll see if that changes come 3. But yeah, we'll leave Detroit here as well. Not sure yet. I think Detroit adds a little bit of depth up front and a defenseman. Philadelphia Flyers are not sure yet either. If they can get a first-round pick for Rasmus Ristolainen and more, they go straight to the win trade deadline. And whatever team acquired him goes straight to the lose trade deadline. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no middle here. Absolutely no middle. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. It is what it is. It is what it is. I have found this. This is from Pierre LeBrun. Let me share the correct one here. There we go. Boom. Boom. There we go. So Pierre LeBrun is saying that here the Islanders have told pending UFA Kyle Palmieri they're not trading him today and focused on working on a contract with extension with him over the coming days. Give me a second. Listen. Okay, that's aggressive. Slight loss. You trade Brock Nelson, but you want to keep Kyle Palmieri? How old's Kyle Palmieri, by the way? I feel like he's older. I know Brock Nelson feels like he's 79 years old. He's actually, I think he's 33. He's younger than me. And he looks like he's 80. Where are the Islanders here? How old is Kyle Palmieri? Kyle Palmieri is 34. Ugh, that's old. Kyle Palmieri's it is what it is, man. It is what it is. 34. Kyle Palmieri's 34. How is he doing this year? I feel like it's not great. Oh, I have to hockey DB his name. Hold on. Kyle Palmieri, hockey DB. Homie's got 20 goals, 41 points, and they're holding on to him. I don't know, man. Does somebody want to explain it to me? Do we have any Islander fans here? Can you explain this to me? Why is this happening? Why is this a thing? Why are we keeping Kyle Palmieri? Let's take a look at the Devils cap situation here. They have 11 mil in deadline cap space. This team is so bad. Yeah, this team's bad. I don't even want to look at it anymore. Done. That team is so bad. What do I want to do next? We've powered through 2 hours, by the way, chat. Thank you. GG's. All right. 2 hours in. We got 5 more to go. All right. Why don't we? I'm going to. I think I want to play Puck Doku. Let me just put this here. Hold on. Hang on. Okay. There we go. I did my part. I want to play some Puck Doku. I also want to know what today's Puck Doku is. All right. Let's do that. I also want to change the way this is put. No, it's too small. Okay, there we go. We'll play Puck Doku. If you have no idea how this game works, I will help you. Okay, it's real simple. First of all, if you're a regular to the podcast, then you understand how this works. Okay, you understand how this works. I need to pick a player that has played for 2+ teams in a season, 5+ goals in a single playoff, 1+ win postseason career. I'm guessing that's goalie, and that's played for these teams. Right off the rip, now I'm going to try not to cheat. Okay, chat, don't give me the answers. But if you do, I promise to not look. Right off the rip, I feel like I can get this. I feel like I can. Let's see if we can pump this through right here. Okay. Let's start with Colorado. 2+ teams played. I want to put friend of the like Derek Brassard here. But I know he did, but maybe I go with somebody else. We talked about him earlier, just for Coop, okay? Just for Coop. 5+ goals in a single playoff. We're not getting cute here, okay? Keeping it a stack. 1 win in his postseason career. This was an easy one. Which one do I want to go with? There was no question I wasn't going with Patrick Roy. You know what? 1 postseason, I'm going to do it here as well. I know some of you I know some of you are like, Chris, what about your uniqueness score? I don't care. I'm here to make sure that I solve this, okay? 5+ goals in a single playoff. Did Ilya Kovalchuk score 5 in his playoff run? Or do I want to go with something a little more? I'm going to go with Patrick Elias. I'm just here to make sure that I succeed, okay? 2+ teams played in a season. Kyle Palmieri should be here anyways. Might as well rejoin the team. Is anybody confused? Okay. 2+ teams played in a season here for the Flyers. I'm going to... Jamie Drysdale. There you go. I'm bringing the unique score up. 5+ goals in a single playoff. Did Danny Briere score 5? They haven't gone to the playoffs a lot recently, so. John Leclerc? Oh. John Leclerc? That was a good one by me, by the way. That was good. One postseason win for the Flyers. Did Ilya Bryzgalov win? The Flyers have been through so many goalies. What about Marty? I feel like this should be easier than it is. Did he win there? I can't remember some of those goalies that during that run that the Flyers had when they beat Montreal. I think it was in the third round. Ray Emery's got to have a playoff win, right? Does he? I did it. I did it. That was pretty good. Ron Exall, Claude Giroux. That was good. Timo Meier, Brodeur, Wasakik, Rantanen. 2+ teams played in the season. Homie. Mikko Rantanen. What was my uniqueness? 123. I guess if it's 0, it's better. Buddy, what is this? Doug Gilmour was a devil? For what? All of 10 minutes? He scored 5+ goals in a single playoff. There's no way somebody knew all of this. I with the exception of Gilmour, I don't know any of these other guys. So I guess you got to get the lowest uniqueness. Here I was trying to get the highest. This seemed like a really easy one. I did pretty well. I'm so proud of myself. Can you tell? I have been massacred by Puck Doku. Okay. I have been massacred by Puck Doku. All right, check. Give me a second. I gotta go to the washroom. I gotta go to the washroom. I haven't seen my dog. I haven't seen Milo. I have to make sure he's alive. Okay. Sit tight. Entertain yourselves. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Look, let me here. Look, boom. Big screen. There you go. Entertain yourselves. All righty. Okay, I'm back. Yes, I know it says Milo has to pee. He seems to be okay. I heard him drinking water, so he is fine. He's living his best life. All right, let me see if I can pull here. All right, we got our next guest here as well. Really excited to have this beauty here with me today. Because again, he works hard. I'm not saying I don't, But hold on, let me log in here because I want to play some. I still want to play. You can. Did you know you can play the old puck dokus in the archive? I didn't know. I didn't know. I can go back to the old ones and play them. So we'll do a couple of that. So I have my next beauty here. You obviously know him because we do Total Hockey Now together, right? And Adam does a bunch of, produces for Visi, the other half of Rip and Riff, right? Him and Jared Moore. So I am excited to bring that round of applause, okay? Round of applause. Adam's here.
Wow, that's quite the intro.
Hello.
Oh, that's quite the intro. Thank you. That's how you start a Friday morning on the West Coast here.
That is true. It is Friday morning. It is morning. There is life has already happened. What do you think?
I mean, so it's not like, so if you ever go to Hawaii, that's when life really happens when you wake up, because when you wake up, the East Coast is already past lunchtime. So you kind of just feel like, the day's already over. So I'm just going to go and sit on a beach all day. That's what's great about Hawaii. Yeah, West Coast here. I woke up, didn't see, went to sleep after the Brock Nelson trade, and then immediately Shillington gets flipped over to Anaheim. We could talk about that trade for sure, but then wake up, not too much happened. So the Beauvillier move, now the Dylan Cousins move, so that's sizable. Jake Wallman also was a late night move that kind of got overshadowed by the Brock Nelson trade. So it's been all right. We still got some players left to go here.
We do. It should pick up here a little bit, or at least I hope so. I'm still waiting for some bad trades to happen. So that is there. I will, though, this one, there's probably a little bit more detail here, but I'm going to sound the alarm anyways, because Elliot Friedman has said some nice things here. Let me pull this up here. All right. It sounds like, let me make this better here. It sounds like Adam Kuzmenko is going from Philadelphia to LA. Andre Kuzmenko. What did I call him?
You called him Adam Kuzmenko. I mean, maybe he's got a brother named Adam. I don't know.
Adam if he wants. Yeah. He can be whatever I tell him to be. Yes. So it sounds like he is going to LA. Does this mean that the LA Kings are no longer in on Mikko Rantanen?
I mean, I don't know if they were ever in on him in the first place. I mean, I feel like that would be a great move for them, but I feel like it might be a little too much out of the water. I mean, maybe they can would have found a way to extend him, but I mean, you look at the Kings, top three lines there, they're okay, but you have to plug a guy like Kuzmenko in there. Maybe you move down a Fogle to the fourth line. I don't know. But listen, in that Pacific Division, the Kings need forward depth. You look at Vegas, what do they got? Forward depth. Edmonton, not so much. But, I mean, obviously they have two of the better players on the planet. So the Kings, just doing Kings things if that's the move.
That makes sense a little bit. I mean, I guess it's fine. It does. It's okay. It's Andre Kuzmenko again moving. Here was the one here for Ottawa. This is what Elliot said. Sounds like it is Norris and Bedard Docker for Cousins, Gilbert, and a second. Are you telling me Buffalo gives them Cousins and a second round pick
for Norris and Bernard Docker?
Yeah, is that how I'm reading it, or am I just?
Sounds like Norris, Bernard Docker. Yeah, that's what it. I mean, I like the move on Ottawa's end in terms of like a Dylan Cousins after Stützle that's a good 1-2 punch down the middle. Upgrade from Norris. I mean, maybe Norris more of a third line center, but you kind of have that in Shane Pinto. So I like the move, but I mean, I don't know. But I feel like Buffalo maybe could have got a little more back. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm just gonna. I know some of you haven't been here to start the day, so let me just pull this up here so I can reiterate what I already said at least 750 times. You said what would the over be? Over 6.5 when I say mean things about the Buffalo Sabres. I think we've hit that. This is why they are here, and they not that there's any. First of all, Josh Norris has struggled to stay healthy. Let's not get it twisted.
He just got back in the lineup.
He did. Bedard Docker is a good player, could become something. Dylan Cousins is having an off year. And I feel like they also gave a pick. I don't know why Buffalo gives picks away.
Like you said, we talked about this on Total Hockey Now yesterday. They're probably going to become. They're on their path to becoming the new Coyotes, filling that void of just what teams use to create to do transactions to upgrade themselves, and yeah, that's basically what Buffalo is going to become.
I need to know more details, but they're I may create a new category for them just to be the Buffalo Sabres here. I don't know why you're giving a pick away.
Because the Hurricanes haven't lost the trade deadline yet. I mean, and from my understanding is that they do have a trade in place with Dallas, provided that Dallas can get an extension done with Rantanen. So, I mean, Carolina's kind of done their part in that regard. I know they've put themselves in that situation, but they've done their part. And, you know, I mean, and I said this last night, if they pull this off for Rantanen, they are really going for it. I mean, this is a team that's looking to, like, the West is tough, but now they're looking to establish themselves in a class by themselves if they do end up making this acquisition.
Dylan Cousins still has 6 years at $7.1 million. So that
there you go.
That's probably why. We'll have to see if they retained any money to get that. Josh Norris isn't any better though. He's $7.9 million for another 6 years. So I feel like this is just two teams swapping problems and seeing which one will work out better. But
don't you feel like Cousins has a little bit of a higher ceiling than Norris? Like maybe Cousins can get to that level in Ottawa playing. I mean, sometimes a change of scenery helps.
Sure, but it's not like he did have bullets in Buffalo. I mean, Tage Thompson's pretty good. I would say Dahlin is pretty good too. Now he's going to Ottawa, and it's. I feel like this is just swapping problems. Be like, hey, you take my problem, I'll take your problem, and I guess they paid a second-round pick for Bernard Docker. I guess it doesn't sound as bad, but they did take Norris, who has struggled to stay healthy, and now I'm still leaving them as they still lose trade deadline. It doesn't matter what. You can't. I need a 7-page essay as to why Buffalo is not for even me to consider removing them and putting them in the slight loss, because right now this team is a massive L.
I see you got the Islanders as a slight loss. I want to talk about why you think they got a slight loss there, because I mean, according to Avalanche Twitter, that Luke cooked last night and got quite the haul there with the Cal Ritchie acquisition. So why slight loss at this point? Because I feel like that's a pretty good haul for Nelson.
I didn't know enough about Cal Ritchie, so I guess I got a hockey DB his name later. Sounds like the kid's all right. That was great for the Brock Nelson trade. And then Elliott said that they are going to keep Kyle Palmieri and try to work on an extension. And I feel like that.
I did not see that. Okay, so
that's how we got here. They started in the slight win, because that was a good deal for Colorado. Colorado gets a center that they desperately need for that second line because it's not Casey Middlestat. You know, they give up the picks. Lou gets back some, assets, which is good, which is what you want to do. And then he says, "I won't trade Kyle Palmieri." And I'm like, what are we doing, Lou? Like, why you're right there. You're right there. And now this?
Yeah.
Trade him.
Let's dive into it. Like the Brock Nelson trade, like you said, they desperately needed that second line center. Now he gets to play with Drouin and Valerie Nichushkin. So that's a pretty potent, dangerous, balanced second line. Now Colorado can legitimately roll their top two. We know their fourth line is going to be tough now. You got with VC and Drury and O'Connor. That's not going to be easy to play against. He said on Total Hockey Now yesterday, you move Middlestat down to the third line center, and now all of a sudden he's a little more palatable on that role. So, it was a good move for them. And if the Islanders, they're not going anywhere. And again, I don't know much about Cal Ritchie, but according to Avalanche Twitter, Cal Ritchie is that was quite the acquisition for the Islanders as a centerpiece moving forward.
The Kyle Palmieri is up to 41 points this season. His career, he had 54 last year, which was 3 shy of his career high that he had with the Devils. So I don't know why we're not flipping Kyle Palmieri somewhere for at least a second round pick, maybe a conditional first, depending on what happens. But
I don't know if you'd get that much for Palmieri, but I don't understand the strategy of announcing it now. Like, if that's your plan, that's fine, but at least wait till 3:00 Eastern time. Maybe somebody calls you with a completely, an overblown offer for Palmieri. Somebody that panics that didn't get anything they needed on the wing, and maybe that's their plan B or plan C. To announce that now and take him off the table with 2.5 hours to go until the deadline. He was announced earlier today. So that I don't get why you would say that right up out of the gate. Announce it at 3:05 p.m. Eastern. Don't announce that now.
Again, that your question was, how did the Islanders get to the slight loss?
I talked myself into it.
There we go. Lou Lamoriello has decided that he is going to keep Kyle Palmieri. I guess that's fine. I was talking to Tom Baker early, who is a Rangers fan, unfortunately. So I brought on another one because I was like, one is not enough, right? You need more than one.
We're out there.
Are the I know we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Has it changed? Are the Rangers, are they buyers or are they sellers? What are they? I have them in the not sure yet. I have no idea what they're doing.
So I actually like the Carson Soucy move, and that we got off of Total Hockey Now, and literally within 3.5 minutes there was that trade. So at first I was like, what are we doing? I thought that was a guy that was going to try and go to a contender. But then the more I think about it, he's got 1 year left. So they can flip him next. If, the Rangers are trying to build a team that can maybe compete again next year, maybe you get one more good kick at the can. If things don't go that way, you can flip him at next year's deadline. If things go well and you decide, hey, even if he's 31, maybe we want to sign him to a 3-year deal or something. You like the way he fits on the blue line. He's a big boy, 6'5", 210, whatever he is. I think what they're trying to do is build an old school, late 2000s, kind of big, tough Dan Girardi-ish blue line just to put in front of Shesterkin. You have an old world goalie there. Make it tough to get quality shots against him and play more of a grind it, muck it out style hockey. I mean, is that the direction they're heading? I don't know, but you add Will Borgen, with the trade with the Kraken earlier this year for Kakko, and now you bring in Carson Soucy. It seems like they want to get big on the blue line.
I think I'm going to leave them in the not sure yet. I feel like this is, I don't know. Are they getting better? Are they getting worse? Because you go out and you get JT Miller, and then you're also liquidating some pieces, and then you bring in Carson Soucy. What? Where are we going?
I think they're treating this trade deadline as a way to get ahead of the game for next season. Like I said, I think they understand that this year, I see Anthony Rivera in the chat, his Devils, if they somehow just completely fall apart after the Jack Hughes injury, I don't think that's going to happen. I still think playoffs. There is a wild card spot to be had in the East. So maybe the Rangers get that, maybe they don't. But I think they're trying to gear up to make a run at a guaranteed playoff spot next year, whether that's, in the top 3 of the Metro, or whether that's, a firmly entrenched wild card team, kind of like, the loser of Colorado, Minnesota in the Central for that 3rd spot in the West. I think they're trying to, gear up for next year. And that's why you get a guy like JT Miller, and now clearly has had an impact in a positive way. Now you still need to maybe get another center because you've dealt Hedl, you've moved Zibanejad over to the wing. That has saved his season, at least for now. So there are still holes to plug, but they're trying to do what they can. And, again, maybe this is all for one more really strong chance at kick at the can next year, and then you figure it out after that.
I feel like, especially with the Devils, as I brought up, now I feel like Kyle Palmieri makes even more sense because he can play center if you want him to. The Devils need a human that can play center. They could have gotten Jake Evans for 2 first-round picks, but I guess they chose not to. And Evans didn't want to go to Jersey. Apparently wants to stay in Montreal. The Devils could still get Christian Dvorak, by the way. Devils, you could have him for literally nothing for future considerations. I said this earlier. Is there anything worse than being traded for future considerations? They're just like, hey, take this player and we'll deal with it later.
What I want to know is how do you because sometimes you do a favor for somebody and it's implied that all right, you owe me one, if that's how it goes. How do you bring that up as future considerations? You be like, hey, so remember that trade we made 2 years ago where we said future considerations were cool? Well, we want to cash in on that now.
I'm guessing Do they write that down as like an IOU in the like in the depths of the deal somewhere? You pulling out the archives, be like, "Hey, remember 3 years ago when I did you a favor?" It's that time again.
I mean, maybe it's in the form of like when we make a trade later, you throw in like a 5th, 6th round pick to help balance it out. You know what? Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, future considerations is basically the equivalent of, please take this. This is the equivalent of like, I'm not even going to try and sell this on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist. I'm just going to put it out on the curb and say free with a sign on it. That's what that is. The equivalent of that is.
I feel like in other sports, I think like in soccer, you trade players for money, right? Which is one way. Or even I think it's baseball. You could trade players for cash considerations. So like even like cash considerations, they're like, here's some money. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, we'll take money. That's fine. But future considerations is not even money. It's not.
Maybe it's like a catered lunch for like a sales team meeting. They're like, hey, you want to just foot the bill for that, and we'll call it even for that random player acquisition from a year ago. Maybe that's how it works.
Future considerations has to be the thing that I'm like, wow, imagine being traded for nothing. Just not even, we're not replacing you. We don't want anything. We'll deal with, like, I got to run. So take this guy and just, we'll deal with it later. That's basically the vibes that I get from there. Okay.
I need
so
the Rangers space in my garage. Please just get it out of here.
That's it. They're putting it on the corner. Like you said, not even willing to sell it on Facebook Marketplace. They're just like, just leaving this here. I want it gone when I get back. Okay. So we don't know yet about what the Rangers are doing. We don't know yet. I've left the Devils in the not sure yet. I want to see what they like, how that goes. I have given some clear trade winners here, and some of these teams, I think, Dallas is a winner no matter what. Even if they don't do anything at the deadline, they did everything prior. They went out, they got Granlund. I can't believe saying getting CC helps them, but they don't really need to do much. They're already such a good team, and they just added pieces. So that's fine. Tampa Bay and Seattle, I think, is self-explanatory. Tampa Bay acquires 2 really good players. Seattle gets a massive haul with some picks back.
Elliot Friedman, Mikko Rantanen, and the Stars are closing in on an extension, so we may see that move happen.
Okay. Dallas.
So the Stars, like the Sabres, may have to go in their own class. The Stars might have to go in their own class at the top.
How bad must, like, I first of all, while you're saying that, I feel bad here for Carolina because you traded for him, and imagine not being able to get to the deadline with him. Like, you went out to get him, and yeah.
What I get and don't get at the same time, Beatrice is a guy that has been bandied about in trade rumors for a while. He's having a really productive season. I understand trying to get, like, hey, we're not going to be able to pay him. We got to try and capitalize off of him. But he was producing for you, and you are a cup contending team. At least we thought so. And you need to fill that void, and you did, and you couldn't get it done with him. I don't know why maybe there wasn't a little more investigation done into, hey, we want to bring you in long term before we make. Maybe they just jumped the gun and made the deal too quickly and didn't think that they would have a problem keeping him around. Nonetheless, we got to see what the return is coming back here, because I doubt Dallas is going to give up much in the way of something that could help Carolina right now, because it's going to be to their own detriment. But, is Carolina, not to say putting up the white flag, but you just have the Devils, who just lost their best player, and the Capitals are cruising. Like, you should have that number 2 spot in the Metropolitan Division all wrapped up as long as you play good hockey. And now you're kind of, depending upon what the return is here, you're kind of almost punting on the season to a degree.
Yeah, and right here, Dallas closing on the 8 years, $12 million. If I do some math, that's $96 million. I feel like that's less than what Carolina. I think Carolina, the report was they were offering, it was 9 figures. So that means we're getting, it was probably 12 and a half if I'm doing some good math. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and there is no state tax in Texas, so
correct.
maybe that plays
that
out.
Helps. That absolutely makes a difference.
That probably helps, but I don't like. Does Rantanen hate Carolina that much that he's like, hey, I'd much rather go to Dallas? This would be a massive haul though for Dallas, because now you got Robertson on one side, assuming you can keep Wyatt Johnson, I don't think that's the guy they'd part with, or at least I'm hoping they won't.
Stankoven.
Yeah, but I would be okay with part. I say this as somebody who has no skin in the game here, but I would be okay with parting with Stankoven if I'm getting Mikko Rantanen.
Correct, exactly. You don't want to give a guy like that up, but to bring in a guy like Rantanen when you're one of the better teams in the West, you got to get something up.
And at the same time, let's see what Ben has left. Let's see what guys like Marshman have left. Let's see what guys like Dadonov. Like, this is a team that's slowly aging. Defensively, they're not great, and the loss of Miro Heiskanen does not help that. Although maybe him wanting to go to a team that also has a Finnish presence, maybe that helps. You're right. I forgot about Rupe Hintz. I just assumed he was hurt. But no, that would be something here. That would probably propel Dallas to the top of the teams that would win this, that would win the Stanley Cup. I can't imagine a team having shorter odds than them if they get Rantanen.
I mean, we said it on Total Hockey Now, even before the rumor of a Rantanen in the Dallas trade came, because that came shortly after we got off the stream yesterday as well over at Total Hockey Now, is Dallas was already the team that even without Sagan, and I don't think they're going to get Sagan back this year. I mean, it's a hip thing with a guy in his mid-30s. I'm not trying to rush him back, especially with the depth they have. Miro Heiskanen coming back was an X factor for them on that blue line, and it seems like they could have him back maybe in time for round one. Now you're talking about adding a scorer like Hintz coming back on a team with, counting Asa Lindell, 3 of his countrymen that he's probably played with and knows very well. A little bit of a comfort factor there. And it's a team that, was already one of the top teams in the West, top teams in the Central. Can't wait for Winnipeg, Dallas round 2. That's going to be fantastic. I think this is just, like I said, Dallas is going for it. Dallas wants to go for it this year. Because let's think about it. Dallas has made plenty of deep runs, and they stall out in the conference finals, or the year they lost to the Lightning in the Stanley Cup final. So they've had enough of stalling out. It's time to get over the hump. Mikko Rantanen is a get over the hump move.
It definitely would be. I also forgot, Matt Duchene's having an absolutely fantastic year as well. So
he's kind of filling that Sagan void. Sagan was doing, Duchene's kind of just picked that up. It's almost been seamless.
I feel like Matt Duchene is what Colorado needed, but I mean, neither here nor there at this point. But I am interested to see what is the return if this materializes, because I don't know. I say this again as somebody who will never have to worry about this, but I would want to live in Carolina. I've been to Raleigh, nice city. Not much to do, but I still think he should come to Montreal. But I guess we're not getting there.
You know what Dallas offers in terms of appeal to hockey players, and this is why Tyler Sagan has stayed in Dallas after the trade from Boston. If you want to be a pro athlete, you live in a state with no taxes, so more of that money's no state tax, so more of that money's coming to you. You can be a big player on the Dallas Stars and still be able to go to your local grocery store and go shopping, and you're probably going to be okay. And if you do get recognized, it's going to be it's not like when Tyler Sagan is in Boston, he has a bad game and goes to get a cup of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts the next morning. He may catch some crap. That's not going to happen in Dallas. That is a football town. It is a football state. They love their stars. It's a great fan base, but get to play hockey, do it in a pretty big market in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Be part of essentially a big market team, a team that's consistently been one of the better top 5, top 8 teams in the league over the last 5 or so years. And not to say do it in anonymity, but you get to live your life. You get to go do what you got to do. And maybe that's part of the appeal there too. Maybe Mikko Rantanen becomes one of the faces of the Dallas Stars, but he's still going to be able to live his life, take his kids to the movies, and not have to worry. You know what I mean? Not that he was going to have to worry about that in Raleigh or Denver, but I can see why there's a lot of reasons to go to the Dallas Stars right now. There's very few reasons to not want to commit yourself there for the foreseeable future.
Edmonton Oilers plus 700, Florida Panthers plus 700, Dallas Stars plus 700 to win the Stanley Cup as of this exact moment. That makes sense. I would agree with that. I just want to see what what is Carolina going to get? Like, because in my mind, then it becomes you traded Marty Necas for whatever you're getting here from Dallas. And is even if you're getting a young player like Stanko, like, does that make you better today? Like,
I mean,
no.
Right now, Stankoven's on that fourth line, right? And I keep kicking this freaking light out, and it's annoying the hell out of me. So all right, so he's playing on your fourth line right now, right? He's not a fourth line player. He's playing well down there. You can run a fourth line with a guy like that, because you have Steele and Bach there to do the fourth line kind of things that you need, and then Stankoven gives you, an offensive presence, some danger there. But you look at what Colorado did. We just talked about. That's just going to be a tough line to play against. They're not out there to score goals. They're out there to make life miserable on the other top two lines. If you're Jimmy Vesey, Jack Drury, and Logan O'Connor. You look at the Minnesota Wild's force line. They just add Justin Brazeau. They've got Yakov Trenin down there. They've got, they're looking for Devin Shore. That's a tough fourth line to play against. That's what you need in a fourth line in the playoffs. Maybe Dallas is going to go in that direction. You clear Stankoven out. Obviously, Rantanen pushes that right wing side down. Maybe it's not, maybe it's Maverick Bourque. Maybe it's Dadonov. I don't know. But you just kind of move everybody down that way. And that's a good enough player that, can plug in. We talk about how with Carolina, like they don't have a ton of offensive punch. Okay, you put a guy like that in the top there, maybe he's not the top line, maybe he's on the second line, but he gives you Carolina a dynamic they need.
You're right. I feel bad for Carolina fans because Marty Necas said it in one of those interviews that he was doing. Like, how if you're Carolina, you can't tell me you didn't think this was a possibility that he would not re-sign, even if he was a pure rental. If I understand not wanting him to walk for nothing, and again, we're not in that room. Like, how much does he not want to be there? You know what I mean? Like, how much is he like, hey, I don't want, because even if he's a rental, you have a better shot of winning with him than you don't. So, and maybe the fact that Jake Gensel left and they already went through that, and they paid Michael Bunting, but okay. How does that affect them now? Does that change their mentality? Are they just trying to recoup something? But I feel like this is a lose-lose for Carolina. It's unfortunate that they have to be in the lose category of trade deadline, but this was something that there was nothing that could have happened. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that they win. It's just a lose-lose.
All right, so we're talking all about the Dallas Stars in the Central Division. Winnipeg Jets acquire Luke Schenn from the Penguins as the trade alert I'm seeing up on NHL Network above my head. So don't know what the return there is yet, but we knew that was a possibility that the Penguins were taking him on from Nashville to flip him again. And, you talk about the Winnipeg Jets blue line, and yeah, they're one of the best teams in the league. I think they got back on track last night with that 4-1 victory in Philly. It was a 4-0 game before the Flyers could even get on the scoreboard. You look at that blue line there, it kind of helps fill it out a little bit. Like, obviously, Morrissey, DeMello, Pionk, 3 strong guys there, Stanley, Miller, Sandberg. But now you need a guy like Luke Schenn to survive the Central playoff bracket. You're going to play in the first round. You're likely going to get Colorado or Minnesota, who we just talked about being tough to get to play against. And then in the second round, you might get Dallas, or you're probably going to get a date with Dallas.
Yeah, that's not an easy path in that first round for them. Not at all. I think adding Luke Schenn, we'll see if Pittsburgh retains any money to make this happen, probably. But you can slot Schenn into he can be a 7th defenseman. He doesn't have to roll out there every night. He doesn't have to. It just makes an already good Winnipeg stability there. It makes sense for Pittsburgh to want to move him. I didn't understand why they were going to acquire him first. The idea was that they were probably going to move him, as they seem to have been doing so now. Winnipeg doesn't have to go out and do much, but if they can add little pieces to make their team better, just solidify. But like you said, that Central Division is a run, and they're going to have to go through one of the better teams at some point. They have to be ready. They can't get manhandled by Colorado like they did last year. If Dallas is there, then they gotta go through the Stars at some point. So you got to prepare yourself to say, hey, we got to get past these teams. I don't think it's as hard to get through the Pacific. I think it's definitely the Central. They got to make sure that they get out of the Central.
The Central and the Atlantic are going to be the 2 toughest brackets in the playoffs this year because, again, we're waiting to hear what Carolina's got back there, and we know about the Jack Hughes injury in New Jersey, and we don't see the Rangers really moving that far up in the standings or any of the other wild card teams to really make a push if they get them in the first round somehow. It's Toronto, Florida, Tampa, and that Atlantic, and then there's 4 legitimate. I mean, I'll say this, it doesn't look like anybody else is really going to make a run in the Central. I know Utah's lurking and St. Louis is lurking, like we talked about on Total Hockey Now yesterday. Maybe Utah, now that they're healthy, has a little bit more of a chance to make a run at it versus St. Louis, who, we don't know if Braden Shen's going to be on the move here in the next hour or two. So, yeah, that Central Division's a gauntlet. To your point about the Pacific, Vegas is, to me, the clear-cut number 1 team in that. They're going to win the division. Then Edmonton and LA will figure out who's second and third. And then, Calgary, they played Dallas tough last night. Kudos to them. They've been playing on this road trip. They've been really playing well. So we'll see, even if they get that wild card, I don't think they necessarily are going to upset somebody in the first round. But yeah, I think Vegas can pretty much, I don't want to say pencil their ticket to the conference finals already, but I don't love Edmonton like we've talked about. I think the Kings could beat them, but the Kings would have to have a lot of things go right in that series. They would need, Darcy Kemper to maybe steal a game or two. I still think Vegas is pretty much in the conference finals, and then, whoever survives the Central.
That makes total sense. We have it's Luke Shan, 2026 second round pick goes to Penguins along with a 2027 fourth round pick. Doesn't seem to be any conditions to it. Good for the Penguins. They took an asset and they got 2 picks for it. I don't think there's anything wrong with what the Jets were doing there. They just trying to, shore up their blue line. Pittsburgh gets 2 picks, which is good. So I am going to move Pittsburgh into the slight win here because it makes that trade with Michael Bunting a little bit more palatable. And now it makes sense.
And they got a second round pick there. Listen, I understand a second round pick in the NHL draft is not a second round pick in the NFL draft, but still a second round pick there. That's still, second round picks are great ways to move up in the draft in the first round if you're trying, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Pittsburgh is, they're trying to take, I guess, the Sharks route at this point in terms of just acquiring as many picks as they can at this point for capital, which is fine. Yeah, I would agree. That's a pretty good haul for Luke Shen. Maybe there was a little bit of a bidding war there for him because there's a lot of teams that could put a guy like Luke Shen on their bottom pairing and benefit from that.
That is. I'll also move the Winnipeg Jets in there, even if they gave up 2 picks. It's not like they need them. That's not what they're worried about. So win-win hockey deal there. Kyle Dubas doing something good. So strong. In general, I'm happy with it.
And if you're Winnipeg, at some point, you got to start making some moves to, make a run in the playoffs. Well, when was the last time they got past the second round? So,
yeah, you don't have the best goalie in the league to get bounced in the first round or not make it to the next round. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, at some point, you got to say, and listen, I understand, like we just talked about, that Central Division is tough, but you saw what the Avalanche did yesterday with Brock Nelson, and the moves they made earlier with the Rangers. Dallas here, obviously, this big move with Rantanen, the move they made with the Sharks for Granlund and Ceci. Minnesota's been making some little tinkers here and there to help fill out their lineup a little bit. You got to do something to keep up with everybody else.
No, that makes total sense. Good deal here for Pittsburgh. Let's see if Winnipeg does anything more or if they just stand pat, call it a day, move on to the bar. Speaking of the bar, an absolute no way segue here. I did a puck doku earlier, and it was easy. So that's why I did well. I found out you can go into the archives and go back. So I went back to yesterday, and this one looks a little bit harder. So the last time you were on with me, we completed a puck doku, and so we currently together combined have a 1 winning streak, right? It's not. Is it a streak? Maybe not.
You can make it a streak.
You can make it a streak, right? We are on a 1 winner, so. We can do this one now and see here. And then I got something specifically just for you. I didn't share it with you because I know you might enjoy it a little bit more if I kept it a secret here. So I'm going to need your help to complete this. I'll start.
I've got a couple of ideas already. So yeah, go ahead. So there we go. Because he's already played a game, so you can use him. All right. Now
we got the easy one.
All right. So we're going to do another goalie for Buffalo, Florida, Craig Anderson.
Yes. Remember when the Buffalo Sabres missed the playoffs by like 1 point and Craig Anderson was their goalie?
Yep.
And then we thought, how foolish of me. We thought Devin Levi was going to be the solution, and he wasn't. And the Buffalo Sabres have continued to get worse. So,
you know, when you're playing wiffle ball or baseball with somebody and you really get them with a pitch and they're like, "Woo, we felt that breeze from that whiff all the way in the pitcher's mound." Yeah, we whiffed that hard on Devon Levi. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I've got one for Canucks Hurricanes. That should be an obscure one. Martin Jelena. There we go.
Yeah. 1%er. I was never gonna get that.
So I'm a big '90s hockey guy, 2000. So like this is where I bring some strength to the table here for Puck Doku.
Okay, I'll throw one out here, but you got to tell me if this happened or not, because I don't know why he popped into my head, but he did. Did Rogie Vachon play for the Sabres and Kings?
See, that's a little before my time.
Okay.
That sounds right, but I don't want to say for sure yes on that. Blackhawks, Hurricanes. I mean, the easy answer is Teuvo Teravainen.
I love how I do enough hockey stuff that I know how to spell all these names. Yeah, like
25%.
I feel pretty good when I'm able to like spell Scheifele without having to look, or Vasilevsky or Bobrovsky and all those different types of names. I feel like it's one of those useless knowledge things where you're like, no, I'm pretty capable now of it. Same thing with Slafkovsky, all these names. I feel like I've a small win for me, even though sometimes they don't help.
For Blackhawks Kings, Bernie Nichols. Trying to get you a nice score here today. Put an H after the C. There he is. Boom.
Okay. The one I did before, I think was 117 on the uniqueness score. And I was like, I know some people are like, oh, Chris, try to be unique. I'm just trying to get through it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's how I treat this. I was gonna put here Stanley Cup winner Oliver Ekman-Larsson.
See, like a lot of people go Luongo there, and that kills your uniqueness score. So easy, good on the OEL there.
I should have put that one there. Kings here. I'm gonna put Alex Edler.
I forgot about that he played. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so we need a Sabre Hurricane and a Sabre King. Let me see if I can go into my memory banks here.
The Kings, and I feel like the Kings and Sabre. First of all, nobody wants to go to Buffalo, so that kind of makes it hard.
There was a time when Buffalo was like, not to say a destination, but they were, they didn't go far in the playoffs, but they would make the playoffs a lot in that Dominic Hasek era before he left. I took him to the Stanley Cup during that era. I'm trying to think if there's anybody from that era that played on both teams off the top of my head.
I got this one here because I'm still surprised that he didn't play yesterday against Montreal.
That's a good one.
I mean, that game would have never gone to overtime if Jeff Skinner was there.
All right, so Sabres.
I know it hurts the unique score. Somebody's going to tell me later. What about you gave me Martin Jelena and Bernie Nichols at 1 and 4, and then I was just like, 35.
Craig's only 3% for the Panther Sabre one, so that's a good one there. All right,
I'm going to be honest. I don't remember him really playing in Florida, but sometimes I don't remember a lot of the players that play somewhere. I'm trying to think of guys who were in Buffalo for like the shortest period of time.
Trying to think of guys from like the 90s that probably played on both.
Sometimes I try to think of like a tough guy, or there's always that one guy you can count on to have played for like nine different teams. Derek Brassard, friend of the Puck Doku, obviously. You could always pencil him into somewhere for like, a good spot here.
I thought I have an idea here, but I don't want to say it because it could be wrong. No, he never played with Buffalo.
Okay.
He was one of those guys that bounced around enough that I thought maybe that was him, but he could have been that guy, and not the case. Sabre and a King. Brian Miller never played for the Kings.
He did not. He did not.
Cam Burrow never played for the Kings.
He did not.
Because the goalie sometimes is because there's not as many goalies you have to go through your memory banks for. So sometimes that'll trigger something. But I'm trying to think the other way now. Any Kings goalies go to Buffalo at any point in their career? Not that I could think of.
Not that I can think of either.
Robitaille never played with Buffalo. Gary Curry never played with Buffalo.
Okay, now we're going way back.
Trying to think of that those early.
Buffalo's not an expansion team either, so, or they moved or something, so you could try to
They're a second six team, so they came in at the same time as the Kings.
Right, but it's not the same when you try to get for the Winnipeg Jets, you can think of Atlanta Thrasher players to play.
So I know we're knee deep in puck doku, but we do have a pretty big acquisition that may need to interrupt this edition. The Toronto Maple Leafs acquire Scott Lawton from the Philadelphia Flyers. So that is a move they needed to make. I am curious how they're making this work, but the NHL trade deadline is getting heating up here as we approach 1 o'clock Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific.
You are indeed right. I'm also gonna. I'll throw the alert here, I guess so, because it makes sense. Let me switch here. Brandon Tanev is going to the Jets for a second round pick. So we already thought that the Jets were doing a good job. Then they go out and they get Tanev. I don't think they're going to acquire Chris Tanev. So it's unfortunate that the brothers can't play together. But this just solidifies what the Jets, as we spoke about earlier,
getting tougher to play against in a tough division. Brandon Tanev, Luke Shen, they're sandpaper there.
A lot of grit per 60 calculation. I am interested to see what the return is
and how they make it work.
Well, for Scott Lawton, because I feel like there were a lot of teams that were kicking at that deal. And I mean, Toronto has exactly, we said this yesterday, it didn't move. They have $100,000 in cap space. And Lawton is more than 100,000 in cap space. I mean, just basic math here from myself. Let me see what Scott Lawton's making. He's making $3 million this season and next. So my assumption right off the rip is that Toronto had to shed some money going the other way, or somebody brokered a deal where they take a player they don't want. Kind of like nobody's taking Ryan Reeves. I am interested to see the specifics of what the Scott Lawton deal is. That is a good ad though for
That's
Toronto,
what they needed.
I must say. That it feels like the Ryan O'Reilly deal all over again.
Lawton, I feel like, brings a little more of an edge to his game than O'Reilly does. Toronto needs that depth down the middle. I mean, pretty much any team that's looking to add a center would appreciate a guy like Scott Lawton in their lineup. Who doesn't want center depth, in the playoffs? Who doesn't want to have three strong centers they can roll in a quality, defensive fourth center that can win draws? Scott Lawton, we're seeing up on the screen, obviously he's going to be the third line center behind Matthews and Tavares. I mean, that's him and Domi on a third line together. That's pretty good. You move Domi over to the wing. Not too bad.
It is not. I don't think Domi can't score. So homie isn't taking a shot. I do believe maybe this gives a chance for Bobby McMahon or Robertson to move up. Nothing against Pontus Holmberg, but it's Holmberg. So that does Lawton sliding in there to that 3 spot. Their fourth line is perfectly fine. It is where it should be, but this is a good ad for them. You bring in a guy. Maybe you move Domi to that second line. He, despite his inability to score, he can move the puck. He's a good passer. Willie Nylander would be the setup guy on that line. He can just clap bombs from one side. So this is a good deal for Toronto. I'm not going to move them yet. I'm not moving them into slight winners just because I want to see what their return is. How much did we pay here? How are we giving up a first round pick? Do they even have a first round pick? I can't remember if the Toronto Maple Leafs don't have a first round pick. Okay, so are they moving a 2026 pick? Is it conditional? Because they are going to be very. It's not that they're not going to be busy, but I mean, I'm expecting that Florida pick to be way back as well. And hopefully that Colorado pick is going to be way back. So they don't have to really pay attention opening night of the first round, but
and even next year's draft, no second, no fourth, no sixth, no seventh. I mean, granted, they still have some pieces they could move if they wanted to, take a kick at the can next year. But yeah, I mean, they're showing the updated depth chart here on TSN or not TSN, Sportsnet, excuse me. Yeah, Tanev plans to fit right in on that fourth line for Winnipeg there, which makes sense. And it's almost as if, and I know Minnesota's made some minor moves here with adding Nyquist. I wouldn't say Nyquist was a minor move. That's a mid-sized move. They talk about Brazeau earlier. They have their blue lines getting healthy. But to me, they're kind of now the clear-cut fourth team in that pecking order in the Central Division. Now that Winnipeg's gotten tougher, Colorado makes their big splashes that they made. And Dallas, obviously, so I don't know if we've seen the return yet for Rantanen, but they got it done. So Minnesota is clearly going to me, be that top wild card team. But, and I mean, the top wild card team in the West, you're either going to get the winner of the Central or you're going to get Vegas. So it's not going to be, you want to avoid that. This is not the year to be a wild card team in the West.
No, I don't want to be a team in the West. I don't want to be a team in the Central. Man, somebody out of that first round, think about it. Let's go. Let's say the Jets win that. Let's say the Jets win their division. They're on paper. They're going that way. Colorado, I'm going to give Colorado the third spot. Colorado then has to play Dallas in the first round. And one of those teams will not make it to the second round. And I feel like any of those three teams could make it to the Stanley Cup Finals. And one of them is going home early. Like if Dallas goes out, acquires Mikko Rantanen, and then they get bounced in the first round, it's not that it would surprise me. It's just like you played a really good Colorado team, right? Like Colorado's got a belt. They've got a Stanley Cup around their belt. They've been here. They've done that. They've won. They're a good team. They've solidified their goaltending. Who knew Mackenzie Blackwood was what they needed? Defensively, they're all right. So that would just be, yeah. It looks like here.
It's what do you got?
Nikita Grabenkin and a first for Lawton. I feel like there's more here, or at least there needs to be more. I hope that's not it. A first round pick. That means, as we said,
25. So it's a late first round pick. 25.
No, Toronto doesn't have a 25, so there would be a 26.
So I'm saying it'll be 25 or later in the order.
Yeah. That would make more sense. Grabenkin, I don't know. Is that the kid that was? Let me pull this into the. I got a lot of hockey DB names I got to go through at some point.
I mean, I give Toronto credit for you look at the fact that Florida's been making moves, clearly gearing up, with the addition of Seth Jones, the moves they made with the Sharks, with Vanacek, and Sturm. You look at what Tampa's did. They made their big splash. They basically added a third line and Yanni Gord and Oliver Bjorkstrand. Toronto had to do something. Again, it's about keeping up with the Joneses, right? So Toronto had to do something, and they went out and did something here.
Yeah, Grabenkin, former fifth-round pick, 135 for the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2022. There's still a little bit more here. I'm going to wait for Elliott to drop. I feel like there's got to be more. Somebody's got to be retaining money. Something's got to be going on there. That there's just not there because the math just isn't mathing right now. We still have no money, Toronto. We're borrowing money from somewhere. So I want to see who brokers this deal and how much did they broker it for? Because technically there's no player coming off the roster. And again, math says there has to be.
I'm still trying to find the return here for Rantanen and still don't see it yet. Philly's retaining 50% a lot in salary, according to Pierre LeBrun.
That makes sense. That makes sense that you got to retain at least 50. And then I'm assuming somebody else. Toronto gets a fourth and a sixth. Wow. They still send picks to Toronto for that. Interesting. Okay. Not as elite as I thought Danny Briere would be for that deal. There's still more that needs to come out, and I feel like there will be. So I'm just going to preemptively move Philadelphia to the slight loss here, just because there should have been more for Lawton. The fact that they're giving up
more for him.
The fact that they're giving up picks and they have to retain, like they're giving up picks and they have to retain money, like for a team that absolutely needs, like they need you to retain money. You know what I mean? Like if not, this deal can't go through. And it's not like there was just one team that was bidding for Lawton. So, you know, I still think there has to be more here that falls, but that was not it. Okay, so we're up to date. It's starting to flow. It's 1 o'clock. 2 hours left until officially you can no longer talk trades, and then by the time they're going to trickle in afterwards, by the time they got to get to the whoever's running that, like calling the league for the trades, that guy's going to get busy within the last hour. He's going to have to start. I feel like he's got like one of those like stamps that says approved, and like everything that's I assume the NHL uses faxes because that's what they are. So I'm assuming the fax come in and he's just like stamping them and he's like, yes, 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 yes. Boom. Approved. And he's just letting it go through.
No, I mean, when you talk about like guys that are still left out there, you know, a decent amount of the guys that have got, you know, we granted, you know, Kyle Palmieri's off the market now. So we got Rickard Rakell, right? Erik Karlsson, if they could figure out a way to move that trade. Rasmus Ristolainen, Brad Marchand, although you said you don't think he's going anywhere. Braden Shen, Mario Ferraro, Ryan Strome. And Ryan O'Reilly. And that's even if he gets moved. We're starting to see some of these names, you know, dwindle down here.
I think as some of these dominoes have to start falling in order for teams to start saying, okay, we have to do this. And I think once the Rantanen deal goes through,
you'll see.
And I think we start to see the gates start to, because then you're like, okay, we don't have to worry about the money that we're signing him for. We don't have to worry about the cap hit. We don't have to worry about how we're going to structure our roster for the next 8 years. We can just move on and just go to the next stage. So, or maybe this deal as well for Shen kind of starts to open the gate for the rest of it. You talked about Mario Ferraro. Maybe that starts to, you know, speed up things a little bit more for them. I don't know.
No, they don't have to move Ferraro because he's got 1 year left. So if there's, you know, if Mike Grier doesn't feel like he's getting what he wants for what he's worth, fine. They play him again next year, and they can trade him at next year's deadline. That's exactly what the Rangers are doing with Soucy. I mean, you think about that Rangers trade to get Soucy. So they trade Riley Smith for Brendan Brisson and San Jose's 2025 third round pick, and then they flip that exact pick for Soucy. So basically, it was Riley Smith for Brendan Brisson and Carson Soucy. That's not bad. Grant Fuhr for that last one.
Oh, there we go.
We had a couple of trades. I thought of that immediately after the Tanev news, but I'm like, you know, all right, 140. There we go. We could do a little better.
I think that's pretty good. Let me see the view stats here. Oh my God, Wayne Simmons.
Oh yeah, I forgot he played for Buffalo. Toffoli, that's an obvious one. Luongo, we said was an obvious one.
I almost forget that Sam Reinhart was a Buffalo Sabre just because I'm so like, which makes sense because he was. Yes, Wayne Simmons. I forgot he had a stint in Buffalo.
I feel like I probably could have did better with the Chicago-Carolina one, but the Teravainen one was just right there, and that ends up being the biggest one. That's probably what hurt us.
Chuba was good. I love the uniqueness with the zeros.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I know none of these guys.
Let's see.
Who's the guy getting zero? Like, do you think this was legit or they cheated? I think they cheated.
I know the name John Tonelli. I remember John Tonelli from when I was a kid and from hockey cards, but that's about it. And I think that Anderson they're referring to is Peter Anderson, who played in the mid-90s. He had a brief stint with the Rangers, but I'm not 100% on that.
Ethan Bear, quite the choice here. That makes sense. Roberto Luongo, the most popular guy. Tyler Toffoli, I forgot. Tyler Toffoli slowly becoming one of those guys you can plug into a lot of puck dokus. He hasn't reached Derek Brassard level yet, but he's getting there. He's moving in the right. He's moving in the right
Montreal, New Jersey, Calgary, the Kings, the Sharks, Winnipeg.
That's what.
Yeah, he's becoming like a Kevin Bacon kind of play here.
There you go. See, he's made his way. He's making his way through. He's making the way through the league, though. I still find it absolutely hilarious his sleepover and telling his wife. That's fun here. Also quite fun. That's quite a deal here for Jonathan Kovacevic. He gets 5 years, and apparently it's, let me move back here, $4 million a season. Okay.
I mean, listen, for a second pairing defenseman, which is what he is, if you're going to compete, you need guys like that locked in at a reasonable rate. You need to be able to count on having a quality blue line. When Dougie Hamilton stays healthy, the Devils certainly have that. They went out and got Dumoulin yesterday to try and, you had the Devils in that they don't know what they're doing. They're not sure of whether they're a buyer or a seller tier, I should say. And they're the one team that absolutely makes sense because they really got trapped in no man's land here with the Hughes injury and the timing of it, because he really had to decide on the fly, what are we doing here? Are we standing pat, or are we going to try and, throw a Band-Aid on this and make a run? And, still a couple hours to go here, but kind of seems like Tom Fitzgerald, unless he's going to go out and get a guy with term like a Ryan O'Reilly, or go out and get like a Ryan Strome, it seems like they're going to stand pat here. I mean, I don't see them going and paying a price for Braden Shen. I mean, maybe, I don't know if you're the Devils, if it's really worth it for this year. I mean, they should still make the playoffs, even with the way the roster's constructed. But that's the one team I think that absolutely, they have every right to be not sure what they're doing.
We're just going to do this now, and it's unlikely they're going to move from here. That is an L. I am a supporter of Kovacevic. I think he wasn't given the opportunity in Montreal. Too many bums and too many seats. And he's got over to New Jersey. He's played well, but he is still he's 27. Okay, which I get is not old. I'm not saying he's 27 because I'm aging, but he was making just over $750,000. This man that's not a raise. That is highway robbery, and he got.
We all want that kind of raise.
Yeah. Well, I want my salary to basically, jump like that. That is wild.
By the way, the first round pick that the Leafs set in the lot and trade in 2026 is top 10 protected. So. I mean, it's kind of a footnote. I really hope the Leafs better not fall that far that they have to worry about that in 2 years.
If you have to enact that clause, that you have other problems. you have more pressing problems. But that makes sense. Good for them for making sure. They're like, hey, just in case this all goes south. But yes, that is way too much money for Jonathan Kovacevic.
And I just wanted to
shout out to him and his agent, though. Round of applause to the agent. I mean, if you can sell that idea. New Jersey's got things that they got to deal with.
Does he have the same agent as Chandler Stevenson?
I don't. Who is Jonathan Kovacevic's agent? I bet you the Google search. Who is he represented by?
Sometimes you got to pay extra to find that stuff out on some of these sites.
Damn, I feel like this would be a good. Richard Evans? Is that who he's represented by? What organization does?
Yeah, maybe it's the same window. But nonetheless, I mean, he got quite the raise there. It's
Richard. Oh, I can click on his name there. Richard Evans. Well, shout out to Richard Evans for just like he got a 3-year deal for basically $750,000 from the Winnipeg Jets. The agency is Waserman Hockey. No idea who that is.
So Chandler Stevenson is his agent is Jason Davidson.
Okay, so
I don't know if that's the same agency.
Those guys though working overtime. Those guys out here doing what's best for their client. So I mean,
and it's a 2027 first, not a 2026, as Pierre LeBrun corrected himself.
Good. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe the Leafs are like in a couple of years, if some guys start to walk and head elsewhere, maybe we become terrible.
And listen, I want to give a quick shout out to Kraken fans because this is the first deadline where they're just truly selling off like the farm. And Brandon Tanev was a first fan favorite, we'll call it, an original. So, while they're doing great things and hauling all these picks and, clearly gearing up for a retool at some point, the Kraken fan today, it's first fan favorite to get traded. So that's a little bit of a rough day there. So, have a drink on a Friday night, Seattle fans.
open up your bottle of Kraken spiced rum and just don't even put it in a glass, straight from the bottle. But it's okay, Seattle, because you got picks. So you know what I mean? You guys are rebuilding without ever having been good. Like you could have been Vegas, but instead you were Seattle. And I know some people will be, oh, but it's not the same. They all had a chance at picking good players. They didn't. So they're rebuilding and they got picks, and maybe one day they'll be good, but that day is not today. But yes, New Jersey, I'm sorry, but we go straight to the slight loss here. You guys are going to have to be magicians over the next 90 plus minutes or so in order for me to move you to the not sure pile.
But
That's
I don't
just
feel
way
like
too much money.
I don't feel like they necessarily need to, because like I said, you get dealt the blow of your best player being out for the season right before the deadline, when basically you were going into the deadline with an approach of, we need to add one more middle six center, we'll call it, and then we'll see what happens. And now, especially with domino of Rantanen falling out of Carolina, and who knows how that's going to be replaced. It's a tough spot for Tom Fitzgerald to be in with the timing of the Hughes injury. Like, even if this had happened 3 or 4 days prior to that, you can have a little bit more of a plan in place, but he definitely had a plan A and had to adapt to a plan B. So, whatever the devil, I think the Devils are doing just fine. If they decide that, hey, we're not going to do anything this year, oh well.
Poor timing, yes. The injuries, still, we can't be giving away money like that. That is just crazy.
For a middle pairing defenseman, where sometimes he's been reliable for them. Sometimes that's what you're looking to add at the deadline. We all know the Devils want to compete in that next 5 years. Now you got one of those. You got your third or fourth defenseman kind of taken care of.
Again, shout out to his agent, man. Shout out to his agent. Man's doing. Look, if it works out well, great. If it doesn't, then he's a buyout candidate, and we can circle back and be like, why are we doing this? I just feel like there were more pressing issues, and that was not one of them.
But it's also, maybe they realize, like, okay, we're not going to be doing some business today. Let's at least clean up some stuff in the house here. Like, hey, we're not going shopping today. We can absolutely straighten up things around here a little bit.
We have whatever off-brand here at home, and it's Jonathan Kovacevic.
Yeah, no, we don't need. We've got dinner at home. We're not stopping. We've got cheeseburgers at home. We don't need to go through the drive-through. Staying in the Metro for a minute, do you think the price for Beauvillier was a little high for Washington? I know they're just kind of sitting pretty. They don't really have to do much. He fills out that third line for them. But I mean, I feel like what was that, a second-round pick? I mean, I feel like that's for Beauvillier. I feel like that's a little high.
I don't think it's too bad. I mean, does Washington need the picks? No. Their window to win. Like, what is their window? Like,
next year.
I didn't even know there was a window. so like, if you have a legitimate chance in the East, especially in the division that they're in, they have a chance to win the division, and just then it's like, figure it out, right? But Ovi's got a chance here to win. The team is good. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. It's not, maybe it's a little bit too much, but Beauvillier is a guy who can score. He just doesn't. He's kind of one of those players where the upside is there. He just doesn't do it. So maybe playing with some better players will help him. Not that he didn't play. I mean, playing with Sidney Crosby, I feel like, is like the only thing better than that is playing with McKinnon or McDavid. But I personally don't have a problem with it. I think it's fine.
And I'll say this, and listen, Alexander Ovechkin's legacy is going to be borderline pristine, or no matter what happens here. But there definitely is a difference in class of all-time players when you've won one Stanley Cup versus of winning multiple Stanley Cups. And I feel like, if there's obviously they want to win again, but I feel like Ovechkin, he's got the goal record here, short of something catastrophic, is going to get it here before the end of the season. I think, once he has that, then we might, I could see an Ovechkin walking off into the sunset situation. If he won't at this point, like if they were to go all the way and win it this year, he's got the goal record. I mean, what else you got at that point? Had the goal record lead that I don't know if anybody will ever touch that again. I know they said nobody would touch Gretzky, and here we are. But I mean, Ovechkin is just he's a borderline once in a lifetime shooter, generational talent there.
The Capitals sitting as of today 10 points ahead of
They're gonna cruise.
the Carolina Hurricanes. They are 6-3-1 in their last 10. They are scoring goals. They are they lead their division in goals, which I didn't think would ever happen. And defensively, they are good. Only the Devils have allowed fewer goals. So they got a plus 60 differential. Like I said, I didn't know there was a window for this team. I didn't know what we were getting into with them, but they're here. They're doing the best they can. They want to take a shot and a little slight, maybe, I guess if you want to call it overpay. But again, it's one pick. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it.
I'll say this too. I mean, the Capitals have enough of a cushion where they're going to have the division locked up. If Atlanta in the Atlantic Division, if those three teams at the top just beat up on each other and kind of keep it the pace behind, because right now, it's a 7-point gap between the Capitals and the Panthers at the top, or the Leafs at the top, whoever's at the top of the Atlantic right now. That last week of the season, they got a home and home with Columbus, at the Islanders, at the Penguins. They're going to be, they're going to be giving guys rest that week. That's going to be something to keep an eye on too.
As they probably should, right? You got to make sure this team,
not Ovechkin until he gets the goal record, but
Ovechkin doesn't need a rest. He's built.
He don't rest.
He doesn't rest here. I will say this: they probably want to finish first in the East so that they can get either, even if they have to face somebody like the Rangers. Let's say the Rangers sneak in, right? Like outside of that, Columbus doesn't scare me. They're so bad on the road. Ottawa's not making the playoffs. Detroit,
I wouldn't write them out yet. They made the Cousins edition. They're hoping that sparks them.
Get them out. Like even if the Montreal Canadiens make it, like are they? You know what I mean? Are they elite? Like let's pretend Boston has a chance, and then the rest of those teams don't matter.
I mean, the Rangers.
It's not tough.
The Rangers are probably the best of that group. And what are the Rangers going to do to the Capitals in the first round? Maybe take it to a 6th game. Maybe Igor Shesterkin gets a shutout or two. But yeah, it's important to take that top spot in the East because fine. You're going to get. Who's going to be that 4th team coming out of the Atlantic Division at this point? So the wild card this round this year, winning the division in the East is very important. Because not to say it's going to be a guaranteed date to the second round, but you're going to have to. The other team's really going to have to do something to beat one of the division winners in the Atlantic and the Metro this year.
I fully agree. This is a moment here for the Capitals. They have to lock in, and the Capitals are 21-7-2 on the road. I mean, this is just a good team. Winning road games is super important, and that's exactly what they do. So
Columbus doesn't do.
Columbus is not. The minute I see Columbus is on the road, I take whoever else is at home. I'm like, small chance here that something good happens. That's what it is. Speaking of things that are good, let me hold on. I got to pull this off here. So I'm going to stop sharing this because I need you to properly see what I did this just for you. Right, because I didn't know. Right, obviously we know that you do Rip and Riff with Jared Moore.
Yes,
and you guys rip cards sometimes. So I went and picked up a box here of
sweet
Series 1. I walked into the store. These were behind like glass locked, and I was like, are people stealing cards? And I was like, probably
they can be pricey.
They were next to like the expensive electronics as well, and I was like, okay, I guess that's how you valued it. So I was going to open this here because I needed an expert. I have not opened. I also got a bonus pack, so I don't know what that means, but I didn't know that there were how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 7. Oh, it says on the box here because I can't read. 6 packs plus a bonus one. I didn't know how expensive hockey cards have been. I thought eggs were expensive.
No, the price of cards has definitely, it used to go. I mean, granted, I know the price in the economy is different, but I mean, just even off of that, like nowadays, a pack of cards can be $20, $30, if not more sometimes, depending upon if it's a hobby box, a retail box, a jumbo pack, whatever the case may be. So
they had other boxes, and there was one with the tin can. I was like, oh, that looks nice.
We do have we have the return for Rantanen. Before we start ripping some packs here, Stankoven and 2 first-round picks plus some smaller pieces in the deal. Pierre LeBrun.
Oh my God!
So I called the guy going back, and that does give Carolina a little bit of a dimension they need up top because they can play him up there, give him a little offensive punch, a young guy that skates hard in his own and just creates havoc or in front and around the net. I think that's maybe people are going to want 2 first-round picks. That's pretty good. I mean, but again, is Carolina planning on turning around and flipping one of those to try and get a Ryan O'Reilly? Are they trying to do that to get a Braden Shen or Ryan Strome? I mean, maybe that those picks aren't going to. One of those picks may not stay there that long.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild here. Oh my God, just an absolute rip right now for the Carolina Hurricanes. I did think that Stankoven was going to go the other way because you couldn't. They had to give up a young player, but they couldn't give up a player that was right on. You know what I mean? On their roster, they couldn't do it immediately. The 2 first-round picks makes sense. I guess that's a decent return for Carolina, but it doesn't help you win now unless you take those picks and swap them before 3.
But I mean, they're getting 2 first-round picks and a promising rookie that is so far, we'll say delivered. We're about to open up, some of those hockey cards you were just showing. That's a rookie card you can pull out of that Upper Deck Series 1 that you're hoping to get there is that guy right there.
I have no idea what. All I know is that sometimes these cards can be good. I'm hoping to find my retirement in here.
I don't think you'll be finding a retirement in there. You might find some pretty looking cards, maybe something if you wanted to deal with the whole flipping of it. But
I forgot to buy the little sleeves so I can protect them, right? Because you need protection. But
you should always protect your cards.
Always protect your cards, right? But I didn't. But it is what it is. I think here's what I'll say. I agree that the return is good, yes. But does this help you win a Stanley Cup today? And that's where the Carolina Hurricanes are. They're not rebuilding. So in the same way that elite teams are willing to move their first-round picks, like Dallas, in their mind, believe they can win. So they've gone out now and acquired the best player in the deal. And it doesn't matter how much you give up. I mean, Tampa Bay gives away two first-round picks and a whole bunch every year. So I'm like, I guess I'm kind of numb to it because they do it so often. But again, I'll move the right. Did we already? Yes, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave Dallas up here. Dallas wins the deadline. I could probably make them another category, but that is massive.
Well, let's go back to the original Martin Necas trade, right? So from Marty Necas, Drac Drury, and a 2nd and a 4th round pick, they end up getting the 2 first-round picks and Logan Stankoven. If you look at it like that, I don't think it's that bad.
Here's the thing: Mikko Rantanen was in Carolina for a short time.
What,
right? Here
years?
for a good time, not a long time. But I just feels, man, that's so unfortunate. But now you get a top line of Robertson, Hintz, and Rantanen. That's going to be fun.
I mean, he's there for 8 years. So Dallas has now said, here's our window, is basically the next, we'll say 6 years, because obviously there'll be some tail end drop off at the end of that contract. So we'll say for the next 5 years, for sure, Dallas is trying to go for the Stanley Cup.
That is I guess it's making the best out of a situation that was not going to, like I said, Carolina is a lose-lose victim here no matter what. Because again, this doesn't make you better today. It makes you better, but probably down the road. And what is your window down the road at that point? Right? You have Freddie Anderson, who's falling apart. Like when he does play, he's good, but he's falling apart. Brent Burns is 100. Jordan Stahl is 104. And the rest of that team is just like, you know what I mean? They have some young pieces, but man, especially with how terrible that Metropolitan Division is.
And I want to go back to just Rantanen being with Dallas here, because if you think about it, like maybe they wanted him all along, but knew there's no way Colorado is going to do business with us. And then the second they saw him go somewhere that's because, yeah, I wouldn't trade him to Dallas if I was Colorado either. That's a team you're directly competing with here for the next couple of years. So now, you make in a circuitous roundabout way, their enemy, not to say is weaker, but one of their top players of the past 5 or so years is now going to be in Dallas for the next 8 years. So there's that factor there too. Colorado and Dallas have a long-standing rivalry. It's not like one of the most bitter ones in the NHL, but it does go back a long way.
Look, it's not Colorado and Detroit when they I'm old enough to remember when they were both in the Western Conference, the most Eastern Conference team in the West. But I mean, like you said here, maybe Colorado was like, hey, we're not sending you there. So like think about somewhere else. But man, I don't know, man. I feel bad for Carolina because there's through no fault of their own. But I feel like they should have known. You should have known that you were getting a rental. That's it. I want to see how long this deal is, though. I want to see how much money. If he is getting, let's say, 12 and a half, like how much of that is front loaded? Like how much of that is signing bonus right up front, paid out, I don't know, 40 million within like the first 3 years or something. Because and maybe it comes later on in, down the road, we find out how much Carolina did offer him. And was that offer similar? Did he just not want to be there? I don't know. But this definitely took a turn here for the Carolina Hurricanes, because now they go from promising team in the East that can compete with Rantanen to
second round and done. Best case scenario.
Best case scenario.
I do think Stankoven gives them a spark plug element that they're lacking in their lineup. That he does provide some of that offensive punch, youth. Again, it's not, it's not the worst deal in the world, but yeah, if you're thinking about making a Stanley Cup, but maybe they realize the Capitals are a juggernaut. But again, also then you have the point of the Devils, clearly just, not to say they're giving up on the season, but they're not going to try and make a serious run at it this year, understandably so. Again, maybe this is the Carolina's focused on next year. Maybe maybe this is like a 1-year window for Washington, maybe 2 years at most. And they're trying to look at, realizing that this ain't the year for them, but maybe next year or the year after that is the year for them.
Oh, tough. Again, I'm not as a Eastern Conference team fan. I'm not, I'm not crying for the Carolina Hurricanes. The only thing though is the Carolina Hurricanes got exactly 13 games out of Mikko Rantanen. So, and let's not forget they did get Taylor Hall. If that changes anything, it doesn't. But oh man, you basically traded. You did. You traded Marty Necas. I'll throw Drury in there as well because he's got some some value.
He's going to play a role for Colorado on that fourth line for sure.
He is. So, and then you got Stankoven and Hall and 2 first-round picks. Again, on the surface, that looks pretty good. But if you're in win now mode, that these picks don't help you. They don't make it. Does Dallas even have a pick in the first round?
I mean, I would imagine Dallas is the way they've been making moves lately. They may not look as bad as Toronto's draft, situation, but
Dallas did not have a pick in this first round. That went to San Jose for Granlund and Ceci.
But yeah, I know they have Granlund on the top line with Hintz and Robertson right now, but now, and that's the other thing too. I mean, Granlund can play the center too. So if you need him to play there, he could play there. I think everybody just kind of bumps down a spot. Maybe, because, that fourth line, instead of being like a traditional shutdown fourth line, which they do have there with Steele and Bach, you had that scoring dynamic with Stankoven and the energy. Maybe Dadonov plays down there now. See how they construct it. But again, Rantanen to Dallas, they were already a team that we were talking about is that they can do it. They can go all the way. They can win this year. And, short of this just being one of those situations where it doesn't fit, it doesn't work. And I don't think that's the case. I think they've done their homework. I think they've got enough of a Finnish presence on the roster to know that, like, hey, sometimes when these guys get to play with their countrymen again, it's nice to have a group to speak your native language with where you don't have to talk English first. Those things are all things that don't cost money but go a long way in terms of making a place appealing, and that's what Dallas had.
So yes, Dallas will not be picking in the first round for the better part of the next 3 years. So let's see if they win a Stanley Cup from there. All right, we did that pretty well. That was good timing too. Good break just before I started to try to figure out what I was doing here. I'm glad that the Dallas Stars and everybody got that done before I try to understand.
What you said we're waiting for that that's a domino that we were waiting to officially fall before we started seeing some of these other maybe remaining players get moving. About 90 minutes to go here. See what happens.
All right, so I got this one here. This says exclusive. I am obviously not as set up as well as you are because I don't do this. Do I just open it and I just pull a card out? Is that it?
Let's rip it open, pull a card out. I mean, some people like to do these dramatic reveals where they slide the card slowly. I'm not one of those guys. I like to get the business.
You just rip it out, start immediately. Makes sense. Okay. These are really nice. Here.
They're gonna be good looking cards, that's for sure.
Damn, look at that. What poor timing for Brandon Brisson. He's heading over to the Rangers. So,
listen, former first round pick, right? And that's got a nice cut to it there.
Oh, so not okay. So not all cards are looking like this. Is what you're saying?
Oh, exactly.
Okay.
This is part of your bonus pack. That's one you would put in a penny sleeve, at least, if not. Yeah.
There you go, Joshua Waugh. There we go. He's down there in the AHL, working his way up here, and then Ottman. There you go. These are.
Who's that? Is that Schneider?
No, Brandon. Brandon Othman. Yeah,
they're looking for him to increase his role and be live up to the pedigree here. So he's going to get more of a chance here, certainly. Maybe with Riley Smith out of town, I don't know. The Rangers are they're almost kind of like they've got no pressure on them down the stretch. Like there's no expectations on them. They make the playoffs, great. If they don't, well, they were sellers kind of at the deadline anyway. So, I don't see Othman moving up into that top 6 yet. The top 6 seems pretty established, but he'll give him some. He'll get some time on that third line.
He's got some time. I hear the Rangers are rebuilding or retooling after a lost season. That happens here, I guess. Okay, let me see what this one's thicker.
I don't see Juuso Parssinen being their third line center next year, but we'll see.
You don't think so? This is it's kind of fun here. Neil, hold on, here you go. Neil Pionk.
I don't know if there is. That's the first Neil I think of.
Neil Pionk. Well done to him. I also. Look at this. Remember this, dude? I feel like he fell apart a whole bunch of years ago. Logan Couture.
It's been quiet with him all year. I think his career is over. Maybe they get him back to do gets to play a couple of games maybe next year, but I don't, or maybe at the tail end of the season just so he could play a couple. But I don't see him playing long term beyond in his future. His career is pretty much over.
Vince Dunn, he's doing what he needs to do. A back-to-back, by the way, Seattle here as well. Jaden Schwartz. This card is the opposite way because I guess so. Let's see here. Adrian Kempe. Yes.
Big player for the Kings.
Not enough people give Adrian Kempe the love that he deserves. He is a really good player. Some people just think he's not.
And he had a pretty good tournament for Four Nations faceoffs.
He did. He had a very good one here. This one's a little bit different. This one's a Claude Giroux, the finish as well.
That's one of those upper deck canvas cards there. Yeah.
There you go.
It's a line they've been doing for a few years.
This was why I did this when you were here, because I would have no idea what's going on. Here it is. This one looks nice too. This one there was a lot of talk around the lease, and some people are like, I wouldn't trade this player for Mikko Rantanen. And I was like, homie, what is wrong? Matthew Nyes. Look at this little.
That's a nice little parallel insert set there.
There you go. See that one looks nice. This one here, there's 2 players on this one. That's kind of nice. Quentin Byfield on one side, Trevor Zegras on the other. I don't think Quentin Byfield gets moved today. Probably Zegras doesn't either. But
I don't think Byfield's going anywhere. I think that's a key piece for the Kings moving forward. As a guy that's been playing well this year, and they're going to need him in the playoffs there. Little freeway face-off card there. Not that guy. It takes a little time to go from LA to Anaheim. It's not as close as people think. It's not like Yankee Stadium, City Field situation. Well, even in
You don't
traffic,
think so?
Never, but
It
takes a long time.
Yes, but is it long because there's so much traffic?
If there was no traffic, it would probably be like a 40-minute drive. It wouldn't be that bad.
That's not
But
bad.
traffic.
Big man here, Connor Hellebuck, guy who gave up the goal to Connor McDavid in overtime.
Really had to go there.
Thanks to Austin Matthews' elite defensive play. Speaking of defense, pro flopper Tim Stützle paying tribute to his, I guess, soccer roots, because NHL players don't flop.
Well, him and Cousins, the 1-2 punch down the middle now for the foreseeable future in Ottawa.
Okay. Troy Terry. Troy Terry gets forgotten a lot.
He's
pretty good.
As like a fantasy depth player, he's still pretty good. If you plug, in those nights where like maybe there's not as many games, he's liable to get you some points there.
Ty Ratty as well. 3 Seattle Krakens in this pack.
Kraken heavy pack.
Kraken heavy. Very nice. And all these guys are still on all those Seattle players still on their original teams. All right. How did I do? Did I do okay?
You're doing okay so far. You're doing all right.
I just pulled things out. I don't know if there's any I don't have to. I'll have to do like you do. Get the camera to come shoot straight down so I can properly do this. But I don't think I want people to see how dirty my mat is here on my desk. It is.
But yeah, I change the mat occasionally. No, I believe Mr. Jared Moore is watching right now. So,
oh man, am I? I don't know. Again, I don't know if I'm doing.
I don't want to cheat on him, so I'm not going to rip anything.
Okay. I did again. I had no idea. I had to Google where you buy hockey cards because I know when I was when I was a kid, I used to collect Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all those kind of things. There was a shop that I would spend way too much time at and way too much money, but that's where I would go and I would get all different kind of cards and they had all different kind of consoles and everything. Those places don't exist anymore. Now the only hockey cards I get are from Tim Hortons when they launched their 3.
I love the Tim Hortons series. I wish I was able to get them down here. Now, you're opening up Upper Deck Series 1. I've got a set of Upper Deck Series 2 that's coming in the mail, a hobby box, which I'm hoping to pull some Celebrini rookies out of that because he was not in the Series 1. So I'm hoping that I just checked the tracking. That's on its way. It should be here middle of next week. Very excited for that.
I didn't know there was more than one series, but I am learning a lot today. You know what I mean? Learning quite a bit. Here. Okay, let me start here. Jackson Lacombe.
He is having a very quiet but good second half there. You need some offensive production from a fantasy perspective. He is a guy I got on him a little bit early, and he's been paying benefits for me in 2 leagues.
Everyone was looking at Owen Zellweger as they should have, but Jackson Lacombe is having a fantastic season. Someone who is not having a fantastic season is Philip Grubauer. But the setup, though, is pretty nice. I feel like this was no, can't be the Winter Classic because he was out. He's inside an arena. So very good there. Probably the future Norris winner here is Zach Werenski.
A future Norris winner. Now, I'm okay with that prediction from a talent standpoint, but usually you gotta be either really good on a terrible team, which he does kind of feel that, or you got to be a playoff team and one of the better teams. Maybe Werenski gets one in a couple of years, but I feel like he's one of those guys that's a bridesmaid but never a bride.
You don't think he's winning it this year?
I mean, what are the Norris odds right now? Let me pull that up.
You don't think
Norris
what?
I mean, let's see on FanDuel right now. Let's see awards. Let's see.
Interesting.
There we go. James Norris Trophy. Cale Makar minus 290. Werenski's plus 260. Hughes has been banged up. He's at plus 750, but it's a 2-man race at this point. It's not going to Darlene or Morrissey. I mean, he's got to do. I mean, Cale Makar, what? I heard you talk earlier in the stream today. What do you have? 5 points last night? I mean,
6, but who's counting? You know what I mean?
They had 5.
I like how we thought. First of all, that game finished what? 7-2, 7-3,
7-3.
Okay, so the minus 3.5 would have cleared. But when I woke up and I was like, I don't think they get smacked out of the water, and then they did, and I was like, interesting. But yes, he had 6 points, 2 goals, 4 assists. Okay. I'm sorry, I forgot Cale Makar. But I mean, maybe no. I still think that Zach Werenski can win it because of the offensive season he's having on the team that he's having. But I guess it would be hard to take it away from Zach Werenski.
Like if Werenski all of a sudden pots another 10 goals and 15 assists in the last month or so of the season here, and it catapults Columbus to the playoffs. Even then, I don't know if that's enough to take it from Cale Makar.
I think Werenski, how many goals is he up to now? He's got 20 goals.
So I'm saying
got 20 goals and 66 points. He's already set a career high.
But to wrestle it away from a guy like Makar, it's almost like last year with Austin Matthews. Like if he had gotten to 70 goals, like, all right, maybe he's got to get it now. But Werenski has to hit some sort of crazy plateau to take it from Makar.
Cale Makar's already got 24 goals. You're right. It's chalked. All right. Well, one day Zach Werenski will win it. It's probably just not this year.
It'll have to be a year where like Makar gets hurt like in December and is out for a couple of months. Like that's why I think Makar is basically the Norris favorite until further notice.
Kind of like Patrice Bergeron kept winning the Selke, and then finally he retired.
Like Kopitar and Barkov were always bridesmaids. Not that they didn't deserve to win it, but how do you not give it to Bergeron?
True. He was just the guy who win it until you retire. Alexei Protas having a fantastic season. Another one of those analytic numbers that just makes it in. This one is pretty nice. It's unfortunate that it is Ryan Hartman. He has returned from his 8-game suspension because Gary was okay with him pounding his opponent's head.
Protas makes me talk. You talked about the Capitals window and what their window really is, but they're building a good young team that's there now. Like if Ovechkin wins and decides to retire, I know you can't replace Ovechkin, but you get a top line winger to fill that void, and you kind of just pick up where you left off, right? Like Logan Thompson all of a sudden is playing at like they've got a lot of the other stuff, and not to say like replacing Ovechkin is easy, but if it's as simple as like, okay, we can still compete if we could find a top line winger a la Mikko Rantanen, and Ovechkin, we know unless they win the cup, he walks off into the sunset kind of situation this year. He's got another year left. So, I mean, it's something to keep open down the line.
No, makes perfect sense. Ivan Fedotov. I don't know what we're going to get out of him in his career, but I mean,
hey, it's young guns. Gotta love those young guns.
Exactly. See, and then I got another. This one looks nice. Poor Quinn Hughes, man, homie. The Canucks are just rolling him out there right now, and I don't think he plays tonight. I have Minnesota winning. For those of you who are keeping track of bets, I have Minnesota winning tonight against Vancouver. Minnesota, an excellent road team. The last time I trusted them on the road, though, they didn't win.
They were money line plus 117 when I looked before I came on. That's the one that I was considering as well. I've got leans for all but one game tonight. So if we want to get into those, we can.
This one looks pretty nice. Alex Ovechkin.
Yeah, that's what is that? The City Satellite one.
Satellite. I don't know what that means, but that looks pretty nice.
Hey, well, that's one thing that's kind of you talk about people in the card industry, like, and I have different opinions on it. There's so many parallels and sets and inserts. To me, that's what there's so much to chase. So it's a good thing and a bad thing.
There you go. Brandon Hagel. Speaking of a good thing, Brandon Hagel, 0 power play goals this year.
Tampa keeps rolling along.
Tampa just keeps showing up. Ross Colton. I think Ross Colton is a little bit underrated. He gets lost there in the sauce, but when everybody was out for Colorado, Ross Colton was in and he was doing things. So
he's that Swiss Army knife guy. He's like
fantasy relevant for all of like 3 weeks, but still. And here's a nice one here. Ryan McDonough. I know, back, doing what he's got to do. I cry every time I hear Ryan McDonough's name because I remember when he was traded to the Rangers for Scott Gomez, and then
we fleeced you in that one, bud.
Yeah. So another reason I hate the Rangers here. And again, we talked about him before. Not as cute, this one, but Matthew Nyes. Again, Leafs Nation, if you had the chance to get Rantanen and you have to give up Matthew Nyes, please get your head checked because you do that deal 11 out of 10 times. You don't have to worry about it now, but.
I mean, I know. Listen, he's the guy that's going to need to step up and play big come playoff time. for the Leafs. He's going to have to listen. I know it's about how Matthews and Marner and Nylander and those guys play, but they're going to need a lot from these guys.
Leafs are getting bounced in the first round. I could care less. You know what I mean?
I still think they might win the division, but yeah.
Look, again, they're getting bounced in the first round. I don't know who. Here's the thing, though. If they don't win the division, right? Do I have the standings up here? If they don't win the division,
they get Florida or Tampa Bay in the first round. Yeah, I know.
Are they better than the Tampa Bay Lightning today? No. Are they better than the Florida Panthers? No.
Without Tkachuk, maybe, but not with Tkachuk.
Tkachuk's going to be back. He's buying into he's buying into the Mark Stone. It hurts, but I'm just saying.
I know tensions were running high both between the countries and the hockey teams in the Four Nations face-off, but maybe at some point Matthew Tkachuk got Mark Stone off to the side in the hallway and said, "Hey, bro, give me 5 minutes. How do you do this long-term IR?" They're like, how does this work? What can I do? I want to make sure I do this right. So maybe there was some friendly advice there.
That is, I do think that Toronto gets bounced in the first round, just because that's a brutal matchup, no matter what way they go. And Florida will grind you down, and Toronto's not really a heavy team to play against. They're more finesse than anything. Tampa Bay, been there, done that. They have also one of the best goalies in the world. That too. Toronto has to face either Sergei Bobrovsky or Andrei Vasilevsky. I don't care how good Anthony Stolarz has been. He's not them. He's not them. And again, I don't know. So my apologies, Leafs fan. I haven't taken too many shots at Leafs Nation, so I don't want to hear it.
There's still time.
There's still lots of time, but I feel like I had to cook some other teams first.
I feel like we've gotten a little quiet here. I mean, not even some like minor moves, not even like a Jan Ruda getting traded for somebody kind of situation.
Okay. Well, good for them. Nice of them to be tuning in, or like, hey, let Chris open these and then we'll go back to. I also think they're all going to pour in like 10 minutes before the deadline. I have the notifications on for Elliot Freeman. I just expect those to go off nonstop.
Strome and Shen are probably the two of the bigger fish remaining out there at this point, at least as amongst the forwards.
I wonder if St. Louis does move Shen.
Raquel's another one.
Raquel, yes, I forgot. Maybe I get a Rickard Raquel in this one. I got a Nick. Let me put these down.
I know Utah's kind of like coming together and healthy, but Nick Bukestad is a guy that if you're looking for a depth forward, maybe that's a guy you see on the move. We're starting to get.
Nice of them to put Nick Schmaltz here with a Arizona Coyotes, though. Shout out to the Coyotes. I know. I mentioned it earlier. Nobody today to just facilitate deals.
So, I mean, listen, this is the last year you're going to see Coyotes cards. So,
this one, I guess it is what it is. Joe Veleno. I remember where did he go? Did he go to Buffalo or something? They gave him like way too much money, and he turned out to be nothing.
Yeah, there was a period there where Joe Veleno was all the craze.
He is not. Speaking of craze, maybe this can materialize at some point. Simon Nemec. At one point, the Devils got to play him. Like he's got to do something. But apparently that day's not today. This is not that bad here. Alex DeBrincat. He is the definition of a streaky player, because sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't. He has showed up recently-ish. He's having a pretty good season. I'll give that to DeBrincat.
Well, last year he came out guns blazing, cooled off, and then never really heated up again. Was a little bit streaky after that. So he was happy to get out of Ottawa, but I also feel like Ottawa probably wasn't too sad to see him go either.
I feel like they just never got along, which is fair. This looks pretty nice. Quentin Byfield, just so many things. He's so big and he's so strong. So good for him. Here's another
of the Dazzlers. That's a good one.
Yes, that's right. Jesper Wallstedt, the future of Minnesota goaltending. Not yet, but I feel like once Marc-Andre Fleury retires, somebody's got to get the net, and I would roll him out there and let Gustafsson back him up a little bit. And
I could absolutely see Minnesota being like a 1A, 1B team too. For sure. They've got that written all over them, especially with Gustafson and Wallstead, waiting in the wings.
Speaking of one Kachuk brother, we'll talk about the other one, Brady. Nice little. The jersey's nice. At least that is.
Original Senators look is classic.
One of the three Pedersons here, Marcus Pedersen, probably the best one right now in the Penguins jersey here. He can do everything except help his poor team win through no fault of his own, by the way.
No, he's definitely atop the Pedersen power rankings right now, for sure.
He is. One player that I know you were high on as well, Ivan Barbashev. He gets lost. Just because Vegas has so many pieces, we forget. But Ivan Barbashev, just
he's another one of those guys you can kind of move all over the lineup wherever you need him in that like top 9 group, and he'll do what you need.
That's fair. Carter Verhaeghe, not having the year we thought he was, but he's still, you know what I mean? He's still doing his thing.
He's doing his thing, but he was a guy like, sometimes you have guys when you go into like fantasy drafts in the season, you're like, yeah, I understand why his value is high, but just he's not for me. And he was one of those guys that just was not for me.
I didn't get behind it either. I wasn't buying it. And it's okay. It's okay. Jack Eichel. Look at that wind up there. Look at that righty shot. That was probably a goal.
Columbus Blue Jackets are acquiring Luke Kunin from the San Jose Sharks.
Oh.
So listen, that was another guy that the Sharks are potentially going to move. He's been a good player for them. He's filled his role, but time for him to go.
Yeah, I'll still do it there. Good for Columbus, adding a little bit of depth. So that to me solidifies that how can I don't think Sean Monahan's close to returning. That's what it means to me. I think that it's not there, and that's okay.
And listen, we talked about this in Total Hockey Now yesterday. Are the Columbus Blue Jackets approaching this deadline as buyers? Sure, but they're not like buyers to really go all for it this year. Kunin is a guy that, kind of fills a need for him right now. That's what Columbus is going to do. They're going to try and plug some holes, try and make a run out of this thing, and wherever it ends, but making it to the playoffs, there we go. That's what Columbus needs. They're one of those franchises, even if they get bounced or get swept or get out in 5 games, just making the playoffs good for that franchise, especially after the year they've had.
Close out this pack with a little Alexander Kerfoot. I remember when the Leafs thought he was it, but
he got extension with Utah.
We opened with Nick Schmaltz and we closed with Alex Kerfoot. 2 legendary. I don't know if I want to use that Arizona Coyotes. I'm just happy to see the jerseys. I wanted the Coyotes out of Arizona for like so long, only to Quebec though. And now that they're not there, I'm like, I miss them.
Utah's going pretty good so far. We're still waiting for the official name reveal, even though we all know it's probably going to be the Mammoth at this point because the Yeti thing didn't work out. So, I know Outlaws is one of the other names too, but at this point, I'm thinking it's going to be Mammoth. When are they going to reveal this? Because they're kind of like, were they just waiting for the end of the year? Because like we're already, it's March 7th. You don't know what your team's going to be called. Are they waiting for this, dry news cycle in the summer? I thought they said they were going to reveal it in season this year, and there's not much time left on the runway for this season.
I wanted them to be called the Yetis, but apparently they can't because they can't get the trademark. Which I feel like you guys could have figured something out.
I was
like
never
Seattle and the Kraken. You know what I mean?
I was never a fan of the Yeti because it's too close to its neighboring, like the Colorado Avalanche are here. Then what? You can have the Utah Yeti here. Like, if I'm an Avalanche fan forever, like I'm going to be like, you guys are just copying off our work.
I would have preferred the Yetis.
Mammoth is the way to go. It's unique. Get a big old elephant as the logo. Maybe it looks like Snuffleupagus. So,
it's not going to be the
mascot. He could have a second career. You bring him back from Sesame Street.
Some people here are like, what is Sesame Street? I just know there's some people who have no idea what it is, and that's okay. That's
saying
that's where I learned how to count.
Unemployment's an issue. If we can get one of these guys back to work here, why not?
Oh man! Speaking of people who put in work here, Jake McCabe. I don't know. I know it is what it is for Toronto. He's elite apparently. So
he's like that, like, you know, if you ever look at like a poorly made outdoor deck where like the wooden pole is like bending a little bit, that's him on the blue line. Like he's there, he's doing his job, but like he's definition of bend don't break.
Devils superstar. I don't know. No, Paul Cotter. Poor Paul.
That move ended up, I feel like, working out pretty well for them. You know, you need guys like that in your lineup to compete. Like they were heading in the right direction, and then the huge shoulder injury just
swap them out here. Kings legend Pierre-Luc Dubois. 1 year of it. It was not good. But like you said, it's worked out because Darcy Kemper hasn't been terrible. And I thought that was going to be an absolute just cluster. But
well, early in the year, David Riddick was getting work. David Riddick looked okay. It looked like it was going to be more of like a even 1A, 1B situation. And then, you know, once Kemper, you know, he had a little bit of a couple of injury periods there. Surprise, surprise. But he's been fine for them. And that's all the Kings need. They just need adequate goaltending. That's what they got in front of them.
Speaking of adequate goaltending, Stuart Skinner, which is not adequate goaltending.
Not lately. Not lately.
I have him in one league, and I think it's in the one that we have. I have him with Connor Hellebuck, and I'm just like, I'm trying. I'm like, I just need you, Stu, to just be decent. Just help get me over the hump here.
Depending on the league you're in, he's like borderline droppable at some points, but he's not either. Like it's like I can't cut Stu Skinner because when the Oilers get back on track, he gets you wins. But he's a tough guy to keep riding on the bench for now.
This is an interesting one. A lines, Nick. You got Foligno, Bedard, and Philip Kurashev.
I guess on that team it would be considered an A line. Certainly not the Devils version of the A line from the early 2000s.
That was it was quite a choice to print that as an A line.
I mean, I guess they have to do one for every team, and that, you know, you look at the Blackhawks roster. That's pretty much it going into the season.
There we go. This one looks pretty. Cool. Elias Pettersson and Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes unfortunately hurt. Elias Pettersson, his feelings are hurt. It's not what it should be.
That card would have been so much better if it was an Elias Pettersson, JT Miller co-op. That would have been fantastic.
Kind of find it funny here. They're saying endurance. It's not. No, not. They have Elias Pettersson faster than Quinn Hughes.
I don't know about that.
I don't think so either.
Pretty close.
Good try here. Speaking of good try, this one looks. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me more. Austin Matthews, though, first round exit captain.
Yeah, the Upper Deck portraits. Yeah, that's the way the portraits has been a long running series, but this year they've done it with that like fragmented tile kind of look. It's cool.
I'm learning so much. I didn't think I'd be learning so much today, but I'm happy I am.
Well, I mean, nobody's making trades, so we got to do something, right?
We got to do something. Speaking of doing something, Jacob Trouba. I'm surprised he hasn't been suspended yet with the Ducks.
It's, you know, we
haven't heard much about Trouba, which I guess is good. Means he's not getting himself in trouble.
It's tough to go to the rink with an edge when you play in Orange County, California. I mean, look at Radko Gudas. How many times have we heard about Radko Gudas doing something borderline this year? Playing in Anaheim takes the edge off.
Jamie Benn still viable, and he gets to hang out with new friend Mikko Rantanen. So
Jamie Benn's one of those guys where you kind of watch his whole career going from like a top line player to a second line player. Now he's a third line player, and then he'll be a fourth line player in a few years. They'll throw his number up in the rafters. You know, the year after he retires, that guy is Mike Modano is Mr. Dallas Star, considering his time with Minnesota, and then after they moved, but he's this generation's Mr. Star.
One of the few players not wearing a visor. There's him. There's Ryan O'Reilly,
Corey Perry, maybe.
No, Corey Perry's got a visor. I saw it yesterday, unfortunately, because he scored. Ryan Reeves is one, and I think there's 5 or 6. Zach Bogosian is one as well.
Ryan O'Reilly,
no visor. Zach Bogosian, no visor. Ryan Reeves, no visor. I feel like I'm missing somebody.
I'm a cage guy for my league. I used to be a visor guy, but I had too many close calls with sticks almost getting up there. I'm like, it's a Thursday night hockey league. I'm going to wear a cage. I get why it's for some people it's no good. I'm fine with it.
I don't block shots. I don't go into the corners. I don't put myself where there's sticks. So that's easy for me. Colorado Avalanche legend here, Jimmy Vesey.
Another guy that's played on some teams, played on the Sabres, he played on the Devils, played on the Rangers.
He's getting to that point. He's a puck doku stuffer.
I'll say this just to go back to the cage, no cage thing. There was one game where I didn't have it came off and I didn't have the right screw to fix it. So I played just no visor. And it was kind of liberating. You almost feel naked out there when you go to having something on your face to not having something on your face.
It's different. It's different. I
Liberating.
guess I missed this one earlier. Someone had said a second for Carlo. No way. Well, Brandon Carlo is right here. Maybe I do trade a second round. Somebody would have given a second round pick for Brandon Carlo.
I don't know if Brandon Carlo goes before Mario Ferraro goes because that's probably the best remaining defenseman at this point, and he's got the term with another year.
You're telling me general managers are not going to overpay for a player? What are you
A defenseman, especially.
talking about? Callie Yarncroc, not that it matters. He's here.
He had a decent Predators career.
He did, but not with a Leaf sweater on. He's just there. He's just he's collecting a paycheck. Good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him. Exactly. How many have I done here? How 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6. I didn't even know. That box was so big. I was like, how many are in here?
How many? What was that? A hobby box or a blaster box? Oh, you got a whole hobby box. Oh, no, that's a blaster box.
I don't know. I picked up a box. The guy's like, you want to choose? I was like, oh, okay.
No,
I guess so.
That's how you know you're at a reputable place if they let you choose. Like I went to go pick up a pack of football at Panini Absolute at Dick's Sporting Goods because they sell them too. And the guy actually brought like a few out for me to pick. I'm like, oh, that's nice of you.
Okay. I went to Walmart. So shout out to the guy at the Walmart counter yesterday.
What
Probably was all by himself.
What annoys me about buying cards in Walmart, Target, places like that is I see people post all these pictures like, oh, hit it up, got good haul at the Walmart today, blah, blah, blah. Not once have I gone into my Walmart or Target here in Santa Rosa, California, in Sonoma County, and have ever seen a sports pack available. Baseball, football, nothing. So, like, I don't know what's going on in my neck of the woods, but, like, I still have to go to hobby shops. And, yes, support your local hobby shop. But it would be nice, if I got to go to Target to pick something up for the kid, that I can, like, go to the card aisle and be like, I'll grab a hanger pack today.
Yeah.
Something.
There were so many. I don't know if that makes it. I don't know if that makes it better. There's so many. I was like, I don't know which one to look at.
Maybe I'm like in the one desert of retail cards.
That works out well. Let's see. Who is this? Look at this little beauty here. Will Cooley.
He's been doing everything the Rangers need of him. Now he's
Yes.
playing on that second line and playing well. Certainly brings a physical presence. If you're in a banger league where you need a guy that gets hits and trips and points, he's not a bad guy to scoop up at this point.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Let me open this one here. Linus Ullmark. I mean, I remember. I'm old enough to remember when people thought he was going to win over 39 games this year.
I didn't think he'd win over 39 games this year, but I think he's happy with his decision. I think he's happy in Ottawa. He's playing. They got a chance at the playoffs. They got a better chance at the playoffs than the Bruins right now. So
that scene's here. I gotta pull this on here. Here's a siren.
we got something.
There's a lot happening here. We'll see how this trends. There's probably got to be a little bit more that comes here. So Charlie Coyle apparently is going to Colorado. That's one.
So Casey Middlestat not going to be a third line center in Colorado. Then
He is not. Apparently, Casey Middlestat is going to be a Boston Bruin, which is a choice.
well, listen. If you see the move that Dallas made, maybe Colorado, not to say they thought they were done for the day, but then you see Rantanen go to Dallas, you see Tanev and Shen go to Winnipeg. Minnesota's kind of made their moves already. I don't know if they got anything else cooking. Charlie Coyle is a third line center behind Brock Nelson and McKinnon.
Very, very good move there for Colorado. They have addressed the needs that they needed to address. They went out, they got Lindgren, they brought in BC, they got Nelson. Now they go out and they get Charlie Coyle. I mean, the Casey Middlestat experience obviously did not work. I think that's fair. So let me update this here. Boston, you're a loss. You traded for Casey Middlestat.
And listen, we talk about how one of the Avalanche's main issues is depth and how because of their cap situation, they really can't kudos to Chris McFarland, who is absolutely made Colorado a very formidable team. And, just about an hour ago, we're saying like, all right, Winnipeg is 1, Dallas is 2. I don't know now. Colorado, maybe they're starting to, it's going to be, that is going to be a 3-way dogfight for that division. And I am here for it. And there's a Winnipeg Dallas game coming up, I think, on a Friday night that I've already kind of like marked in the calendar. So, yeah.
This is what I mean, Boston. We're trying here, but if we move Coyle out here, Pavel Zacha and Elias Lindholm down the middle, I don't know where Casey Middlestat sits here, but maybe he plays the wing. Maybe they move Zacha to the wing. I don't think it matters really. I think I have moved Boston into the loss. You can't be doing this on the.
I think Boston's kind of in that similar category as the Rangers, where maybe they're not in denial. Like we've talked about, we've been waiting for the Boston decline for a couple of seasons now, and here it is. It's happening. Maybe they think they're kind of in a Rangers-ish situation. We're like, all right, we're punting on this year, but maybe we can bounce back next year. This season got off on the wrong foot for Boston. The whole Jeremy Swayman thing playing into the regulars like that just the season never felt right for the Bruins from that point forward. So, maybe this is, again, they're looking at maybe trying to make a run next year to get back into the mix. But, Casey Middlestat hasn't worked out in Buffalo, has not worked out in Colorado. Maybe the third time's a charm.
Am I crying for the Boston Bruins? No, I was just ahead of my time. I was like a philosopher. I thought they would fall apart last year. Instead, they fell apart this year. It was, you know what I mean? Sometimes you're just early. Sometimes you shoot your shot earlier than you expected to. So it happens.
All right. So a little bit of action there. Colorado again. I think Dallas is done for the day, short of maybe adding a depth defenseman. I mean, maybe they go back to the Sharks and make another deal with them for Ferraro, but I don't see that happening now because a lot of their assets are gone. So unless they're making some sort of minor, I saw Marek asking in the chat who's left. Rasmus Ristolainen's a depth defenseman. Ferraro is going to be a big price tag. Connor Murphy is maybe a bargain bin find from Chicago. Alec Martinez, again, I would say Murphy at this point is going to be if Dallas is looking at a defenseman but is Winnipeg done now? Now that Colorado's gone out and Charlie Coyle, does, Kevin Cheveldayoff have to be like, oh, all right, what else can we do here?
Christian Dvorak still on the board. Somebody do me a favor and take Christian Dvorak from me. I'm just trying. So that is what's going on here. Let me get back to what I'm not good at here. Chris Letang. Look at that beauty. He has been, knock on wood somewhere here. He's been relatively healthy.
Looks like Maverick Bork moves down to that fourth line now is what, when you reshuffle that Stars line.
I can't wait to see what that team looks like once they have everybody in the right chairs. Nicholas Waugh. Look at that little man. Just Vegas continuing to pump out great players here.
Did you see that they don't have any of their first round picks? Either they traded them or either they traded the player they took or they traded the pick since the franchise's inception.
You don't need them. Why would you need any of these? Why would you need them? You know what I mean? There's no need for them.
When you come out of the gate the way they did as a franchise, you just keep mortgaging the future because at some point it's going to come due and you're going to suck for a while, but you had to ride that wave and it paid off for them.
No, why would you need any of, you know what I mean? First round picks are useless when you're making the Stanley Cup you're making the playoffs every year, There it is. Look, I can't even pronounce his name. I have no idea who this guy is.
I can't read the font there.
I can't either.
It's a young gun, so put it off.
Zach Ostapchuk.
Sure.
Sounds like a great guy.
Jared Moore checking in. Good show, boys. He did give me approval to rip a pack. He said, don't worry about it. So I'll do 1 5-card pack. We'll finish your stuff up. We can run the board for tonight. We'll do this. And then I got to get out of here because I've got my own hockey this afternoon. But I'll be checking in here. I mean, like you said, we still got about 45 minutes or so before the deadline hits.
Okay. Nathan McKinnon is here.
Oh,
yeah.
Nathan McKinnon having a good day. He's happy with the Brock Nelson and Charlie Coyle additions. Still going to get played a ton, but it is nice to know that you got 2 guys behind you that can lighten the load.
There you go. This one looks nice here. Eric Cernak. Look at that body check on Gabriel Pajot. Massive block from Cernak yesterday. Tampa Bay took They were so it was Buffalo pulls their goalie. It's a 6-on-4 because they already had a penalty. McDonough takes a high sticking penalty. There's like 18 seconds left. And then there's 6-on-3, which you don't see very often in hockey. A 6-on-3. And I was like, man, Buffalo's going to score here. Just to ruin my Tampa Bay in regulation. I was like, they're 100% ruining this for me. And then Eric Cernak times it perfectly, and he just darts out when he knows that pass is coming across. Massive block, and I was really, really happy about it.
And when and listen, I don't care what level hockey you play, and you're like an all-time penalty killer, whether you're Guy Carbonneau or Pavel Datsyuk or in just your Wednesday night league, you take the ice for a 6-on-3 when you're on the 3 side. There's definitely a little bit of that. Oh man, like this is going to be a shitty 2 minutes here. Are we even going to get a chance to change? That's the big question when you take a 6-on-3.
I was like, there's nobody on the. There's just Sabre jerseys everywhere, and they still lost. So how fitting there.
That's
Jake
Neighbors,
probably. I mean, St. Louis hasn't done much yet. Still time for them to fall apart.
That's Shen. I mean, we'll see what's going to happen with Braden Shen here. I mean, it's him and Strome. Those are the 2 big forwards out there that are left. And if you want to say O'Reilly,
Zach Benson. God, I hope somebody saves him from Buffalo.
And I know JJ Peterka's name was thrown around a little bit too, so maybe we see that kind of movement. Who knows?
What an absolute rocket yesterday from JJ Peterka. He takes the puck away from Kucherov. Kucherov got, and then he got stapled to the bench, as John Cooper should. But Peterka's shot just left his stick over, like he buried that on Vazzy. And I love because I shared it, and it's just Kucherov sitting there with his hands folded and his gloves off. And I'm like, okay, well, homie, what did you think was going to happen? You can't turn that off and then get clipped like that. Kevin Korchinski, another Chicago player who's just trying to.
That one you could probably put in the spokes of your bike.
Oh, damn! I thought I was rich. Cole Perfetti, waiting for him to break out. Still just waiting here. Not there just yet. And the new leader in block shots, Marc-Edouard Vlasic,
Pickles. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's number retire worthy for the Sharks, but he's an all-timer for them. Definitely at the tail end of his career here, definitely a borderline bottom pairing defenseman, but
once he's done playing, he's got a spot on one of these local French TV stations here waiting for him. I think his wife or his girlfriend, she works in media here somewhere. I didn't even know he was.
I would imagine RDS already has like a loose deal in place with a guy like that.
I think his wife works for TVA Spal or TVA in some way. I don't know. That is what I was doing. I'm gonna save this one here before you rip your pack. I'm gonna bring in, because I feel like it's good timing anyways. I'm going to bring in the last of the Fantasy Alarm boys. And would I say the best? I mean, I don't know. I'll let somebody else argue whether he is the best or not. Producer for the Fantasy Alarm, Sirius XM, NHL betting, NHL DFS over at the Fantasy Alarm, of course. I promised him I wouldn't say too many mean things about the Pittsburgh Penguins today. So
I think
because I've relegated them at least. I can't keep up anymore. How many times I have relegated him? Josh Wagner is here.
We do have a trade that just came down. We talked
Perfect timing.
We talked about Joe Veleno before. Detroit gets Craig Smith and Peter Mrazek for Joe Veleno.
Okay. Where did I pull Joe Veleno from? Oh, from one of these.
So coincidental timing there.
What an absolute fit there. Wags, how are you doing?
I'm well, guys. Happy to be a part of this and happy to actually talk hockey. Adam probably has the same problem, but being in the American sports market, it's like a really busy time right now. Like my hosts are talking about fantasy baseball, and I'm thinking about Paul Skeens throwing the ball 100 miles an hour. And then I have my other shows that are talking March Madness, and that might be my first question, Chris. Do Canadians care about March Madness? Do they build brackets? Do they watch college basketball? Because that's a big thing here in the States, and it's it's taken up a lot of my work time lately. So am I alone here, or are you going to be building a bracket?
It's an excellent question. I'm curious.
I have no idea what March, like, I know what March Madness is. I could care less. I don't even know. I know these are colleges, and I know that there are good players who play there. And you know what I mean? No, I'm not building one. If that's what you're asking, I'm not building one because I don't care about college sports one bit.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, it's been a fun day to talk all hockey. You're talking about the Pens as I was coming in. I feel like you can't make fun of them a ton because they've accomplished what they've set out to do for the most part. They got rid of Beauvillier for a second-round pick when last year he was dealt for a fifth. He was, the Swiss Army knife of this team, and he played pretty well. Analytics back that. But a second round? It's a big seller's market, so I'm glad they were able to do that. They got Bunting's money off the books, which was great. Brought in Novak, basically, because they just traded Shen over to Winnipeg, and they got a second and a fourth for that. So, I mean, I'm as happy as I can be. I'm still bracing myself for Rickard Rakell. I think that might be the last big name out there. And yes. I am wondering now, with Carolina going through this breakup with Mikko Rantanen, they just got 2 first-round picks back. Are they going to flip a first-round pick back to Pittsburgh for Rickard Rakell and just play musical chairs today? Because there's a lot of history of the Pens and the Hurricanes making trades, interdivision. Gensel, notably, Jordan Stahl back in the day. Brian Dumoulin was a part of that trade, so I remember that one well. So it could happen, but as a Pens fan, I'm overall happy, considering this is not a position that we've been in what seems like 20 years now. So it's definitely weird to be selling to a team like the Capitals, to a team like the Jets. But they're kind of hamstrung, guys. I'm sure that Adam and Chris, you guys have talking at length about Erik Karlsson's contract and how ridiculous that is, and Malkin and Letang eating up a lot of the cap as well. So a lot of grievances from the Ron Hextall era, with Karlsson excluded, of course. That was Dubas, but we're still picking up those pieces, guys. But overall, I'm pleased with the Penguins stuff today.
Well, I'm glad you're pleased. That's good. I'm glad you're feeling good about yourself. Where have I put the Penguins on my list here? I have them. Look, I have them as slight winners today, which is okay, right? We have them as slight winners because they did accomplish what they needed to accomplish, and as long as they don't mess it up here in the next 40 minutes, we can call them slight winners on the day. I will say this, though. I don't think Erik Karlsson's contract is going anywhere, so they have to lock in there. Do you think there's a chance that Erik Karlsson by 3 p.m. here is somewhere else that is not Pittsburgh?
I very much doubt it. I mean, the only way it would make sense is if Pittsburgh retains some of the money, which you've seen with some of these deals. I believe Brock Nelson had 50% of the money retained, so the Islanders kept that, made the deal a little bit sweeter for Colorado, but Colorado got a great haul. Or the New York Islanders got a great haul in return, getting a top prospect, getting a first-round pick for a guy like Brock Nelson. But, yeah, I can't see Karlsson. I think that a team in the offseason is probably a better suitor for the Penguins at this point, with so many teams up against the cap, and knowing that next year the NHL salary cap is jumping significantly. I think other teams might be, more prepared or more willing to take on the EK contract at that time. Obviously, he could make a lot of difference for a lot of these contending teams, but I just don't see it. It's just so much money, Chris.
It is indeed a ton of money for Erik Karlsson. I am not trading for him. I do find it interesting that you bring up Rickard Rakell, especially with the divorce for Mikko Rantanen. They had does it even count as a summer fling if it only lasted 13 games? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it does, but I do find it interesting. Rickard Rakell can help soften the blow because, yes, they went out and they got picks and Stankoven is good and all that's all fun and games. But you didn't trade for Mikko Rantanen so you can build later. You traded for Rantanen today.
Cody Glass from Pittsburgh to New Jersey, by the way.
Oh, okay. Do we have an instant reaction, Max?
I mean, like, Cody Glass was fine. I'm not going to cry over him. He was a good bottom six winger. He had a lot of problems in Nashville. He never really quite fit in. And he was a top prospect for Vegas, I believe, even before that. So he's just getting kicked around the league. I'm interested to see what they get because it's been such a seller's market. I think a second-round pick was way too high for Beauvillier. So maybe like a fourth or a fifth. The Penguins are just sweeping out budget-wise today, guys. They're trying to clear out the cap. They got a lot of bad money on the books, and they've done that so far. It's just a matter of can they get the big ones off. We'll see. But they started the day with like $4 million in cap space, and this should push them to about 14 or 15. Not saying they're going to make any kind of move, but maybe heading into the offseason they try and pick something up because the idea of a rebuild is not a word that they're allowed to use right now, even though it's what's currently happening. They're kind of like doing the political twirl that the president does, or other politicians, where they just don't even answer the question. They just say like, "Oh, we're not going to do this," and then they do exactly what they say they're not going to do. But with Crosby, being 37, turning 38, they can't blow it all up, kind of like what the Blackhawks did. When their Stanley Cup era came to an end. So I think they're trying to get some cap space, bring in some new bodies in the offseason. But as soon as we can see the return for Cody Glass, I could maybe give you a better reaction as soon as that comes across. But I think it'll be minor. Still just waiting on Raquel. Raquel by 3 p.m. would be ideal. Not that they have to move him. He's not a rental. He has years on his contract, and statistically, just looking at his numbers, he's having the best year of his career. He's going to be a 40-goal scorer potentially. He's never done that. He had 34 in 2017 with the Ducks, so he's not a piece that you have to move. Somebody has to wow them.
He's having a great season playing next to Sidney Crosby. So that has not. I'm not saying it's on the same level. But this has like Colby Armstrong written all over it, maybe with a little bit more than what Colby was able to do. But Sid, maybe he's in the no. I was going to say he's maybe like Chris Kunitz, but that would be offensive to Raquel.
Raquel's more talented than that, but maybe now towards the end of his career, that's a little more true that he's being dragged along. But
let's not forget, Crosby dragged Chris Kunitz to the Olympics and a gold medal. Correct. So, what an absolute dominant here. Wags, I know that when I tail your bets, I make some money. That I know, which is true of the entire Fantasy Alarm team here. So I already on the docket. We had Coop on this morning. He gave me an OV anytime goal because when the football guy comes on, he takes the most obvious one here. Tom gave us Nico Hischier and Jesper Bratt at over 2.5 shots. Jack Eichel for 2 points. I feel like this is good. I still need more. So if I was a betting man, where am I going here? Where's the money?
Yeah, so I think I'll be striking the same vein as Vecchio, and I think we do this a lot of the time when we do the best bets. He's more on the player props. I'm more on the game side of things. I love Vegas tonight. It's not hard to figure out why. The Penguins are dreadful on the road. They have a negative goal differential of like negative 35 on the road this season. So they've been, just poor all the way around. They're going to be shorthanded tonight with all of these trades going on. So they're going to have a hodgepodge group of guys going against, a Vegas team that is arguably the best home team in the NHL. And from a betting perspective, that stands as well. They're 20-11 against the spread at home. That's second behind just the Columbus Blue Jackets, who are 22-7 against the spread at home, the Columbus Blue Jackets. So when the Blue Jackets are at home, take out a little money and put it on the Jackets. I love the vibes for them. They're not on the slate tonight, but I would love to see Columbus make a deal of some sort because the Metro hasn't been this bad in so long, with really just the Capitals up there. as the only threatening team. Carolina's still very good as well, but they're falling off after today. But yeah, Vegas, you can get them at -1.5 against these Penguins. Like we said, they're 20-11 against the spread. They're even better straight up, but I'm not laying -245 guys on the money line. I don't have time for that. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. So -1.5 for Vegas at +105 right now on DraftKings Sportsbook. This has the makings of like a 6-2 game for Vegas because they're just going to go out there and punish them. The Penguins are fully tanking at this point. They were a little bit more competitive even when they were losing. Now they're getting smacked around. They started their comeback from the break of the Four Nations. They gave up like 19 goals over 3 games. So they were just getting pummeled by teams, and I think that probably continues today. So that'd be one of them. The other one I'll give. The rest, people are going to have to head to fantasyalarm.com to grab the other bets here. I know Howard's in Alaska, but he's somehow going to find out that we're giving out paid picks for free. So I'll only give out one more, guys. And I am a company man. I'm a company man. The other one would be the New Jersey Devils and the Jets. It's pretty juiced at this point, but still good value. You got to take the under here with the Winnipeg Jets and the defense that they play against the Devils team that is really just struggling to score at this point, even without, or even before Jack Hughes went out. The Devils on the road this season, at home this season, excuse me, we're going under the total 17-10-1, which is the second most frequent in the NHL, behind just the Ducks. So the Devils go under quite often at home. The Jets as well, not known for being offensive juggernauts every night. They can be, but Jersey is really just mucking up the middle. They're trying to play these 2-1 games because all their talent is either injured or not, living up to expectations at the current moment. So I would take the under there for the Devils-Jets game would be my other pick.
All right. So Wags not trying to get himself in trouble, which is, we can respect that. I being a man of chaos, could, you know what I mean? I let it rip. But so Vegas Golden Knights puck line -1.5, under 5.5 here, sitting at -150 is certainly a choice. I don't know if that drops to 5. I don't think I've seen a game at 5 yet this year, but that is fantastic. I've written them down. I stay true to myself here. Not just ripping cards, also ripping picks to make sure, because I need money for, well, I don't, but I assume the rest of you need money for eggs. So I'm out here we're out here providing people with egg money now instead. I remember once upon a time we used to provide people with beer money, but I mean, it's probably cheaper to drink Guinness now than it is to buy a carton of eggs. So good for us. So the Penguins have done very, very little, but they've done enough for Wags. The NHL best bets, we got a couple of it. Like Wags said, you head over to fantasyalarm.com. You already have a subscription. I know you do. If you don't, do the thing that you do so we can keep Wags employed. And make sure as well that you follow those picks, because when you do, you make money. And I mean, if you do it offshore, you don't. I'm not saying tax evasion is what you should be doing. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. There's ways around it. So I appreciate that, Wags. I know where to find all your work, but you can give yourself a plug because you deserve it. Tell the folks where we find you on the daily.
Yeah, I mean, you can check out the Fantasy Alarm Show, Sirius XM. It's Channel 87 with Howard, Jim, Coop, Shan. Great group, not just hockey, although when I'm on the show, I push the hockey agenda as much as possible. It's fallen off because the Rangers are terrible, and that's all that Howard cares about. So I was, kind of always hoping the Rangers are at least competitive so we can talk, but yeah, you can find us there. That's Channel 87, Sirius XM if you got the subscription. On Twitter at JWags2Gs10. Somebody took the 1G iteration of that. I don't know who would do that, but I can't find them to pay them for it. So it's 2Gs. That's where you'll find my work at fantasyalarm.com, wageralarm.com. Chris does a great job in DFS. Vecchio alternates DFS and betting with us. So very good team out there at Fantasy Alarm.
Wags, again, I appreciate you being here. You get real round of applause because you're a Penguins fan, and for once, you're not making the playoffs. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for all the stuff you. Thank you for pushing the hockey agenda. I know the boys all they want to do is talk football, and like, who cares about OTAs and the draft in reality when the greatest time of the year is right here. So, thank you for your service. I appreciate you hanging out here. Please be safe. And yeah, I'm sorry the Pens are terrible, man. I promise to not relegate them as often.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up the pennant or other shoulder, the 5-time Stanley Cup pennant. It makes it a little bit easier when you win those cups. There is a method to the madness. If you don't have a first-round pick for like 15 years straight, eventually your team is going to be awful. They went for it year after year after year. They cleared out the farm, and now they're paying that bill, guys. It happens to every team eventually. It sucks that it has to happen, but they'll be back. Crosby's got another 2-3 years in him. Malkin will retire. We'll get his money off the books. Maybe Letang will finally go to Montreal. That's where he wants to be. I don't even know if you want him at this point, Chris, but that's always where he wanted to go if he wasn't in Pittsburgh. So just reminding myself of the good times. I'm going to go watch Phil Kessel in the 2017 playoffs now, guys. Make me feel better.
Josh Wagner, what a man. What a man. Oh, my God.
I remember I watched the Game 6 of Penguins Predators on a flight back to the West Coast from the East Coast. I had to go home for a wedding. I watched the Penguins clinch a Stanley Cup somewhere over the middle of the continent on a JetBlue flight. I also, the return on Cody Glass was a third in some prospects. Also, just to tail Josh, I agree. Vegas minus -1.5. I got it at +110 earlier. I'm also the over 6.5 +100 in that one. So definitely a place to fade the Penguins heavily tonight.
Okay, that's decent here. I'll also we got the return for Charlie Coyle and Casey Middlestat here. Casey Middlestat's going to Boston along with a second-round pick. That makes sense because you got to you definitely got to pay Boston to take Casey Middlestat. So nothing too bad there for Colorado. I would still have them in the slight win. It's right there for them. Maybe if they pull off something else here in the next half hour, I'll give them the little bump that they deserve. And maybe as I digest, maybe it will give them a little bit more. But good for them. Boston continues to be sellers. I do not cry. I didn't think I would hear Phil Kessel's name today, but he's still available. I wonder if he's skating.
Always a welcome reference, Phil Kessel. I saw Dave Pagnotta just tweet. Do the Hurricanes kick the tires on Brad Marchand? Interesting thought there. Trying to see if the Penguins move Raquel, I think you have to move them up into the win trade deadline. If Cody Glass, they get out Beauvillier, I think if they get a second and fourth back for a flipped Shen, I think if the Penguins can get Raquel out the door, they got to move them up into a win.
All right. I'll consider it because again, as I stated early this morning at one point, this chart here, this tier list, 100% correct. It cannot, Flawless. It's not wrong. I don't make the rules. I just, I enforce them. That's it. That's what I was told by management. So it is what it is. You said you wanted to rip a pack. I'll let you rip a pack and then I'll let you go out and do whatever you guys do.
Rip one pack quick. And just on the picks for tonight, one that I am very much riding the Spencer Knight train here with the Blackhawks. They seemed like, whoa, we got a goalie now. All right. You're getting Utah on a back-to-back. I recognize Vemelka's starting, but I think it's a chance to maybe take a chance on the Blackhawks and get, what was the money line there? I even forgot to write it down, but I would take a good hard look at the Blackhawks tonight with Spencer Knight going again. They're probably going to ride him the rest of the way.
Plus 145. Detroit let us down yesterday. We both thought Detroit was going to win yesterday. Goes to show, what do we know? But if Utah could lose tonight, that would be fantastic.
We actually got a good pack. This pack would be good for some talking points here. We're doing a little Artifacts 2024-25. First up, we got a Mr. Jason Robertson. I'm sure he's happy now with the addition of Mikko Rantanen.
That's fantastic.
Start off with that. Next, we go to a guy from Puckdoku earlier, Mr. Teuvo Teravainen.
Yes. Look at that beauty jersey there.
Yeah, these are sharp looking cards here. They got the team logo inlaid there. A guy who also is very happy now that Colorado's got some depth down the middle, and maybe he doesn't have to work just quite as hard on the blue line, Mr. Devin Taves.
Underrated a little bit in Colorado. Underrated. He was as much a part of that Canada win as the rest of the boys, but underrated a little bit.
He's one of those guys where it's like, listen, Makar and Taves, just keep them together for the rest of their careers. That's exactly what you're looking for in a defensive pairing. And yeah, Brock Nelson now gets reunited with former Islander teammate there, Devin Taves. Andrei Kopitar, still doing it for the Kings even after all these years.
Living his best life still. I know some people want to feel like he's not, but he's still there. Not the guy he once was, but the player that the Kings still need.
He's one of those guys where even though he's not the player he once was, he's still very good and very effective. And when he does decide to retire, it's not going to be like, oh yeah, he needs to go. Like he's one of those guys where when he does retire, it's going to be like he probably could give you 1 more year or 2 more years. He'll know when to walk away. Now, we closed the pack with the guy who's going to be shouldering a lot of the workload down the middle for the Devils the rest of the way, Mr. Nico Hischier.
Yes, he is. He has got his hands full with having to handle all the responsibilities now, offensively, defensively. I hope the Devils here in the next 20 bring in somebody to support him because he can't carry this team all by himself.
And that's the thing. Cody Glass with a healthy Jack Hughes, you're like, okay, depth down the middle, maybe not as high as we were hoping for, but kind of that like bottom 6, center that they were looking to add, but kind of a moot point now.
It is. As I let you walk out the door, Wyatt Johnston and the Dallas Stars are completing a 5-year, $8.4 million deal. It is a good day to be a Dallas Stars fan because the rich keep getting richer, man. It is what it is. Adam, I appreciate you for hanging out with me today. I obviously know where to find your work, so I'll let you give yourself a plug. Where do people see your beautiful face?
Wow. I don't even think my wife's ever called me beautiful. Thank you. Also, I think that move is on point with everything what Dallas is doing today because they couldn't pay Johnston and Stankoven. So now they get that problem out, and now they know they could commit to Johnston, who got off to a little bit of a slow start this year, has really been cooking lately. So at Total Hockey Now, we're out on Thursdays with you, and at Ant Rivera 86 when he comes back here. I know he's getting busy ramping up for Mets season there with his spring training coverage over at Subway to Shea. So at Total Hockey Now, YouTube and Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it. I've got my name up there at Pucking Thoughts, Twitter. And then also myself and Jared Moore at Rip and Riff. We come out with episodes on Mondays doing exactly what we just did there, rip some cards, have some fun. It's going to be an all hockey edition to recap the trade deadline on Monday. So very much looking forward to that. Thank you for having me today. This is a great, I know you took the day off from work to clear it out for the trade deadline. I had visions of doing a little bit of work this morning. And then I said on the computer, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm not doing any work today. Get out of here.
I no longer fall into the trap of pretending I'm going to do work. I didn't even put a reason why. I was just like, I'm just not here, guys. Figure it out. And then I decided to just work all day here instead. But yes, Rip and Riff, you guys rip cards much better than I do. So thank you for hanging out with me. I hope the San Jose Sharks make one more deal here so I can solidify them as a slight win. But yes, thank you for hanging out with me. Like I said, we will do Thursday Total Hockey Now, Rip and Riff on Monday. Adam, again, round of applause. You deserve it, my guy.
And you deserve it too, because for carrying this stream today here as you come down the home stretch here with just a little bit of time to 20 minutes left till the deadline and then a little buffer period for things that come in, as they used to say, over the fax machine after the deadline or before, but just haven't been sorted.
There you go. GG's here to Adam for being here. What a I know Tom will be the most beautiful man on today's show. But Adam, a really close second. Don't let anybody tell him otherwise. So we powered through. That's it. That's all the guests, man. We are approaching here 3:00 Eastern. I still got to build. Wow, it's been so much. Time flies when you're absolutely having a blast, right? So I still got to build an NHL DFS lineup because I saved a contest earlier. And I gotta build it. I didn't have barely any time to talk about NHL DFS with the rest of them. You know what I'm gonna do? I've opened. Say I have one more pack left here. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this for maybe Thursday for Total Hockey Now. I'm gonna put the rest of them in the box though. I'm gonna put the rest of them in the box because why not? I also I have to order. Nobody reminded me to eat lunch today. Nobody reminded me to eat lunch. I didn't. I have to order lunch. I know it's 3:00, but I got to order lunch. So I didn't order lunch. I was like, somebody's got to remind me around 12. Nobody reminded me to eat lunch. So I will do it myself. I got to find something that makes sense. I just want you to know, I'm eating boneless chicken wings today. Okay. So I know where I'm going to get them from. Here's the thing. Do I want my boneless chicken wings in like as a standalone? Do I want them as part of like, maybe I get them in like maybe I get them in a poutine? I got a lot of choices. You know what I mean? Where do I want to? I'm gonna get. The problem is where I want to get them from. They don't do like just like tenders or wings or stuff on the side. You got to get them as part of a like as part of a meal. So I could do that. Or what if I do? No, I don't want to do that. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna get the poutine with the boneless wings. I'm still gonna get the meal on the side. And what I'll do is I'll just have fries for I'll just have fries for later. What kind of sauce? I'm gonna do a dry rub. Okay, salt and pepper. Oh, sorry, dry lemon pepper. Dry lemon pepper. I know this is gonna really set some of you off. No sauce. Okay, no sauce. I said no sauce. Let me see where I know what I want to get. I'm just not sure what platform I want to get it from. Sometimes Uber Eats will give you a good deal. Sometimes they won't. But that's what I'm going to do there. I'm going to get buy one get one free. Nah, not as good. What about here? Not as good. Okay. Well, I don't think it changes where I get it from, does it? No. I'll save that for later. All right, let me go in here. All right, so I got 2 meals. Okay. Might be a minute before we get there, but that's okay. Just give me a sec. I'm just ordering. Oh, no, wait. There we go. All right, food has been ordered, chat. We are in. Round of applause. All right. Let's make sure it goes through. There it goes. All right, we're in. Now, I got to build a lineup. I got to build a lineup. Before I do that, no, it's okay. I'll go down. I was like, I want to go to the bathroom, but I'll wait till it's delivered. Then I can also make sure that I haven't seen Milo all day today. I think he's protesting. He's protesting the stream, which is fair. Let's go here to the DraftKings board. Screen. There we go. Okay. So I gotta build Let me do it different like this. Here we go. I'm gonna do it like this instead. I'm just living my life. You know what I mean? Let's see. So this is how I started my. Oh, let's do it on the other side here. There we go. Boom. This is how I started. Let's see. I got to build a winning lineup here. I've already started with Spencer Knight, and I feel a lot better now that Wags has talked about wanting to have the Chicago money line. So I'm okay with rolling Spencer Knight here. I know it's not ideal, but I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? I'm cool with it. I don't like this view anymore. Changed it. There we go. All right. So I'm okay with leaving Spencer Knight here. The goalies will forever be voodoo. I just want you guys to know. Okay. So strap in and expect difficulty today. Okay. But I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Now, here's how I'm going to build this is how I build it. There is no correct way to build a lineup. Okay. There is no correct way. Before I get into that, did I miss the Charlie Coyle talk? Well, yes, Coop, but that's okay. Round of applause to yourself, by the way. You did, but it's okay. He is going to Colorado. Colorado gets a great player. Boston has, since they took back Casey Middlestat in that deal, Boston is a slight loser today. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. So L to the Boston Bruins today. It could have been better, but it wasn't. So you don't take Casey Middlestat back. They did take a pick, though, in return. So good for them for at least trying. Now I got to figure out, do I want to pay up for Jack Eichel tonight? You know what I mean? Do I want to pay for Jack Eichel? Do I want to play Alexander Ovechkin here? Where do I want to go with this? I will say this. I'm going to start with I'm going to do Boldy. I'm going to do, for now, Matt Boldy's in my lineup, okay? Because I don't trust Vancouver. I don't trust Vancouver. I know it's been tough for Minnesota of late. I know it hasn't been great, but I don't trust them. I don't trust them to get the job done. Sorry. And the Wild have been really, really good on the road this year. 22, I think they're like 22-9 and something. 22-9-3, which is ridiculous. That's not normal. That's too good. So I will go there. Now, my next, again, do I want, if Wags is going, he's going under New Jersey and Winnipeg here, which means I could, oh man. There's a lot of ways I could go here. Let's start with Mason McTavish. Mason McTavish has been pretty good this season. It could have been worse. 34 points doesn't seem like much. He's got 8 points in 10 games. Most of his goals come at home. He's shooting 17% at home, which is fine. But I need, I think it's a decent matchup against St. Louis. I'm not necessarily hoping that the Blues come out and trash them. I'll probably have a little bit on both of these games to start. Just a little bit. Where else do I want to go here? Man, do I want to trust Ryan Donato? Ryan Donato has 16 points in the last couple games. He's played Utah twice, though. 1 assist, no shots. You know what? Let's circle back on Donato. Okay. Let's go the other way here. I do feel like I need some exposure to St. Louis. So now I need to, because I don't care about the St. Louis Blues on most days, I need to find out if this makes any sense. So, oh man, I don't want to play this. What? Look at this. What is this? How is your second unit better than your first unit? What is happening here, St. Louis? This makes me regret everything immediately. I don't want to play Shen. I don't want to play him. That's way too expensive for Shen as well. He has 9 points though in his last 10 games. I just don't want to play him. What if I switch this to what if let's take a look here. Dylan Holloway, probably there's a good bet there. Jordan Kyrou as well. Jordan Kyrou's had a tough time, right? But let's play Jordan Kyrou today. F it. You know what I mean? That's a really. I'm going to play Jordan Kyrou and play Dylan Holloway. I did it. Now, let's look at the Pittsburgh Penguins here. Okay, not from an offensive standpoint. Okay, because we don't care about that. I can't play Raquel because I don't think he stays, and I also don't want to be like changing my roster later on because I just don't want to do that. So let's go to the Pittsburgh Penguins here. I don't know what I'm going to get out of like Novak and the rest of them. There's no Cody Glass, don't forget. I'm trying to figure out a way to maximize some of these defensemen. Either Ryan Shea or Matt Grzelcyk. Matt Grzelcyk is just not having Erik Karlsson on one side. Matt Grzelcyk gets second power play duties, but Shea kills penalties. Here's the thing. On DraftKings, you get a bonus for three or more block shots. And the bonuses are important. That's how you make certain players more bearable. Okay. Now, here's the thing with Shea. Yeah. Like the offense isn't there for him. I can't afford a straight zero for him like he did yesterday. Did he do that yesterday? No, he did it against Colorado. I don't know what day we are. It's tough, man. It's tough. That's pretty bad. What about Grzelcyk doesn't really block a ton of shots though, in general. But if I play Shea, now I got some dollar bills that I can target up front. You know what I mean? I got some dollar bills that I can target there. That means I would probably have to play then Donato. I think you know what? I'll play Donato here. Let's start with this, okay? I'll put Donato here. It's not fantastic. I need to vote now. Do I want to pay up for a defenseman or not? Shea Theodore's out of the lineup, right? I could possibly play Noah Hannafin. I also think that we should play Jackson Lacombe. Does anybody have any protest to it? He's been really, really good. He's been playing a lot of minutes, and that's a really favorable price tag. Here's the thing. I maybe want. I don't want to go 3D tonight. Because like Noah Hannafin is in a good spot as well. Noah Hannafin shoots the puck a ton. And I feel like he's going to get the opportunity tonight to do that. But the ice time is pretty sheltered. I might decide to play down here. I got $6,700 on the in the Ute spots. I just don't know. Sorry. I just don't know if I want. Man, I don't know if I want to play Connor Bedard. Connor Bedard has been miserable, by the way. But to be fair, like Chicago's miserable. I have no exposure to the Detroit Red Wings tonight, and I feel like that could be a mistake. I could get another. Do I have no exposure to Vegas? Hold on. I have no exposure to Vegas. Oh, that's true. I was thinking about Jack Eichel. Here's the problem, though. I got to get, at his current price tag, I got to get a lot. And I don't think I'm going to get it all. What if I need exposure to Vegas? Thomas Hertl doesn't shoot the puck. So I can't play him because then he becomes very point dependent. How did I get here with no exposure to Vegas? How did I mess that up? Okay, hold on. I don't want to play like Tanner Pearson or Brandon Saad. You know what I mean? Is Alex Pietrangelo? No. I don't want to play Tanner Pearson. You know what I mean? What if I just go like, balls to the wall here? No Donato, Jack Eichel. I have $3,500 in the utility spot. Let's scroll down here. Let's see what we got. Oh, wait. Let me put them all. It's not great. Bovillia is not going to play. Kevin Hayes. Like, I could get maximum exposure here with Tanner Pearson. How did Tanner Pearson have 6 shots last game? 6 shots in 12 minutes. I mean, I don't really like where this is going, Unless I move off of Boldy. The shot, here's the thing though, like nope. It's 3:00. Hey, chat, it's 3:00. The trade deadline's over. Hold on. Let's come back to that, okay? Let's see if anything else here is popping. Now that the whole day is done. Let's see if there's anything else that's popping. Yes, Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith to the. You're right. Adam brought it up for Joe Veleno. Where was I? Was I just not paying attention? That makes sense. Okay. So the Montreal Canadiens are keeping. Let's share this. Joel Armia and David Savard. The Montreal Canadiens did nothing today, and honestly, that's. They're done for the day. They're just like, okay. I'm not disappointed. I think that's good. I maybe the price wasn't right for both these players. And I understand Kent Hughes not wanting to disrupt the rebuild. I would have liked them to bring in somebody, but it is what it is. I'm not necessarily sad about it. You know what I mean? If you told me today that the Montreal Canadiens would be in a spot to compete for a playoff spot, I'd be very happy. Braden Shen is not moving as well from St. Louis, so that's okay. That means as well that Christian Dvorak is not going anywhere. L's all the way around. There's still some trades here that are gonna like fall in. So some of them should show up here soon. Let's see if Elliot's got something new. What is this? Last minute possibility. Hearing Brad Marchand could be traded to Florida. Is the world really ready for Brad Marchand and Matthew Tkachuk to be on the same team, though? Isn't that too much asshole on one team? That's too much. You think he goes to Florida? When was this tweeted? 3:01. So that means that deal has to be agreed on. We'll see. Okay. Hold on. Let me try to finish this build. I'm trying to build a winning lineup here. Not doing a very good job. I need okay, wait. I have to focus. Chat, we got to focus. I need to see. Okay. Here's the thing. I need some exposure to Minnesota. Okay. I think Kyrou and Holloway for St. Louis are decent, really decently priced here. McTavish is staying. I'm not moving him out of my lineup. I'm not moving McTavish. Okay. Because I think this works out best. If I'm going to take anybody from Anaheim, Jackson Lacombe as well. The value here is good enough. I need to now figure out what I want to do down here. And now, don't forget, I know some of you get lost in the sauce. You don't have to spend to the upper limit. You don't have to. I just don't love these like picks down here. And I don't know if I want to play Tanner Pearson. Like, you know what I mean? It's Friday. It's 3 o'clock on a Friday. Do I really want to play Tanner Pearson? It's not great, Bob. It's not great. I don't know how this looks, chat, but I don't feel like it looks great. It's all, maybe we save it, we come back to it. I'll probably, you know what I'll do? I'll probably like tinker this before lock. I will probably tinker this before lock. There's no question about it. Let's do this. Let's update it. Okay. There we go. So we updated it. Let's go to the tier list. Okay. We got to update the tier list a little bit here. There's been a lot of things happening. Let's see. Let's see what's happening here. Let's see if we get some tweets in. Now I'm just going to go through everybody. Not as busy as I thought it would be. We had a lot of time to do a lot of other things, which is good. I enjoy that as well. And we did get the Mikko Rantanen deal. So let's go through some of the other ones here. In the not sure yet, let's see if anybody can move. So Frank Saravelli says that the Canucks are not moving Brock Besser. They're done for the day. Okay. I'm going to leave. Here's the thing. So I'll move some of these teams. I'm going to leave the Montreal Canadiens here. Okay. I don't know yet if it was a good idea or not. If they missed the playoffs by like a point or something, then yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Maybe you should have gone out and got something, right? But I'll leave them here. St. Louis, sorry, not St. Louis. I'm going to put the Canucks here. Slight L. Man, this team has no push. They have no push. Let's check. I'm just going to go here. Let's check out the standings. I mean, man. Like, you know what I mean? Not that Colorado did a ton. Calgary didn't do anything yet, and they didn't really move, and they're holding a wild card spot. Vancouver, I feel like they should have done something if they truly believe that they can make the playoffs. St. Louis could care less. Utah didn't do anything. You know what I mean? That wild card spot here, that second wild card spot in the West is wide open. It's like the East of last year. Remember when nobody wanted to make the playoffs in the East out of the Metro? I feel like we're living this now, but in the Western Conference. Nobody wants to make the playoffs. I don't understand why. That's right. Here it is. Look at that. Brad Marchand is heading to the Florida Panthers pending league call. Okay. Damn. I didn't think Brad Marchand was going to be moved. All right. Well, the Florida Panthers now are just, they add a ton of experience there. It's going to be weird seeing Brad Marchand in a non. I also told Coop this morning that I didn't think Brad Marchand was getting moved. My bad. I think this is a good move here for the Florida Panthers. Let's just clock in here for a minute, okay? I think this is a good move. Marchand can play in your top 6. He could also play in your bottom 6. I think once Matthew Tkachuk comes back, can you imagine a line with Marchand, Bennett, and Tkachuk? Bennett and Marchand played together at the Four Nations. Now they get to play together for the Florida Panthers. That's going to be a vibe for those guys. That's going to be a vibe. Man, I can't wait to see more of the details, though, because that is absolutely wild. Marchand to Florida, it's happening. Okay. That's great. They named him, man, but the Bruins are falling apart here. Let's just go here. Where's the Boston Bruins here? Let's go here. Look, the Florida Panthers are winning the trade deadline. I know it was hard because they gave up a ton for Seth Jones, and I didn't think that was the best move for them. And I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. But at the same time, you go out, you get a proven winner, a guy who can play both ends of the ice. He's not the same player he was once. He's on an expiring deal, but they win. I'm going to give the Boston Bruins take just an L. Well, hold on. Let's see what the return is. Hold on. I'll give you a moment, Buffalo, okay? I'll give you a moment, but it's I'll give you a moment. We'll see what the return is, and then we'll judge them. But look at this one. Brandon Carlo is heading to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Man, you know what? The football guy that was on this morning, Coop, he's like, what do you think will happen with Brandon Carlo? I want to know what the return is for Brandon Carlo, by the way. You think it could be a second-round pick? Think it could be a second-round pick? If they get a second-round pick, where's that comment from earlier? I think it could be. I hope it is. I hope it is. I wouldn't mind that. All right. Well, what do we want to do with the Toronto Maple Leafs? What do we want to do? Where are we putting the Toronto Maple Leafs? I don't necessarily think they lost. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they did anything that was amazing, but they also didn't make their team worse. They went out, they did some things. I think it's all right. You know what? I'll say that the Leafs are slight winners. Brandon Carlo is going to Toronto. We'll get more details there as those things kind of pour in here. I'll give the Leafs a slight win. They did get Scott Laughton. Was that deal's official somewhere, right? They did. They got Scott Laughton, a 4th and a 6th round pick. So slight win here. Slight win. Okay, I'll leave them there. What do we want to do with the Capitals? Did the Capitals do anything? I'm trying to think of the... Oh, they did. They added Anthony Beauvillier. Maybe we leave them where they are. I feel like you can leave the Capitals where they are and you haven't really missed anything. You know what I mean? My food zone is here too. So I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Let's leave them here for now. Let's leave them here for now. The Ducks as well. The Ottawa Senators, man. Just there was no reason for you to go out and get Dylan Cousins, but you know what I mean? It is what it is. Oh, sorry, Josh Norris goes the other way. Yes, Dylan Cousins. It's just it didn't seem like a good idea. You know? Cousins slides into that second role. I don't know if they really needed to do that. Just an L. It's an L. All they did was go out and get Cousins. Long-term contract. We'll see if it works out, but not feeling confident here. Just a straight L from them. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. You know what I mean? Let's see if anything else here. Feel great story. Colorado is bringing back Eric Johnson. Okay. That's fine. Right? That's okay. Let's go around the horn. Slight loss here for the Calgary Flames. Calgary is in a playoff spot today. Okay? They're in a playoff spot. And they did nothing. They did nothing. Like, maybe they don't believe that they are good. They didn't do anything. Maybe they don't believe. This is their lineup. It's all right. It's nothing great. It's not fantastic. It's all right. I feel like they could have added something, either up front, either on the back end. I just wanted more from them. You know what I mean? I wanted more. So it's a slight loss here. Utah. I mean, how much cap space did the Utah Hockey Club have? They had $28 million in cap space, and they did nothing. Is that correct? Nope. That's my dog. I mean, the delivery guys here. That's what it means. $28 million in cap space. You are 5 points out of a playoff spot with nobody in front of you doing anything. Yeah, it's a slight loss. You could have been able to do more. You chose not to. You understand? Utah's got the money, okay? And they decided not to do anything. All right. Hold on, Jeff. My food is here. It is what it is, right? I'm going to... Hey, wait, give me a second. Let me stop. Here. There we go. Okay. Okay. No, other way around. Chat, entertain yourselves, okay, for a minute. Let me just go get my food. I got to go to the bathroom as well, okay? Hold on. Turned. He's like, hey, Milo hasn't come to see me once. Now that I have food in my hand, he's like, okay, well, what about now? He's like, what about now? Can I see? And I'm like, sure. Sure. Yes, you can. All right, let's pull this back out. Let's pull this back up here. Get a couple more in. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, is Elliot Friedman still tweeting out? Let's see if we got anything else here. I need some returns. Something else happened here. Did I miss? Still a lot of details coming in here at the end. Fabian Zetterlund to Ottawa. Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't... Okay. That's not bad. It's not terrible. Yeah, the Kings definitely... sorry, not the Kings. Let me show you my food. Okay. I know, riveting. But listen. These are dry rub. Okay. They're absolutely perfect, by the way. I get them from the same spot that I get them from all the time. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this. Listen. Lemon pepper. It's fantastic. They're good. Really good. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. I got to lock in here a little bit. Because if not, I'm just going to be eating this all day. All right. Where was I? Oh, yeah. The LA Kings didn't. The LA Kings did something. I remember they did. I just don't think it was noteworthy for them. Let's go to the LA Kings here. Trying to find their division. Los Angeles. They did a trade. I know they did. I just can't remember what it was because it was so useless. Yeah, they added Andrei Kuzmenko. I'll leave them where they are. You know what I mean? I'll leave them there. Let me move. I want to go back here so you can get a good look at this. Look at this. Oh man, there's so much dry rub at the bottom though. Oh my God. Let me see if I can scoop some of this up here for me. I know, riveting. Oh my God. Wait. Oh my God. Fantastic. Amazing. All right. The LA Kings were decent, but I'm not sure yet if it's enough. Not sure. Detroit, they did. That's just not enough, man. They went out to get Peter Mrazek. I don't know why they need another goalie. They did. Why would you go out and get a goalie? I don't know what to think of the Detroit Red Wings. I don't know what the Yzerman plan is anymore. I don't think he's got a plan. I think he's just trying. I don't know. I think it's a slight loss for Detroit. I don't think they're very good. Is it my fault? No. All right. This so far, again, this list is 100% correct. It's not up for discussion. This list is perfect. I don't care. Fight me. You know what I mean? Oh my God. I didn't think I'd see this. Oh my God. What is... Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, that's relevant. Okay, here. We got did anybody have Shea Weber getting traded today? Shea Weber and his cap hit is going to the Blackhawks. That's the dumping ground we thought we'd find. Okay. And yeah. Hey, congratulations, Shea Weber. Congratulations. You are now a Chicago Blackhawk. Wow. Okay. I don't know, man. I love these teams that are just, they're trying. A 6th-round pick to take on that money is quite something, though. All right, let's. I mean, do they win anything? What are you talking about? Chicago acquired Shea Weber today. To the moon. This team is going to the moon. Okay. Well, that was something. Do we have any of the details? Oh, yet? What, are the Montreal Canadiens holding their press conference yet? I think. Oh, they are. Are they? They are. Okay, wait. Let's see. I think I could watch this.
Minute, je pense que les deux côtés on a essayé une autre fois de dire, avant de prendre une décision. On a eu une autre discussion, puis ça déboulé, on dit? Ouais, ça a déboulé de là. Ouais.
Alexandre?
C'est Alexandre.
Pour faire rebondir un peu sur Kirby Dach, quand vous êtes allé chercher, le plan semblait assez clair d'en faire joueur de centre, probablement le 2e joueur de centre de cette équipe-là. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, vous étiez en quête de réponse cette saison, est-ce que vous avez votre réponse par rapport à ça? Est-ce que Kirby Dach peut encore être le centre de 2e trio de votre équipe?
Spicy.
Je peux pas. On n'était jamais prêt. Que c'était un blessure. On est allé chercher Kirby pour être un bon joueur pour nous. Je pense qu'il y a une bonne
the whole press conference is in French,
joué avec nous. Il a joué à l'aile avec Nick puis Cole.
Chat,
Après ça, on l'a mis au centre. Puis je pense dans la phase fin de cette saison 2023.
Hello? Hello? Okay, hold on. We back, baby. We back. I thought my stream crashed. Okay, hold on. We back, baby. We good. All right, let's share. I was trying to eat here. Okay, let's try again.
That I think the players felt,
in English too.
and I've heard him say several times, in order to be a good coach, you have to be a good salesman. You have to be able to sell something to the players in terms of a vision, and he's been able to continue to do that. And I'm sure that as he's done that, the message has evolved. But ultimately, a good coach makes for a good locker room too, especially with a young coach.
Okay, there we go. There we go. It is what it look, chat. It is what it is. I think Kent Hughes summed it up pretty well there. You like did they try to go out and do something and make their team better? Yes. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. I think the point that Kent was making there is if you're unhappy that Montreal didn't do anything today, how much could you have realistically done? You know what I mean? There's only so much that they probably yes, they had to send yes, they had to send some players down to make sure that they qualified to play in the AHL playoffs. Did the Montreal Canadiens today come in and they weren't going to win a Stanley Cup? Let's be honest, right? There's no Stanley Cup being won today. Instead, they come out and they build this team where how can I don't have the words for it. How can I put this in a good way? I'm fine. I am personally fine with the fact that they didn't do anything today. I am. I'm fine with the fact that the Montreal Canadiens did not do a single thing. Was it perfect? You wanted to be competitive at this point, and maybe the hockey deal wasn't out there to be made. Maybe. So if that's I didn't want to see something that wasn't good for the team. No harm, no foul done. This looks different. I can't believe Brad Marchand is going to be a Panther. Homie. Now, can you imagine having to play against Brad Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk, and Sam Bennett in the playoffs? There is so much sandpaper there. That is... Nah. That's crazy. That's nuts. Let's see if any other of the trades come. I'm trying to see if all like the deals are coming in or what's happening, or I'm trying to find. What am I trying to find here? Okay. I want to know what the return is for Brandon Carlo. It's basically the same stuff, right? Oh my God, look at this. Zach Ostapchuk. That's the look at this. Can't say his name. Ostapchuk. That's the card we pulled earlier. Remember when I was like, I have no idea who this guy is? So he's going to San Jose. Fabian Zetterlund is going to the Sens. I don't know how this makes me feel, but the Ottawa Senators are still at the bottom. It doesn't matter. I'm not giving the Ottawa Senators anything good here. The Ottawa Senators are still, they lose trade deadline. I'm just saying. You can fight me all you want about it. But again, I'm 100% correct here. What is the Brandon Carlo? Fabian Zetterlund, that's good. Let me see here if I can find. I'm trying to find the return for Brandon Carlo. I didn't think I'd be living today. Oh. This one's pretty good here from Chris Johnson. Ooh. This might be better than a second round pick. Fraser Mitten is part of the package going to Boston in exchange for Brandon Carlo. Huh. Wow. Okay. I'm just going to pull this up. Where is it? No way. I think Fraser Mitten is better than a second round pick. Thoughts? Doesn't matter. I'm right. What an absolute just. Maybe we don't put the Boston Bruins as a slight, like as a loss here. Hold on. Talk to me. I think the Boston Bruins take an L here, though. They've done a lot of questionable things today. But honestly, like, Chad, I cleaned this whole poutine out, by the way. You know what? They still traded Brad Marchand, so they still lose, no matter what. Fraser Mitten going the other way is certainly. Look at this. Look at this. Look at those top two lines there. Verhaeghe, Barkov, and Reinhart. Marchand, Bennett, and Tkachuk when Tkachuk is healthy. That's wild. Can you believe that? Oh my God. That's absolutely fantastic there. What a deal. Let's keep looking here. Let's see if any other trades pop in. There's got to be a whole bunch still. They're still trying to get through the facts. You know what I mean? They're still trying to get through the fax machine. Let's see here. The Penguins are acquiring Connor Timmins from Toronto. We're not pushing the button anymore for these minor deals. Yoel Armia can now join practice. Good for him. Ricard Raquel is staying in Pittsburgh, so we do not see Ricard Raquel go to Carolina. Carolina is not flipping their picks. Are the Carolina Hurricanes? Do they have a press conference? Are they talking to the media? Can't tell. Okay. I was trying to see if I could, like, the way the Montreal Canadiens had theirs. No? Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. What am I looking for here? Nope. I need to know what the return is for some of these guys. I got figs. What about... No? Okay. I need the returns. Who has the returns? Okay. Well, no returns here, chat. No returns. I need to know where players what. Okay, hold on. I'm just waiting for the Elliott Freeman updates. Okay, let's just share this. There we go. Evander Kane will not return during the regular season. He is taking a book out of the Tampa Bay Lightning playbook. Remember when Nikita Kucherov missed the entire regular season? And then he came back for the playoffs and Tampa Bay went on this run. I don't think it matters much for Evander Kane. Is like if Edmonton knew that, why didn't they try to go out and get more? Why didn't they try to go out and, I don't know, make their team better? I don't know. Evander Kane, is what he is. I still think Edmonton needed a goalie, by the way, but that's for a whole other day here. Look at this. Oh man. I will say this. Like I have the Tampa Bay Lightning up here. They win. They are part of the trio of teams that win the trade deadline today. In true Tampa Bay Lightning fashion, they go out and trade all their top picks because you don't need picks. Like Julian Breezeball said, you do not need picks. They want to win now, and they will do so. They go out, they get the best players they can. You know, there you go. They go out. This is a really good team. If Nikita Kucherov doesn't turn over the puck like he did yesterday, I mean, they should be fine. They should be absolutely fine. But yes, they're definitely a very good team. What is a first anyways? I don't know. Who knows? It's I don't know, man. How do I explain it to you? A first round pick. So like there's 2 days to the draft for the NHL draft. So you have the first round, which is the one that's like heavily televised and everybody sits there and it's way too long. I think they do it. The same thing for the NFL, right? It's just way too long in the first round. Everybody sits there. And then the day 2 is you have like picks 2 to 7 and a 2 to 8, 2 to 7 now? Yeah, 2 to 7. And they just burn through them. You guys are used to doing the second round where you just burn through it. Like you guys think the draft is like 3 hours and it's done. But in reality, there's a whole first round to the draft. So first round picks is what rebuilding teams or the Carolina Hurricanes collect. That's it. That's what a first round pick is. That's the best I could describe it. That's the best I could do. I still need to know what the return is on Brad Marchand. Can somebody leak it? Oh my God. Where is he? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The Bruins get a first round pick and Fraser Minten for Brandon Carlo. Where's that? Buddy. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm trying to find the words to come out of my mouth to explain this. But how did the Boston Bruins get Fraser Minten in a first round pick for Brandon Carlo? Did I miss something? Is Brandon Carlo good? I know the answer to that question is no. Oh my God. Buddy. Listen, if you wanted to know if this was a seller's market or not, I think we figured it out. I think we figured it out. Wow. You know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. Slight win. I know it. Look, I know we've gone through some emotions today, Boston. I know we've gone through some emotions. A lot has happened today. We've been in the not sure yet, and then we went to like the loss because you acquired Casey Middlestat, but you redeemed yourself with a first round pick for Brandon Carlo. So, yeah. I mean, look, man, I can't do it otherwise. Well done. Well done. Toronto, that's an L. That's just we can't have that, man. Toronto, we can't have that on the main stage. Can't do that. What are you talking about? Look at that. What am I missing here? What am I missing? Okay. Well, that was something. That was definitely it. I know Goro, but is Bjorkstrand legit? Do you think a fit for their run? Yes. Yes. I think Oliver Bjorkstrand is a good player. And he obviously, like Yanni Gourde, we know what he is. He's gonna slot right into that bottom six role. But Oliver Bjorkstrand can go up and down the lineup here. So I know it hasn't been great for Bjork, but let me see if I can spell Bjork. I can spell Bjorkstrand without even having to look. I'm just built different. Now, he's not the player he once was, right? He did he's a 20 goal scorer. You know what I mean? Like that's who Oliver Bjorkstrand is. He's a 20 goal scorer. And he played in Columbus all those years when Columbus was terrible. Then he went to Seattle. Seattle was not very good. And now he gets to go to a team that is like they're locked. As much as I hate it, the Tampa Bay Lightning are they're a good team. They're a good team. They updated, because that trade happened yesterday. They updated that lineup from yesterday. He scored yesterday for Tampa Bay because, of course, he did. What does this look like? There we go. Look at this. That's not bad. That's not bad. I personally would prefer Bjorkstrand playing the top six there with Cirelli and Hagel. But I think this to me, I feel like this is a good fit. And if Brisebois is perfectly fine with just shipping out every single pick that he has, then fine. But you went out and you addressed a specific need, which was we needed some depth. They went out and they got their depth. Now, I don't know how this blue line is going to hold up, but today, it's okay. I guess it's going to depend on the play that you get out of JJ Moser, Ryan McDonough, and Darren Radish. I think you know what you're getting from Victor Hedman, of course. You definitely know what you're getting out of Eric Cernak. That block yesterday, I talked about it earlier. That block yesterday against Buffalo, you could see him reading the play, comes right out and challenges. Just W. Some teams win, others lose. Tampa wins. Makes sense. Tampa Bay's got a shot here. You have in the Atlantic Division, you have to win. You have to win your division. There's no choice. Look at this. You have to win your division. Because if you don't, well, then you got to play. If you're Tampa Bay, let's say you don't win your division, then you have to play the Panthers, which is not a great matchup now, especially with Brad Marchand in the lineup, or Toronto. As much as I think the Leafs get bounced in the first round, like most years, that's still that's still a good team. You still got to work for it, right? So you need to win your division so you can play one of these bottom feeder teams, right? Is Tampa Bay better than the Columbus Blue Jackets, the Ottawa Senators, the Rangers, the Wings, the Canadians, the Bruins, the Islanders? Yeah. There's no question about it. They're much better, right? Much better. So, yeah, this was I can see why Tampa Bay would be up here. They're what did we say last time? Well, I was looking at future odds. I was looking at futures. Let me go back here. NHL futures. Oh my God. Remember before I said Dallas was plus 700 to win the Stanley Cup after the Rantanen trade? 550. Florida as well. Was it Florida? Florida as well was plus 700. Florida now 550. Edmonton didn't move. They're plus 700. Colorado plus 800. Vegas at 11-1 is interesting. Tampa Bay 12-1. Vegas has the same odds of winning the Stanley Cup as the Capitals and the Leafs, which I think is comical. Absolutely comical. That is Carolina plus 1,300 to win the Stanley Cup. That's wild. Dallas now heavy favorites, of course. Sure. Brad Marchand, I know, but that's one of those deals. That's one of those deals that makes your team better. And the good news for Marchand now is he doesn't have to be the guy. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to be that guy. He goes in, he could go to a team where there's already established players who can handle the workload for him. So he doesn't have to be the guy who plays 20 minutes a night. He doesn't have to go out there and kill every penalty and play on every power play. Maybe that helps him. When he played with Canada, he played on a fourth line role by the end with Bennett. And they were extremely effective. So maybe that's the role that Brad Marchand is going to settle in here. A third line role, a guy who can provide you some offense, but he's not the guy you got to count on every day. Some teams, winners win. Winners win. The Florida Panthers are winners. They win. The same. That makes for quite a first round, though. I am biased, but I also like to see chaos. I would love to see Florida and Tampa Bay in the first round. I'm just saying. That's what I would like to see. A little bit of chaos starting day. That would be a great series, though. Daniel Sprung is going to New Jersey. I don't care. I still can't believe that Boston got a first-round pick and a prospect for Brandon Carlo. What a time to be alive. Let's see if there's any more of these deals popping in here. Oh, yeah, I mentioned the Eric Johnson going back to Colorado. Good for him. Good for him. Interesting. That is funny. Hold on. I gotta tweet this out. Wait a minute. Where I was just looking at it. There we go. I just want to quote tweet Lamau. There we go. I just want to quote tweet Lamau. Oh man. They did the exact same thing last. Like Toronto did the same thing last year. Remember when they went out and they got like Joel Edmondson and who else did they get? I don't know, a whole bunch of plugs. And people thought it would be like they would be a whole lot better, and they weren't. I feel like that's the same thing with Brandon Carlo. Does Carlo even have term on his deal? I'm trying so hard to understand how Toronto looked at Brandon Carlo and went, yeah. Nope, not yet. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me go back. Boston. Oh my God. Brandon Carlo's got 2 more years left after this year. Look. My guy. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this. The Leafs looked at this and went, "Yeah, this is a good idea." I That's an L. That's just a massive L. Any more? I'm trying to see if there's anything here. No, not there. Okay, hold on. Ah, yes. TVS Ball talking about Shea Weber being traded. Okay. Anything else? I don't know what that means. I'm trying to. I need. Oh, let's look at this. Look at the Colorado Avalanche. Look at their depth chart. This looks pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a really, really solid top 9 and a really good fourth line. That is fantastic from them. Maybe the Colorado Avalanche can be a good team. Maybe they can win a Stanley Cup again, even without Gabriel Landeskog. He apparently has a story coming out. Like apparently a crew has followed him around during his recovery. I would love to watch that. I would love to watch that. I'm not saying I'm going to watch it illegally because we don't do that around here. But let's see what else they're doing here. The Sabres have acquired Eric Brandstrom from the Rangers for Obey Kubel. Just moving stuff around. They're just shifting stuff now. Yeah. That's just not great. Ugh. I still need to know. I'm trying to find the rest of what I'm looking for here. No. I don't think. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like there's any more press conferences. Do we do what time is it? It's 4 o'clock. It's already 4 o'clock. Oh my god. Round of applause. 6 hours deep. Do I want to do another Puck Doku? Do I want to play Oh, you can go back to the archives here. Oh, let's do this one. Hold on. You think I can get this one? I'm changing views here. Okay. Okay, so I need a Montreal Canadian that played in Toronto. Oh, did Ryan McDonough he didn't play with the Montreal Canadiens? I don't think so. Alexei Kovalev did, though. Yeah, that makes sense. Montreal and Toronto. Joel Edmondson. Oh, 0.1. I was gonna put Mike Komisarek there, but I was like, hold on. No. 30 plus goals in a single season. Yo, I'm off to a fantastic start here. Cole Caulfield, 0% because he did it a few days ago. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Rangers and Senators. Our good boy, Derek Brassard. Welcome in. Hey, he's not going to help with the uniqueness score, but it's okay. It is okay. Danny Heatley. Oh, man. I was going to put Marian Hossa there if not. Danny Heatley, 50 and 07, baby. Derek Brassard. I got to find a player now. Toronto and Ottawa. I feel like there's been so many. Oh, so many. I'm trying to think of a player that's played in Toronto and Ottawa at the same time. I'm not going to cheat though, chat. Okay, let's go to Toronto. 30 plus assists in a season. There's lots of ways I can go with this. I'm going to go Marner. That was actually pretty high. 30 assists in a season for the Rangers. There's lots. I'm going to go Adam Fox. Okay, decent. 30 goals in a season, 30 assists in a season. Greatest player to play hockey, Wayne Gretzky. All right. I got to find a Leafs, Toronto player, and a Sens player. Who would have played in Toronto and... I'm trying to think of a player that's played in Toronto and Ottawa. I'm not giving up. I have this. I'm right there. I'm right there. I don't know. Why would this be so hard? I was trying to think of David Perron, but he didn't play in Toronto. Max Pacioretty didn't play in Toronto. I don't know why I'm thinking about Montreal Canadian players. Probably because I see them the most. Oh, I got it. Alex Galchenyuk. Mr. Worldwide. Jason Spezza, of course. He once upon a time as well. Thomas Plekanec. Scott Gomez. Yeah, I forgot about that. Stefan Robitaille. Yes, he did. 0% here. Wow. Howie Morenz. Elmer Lott. I would have never guessed those. .183 uniqueness. It's not terrible. I think that was pretty good. I think that was decent. Okay. Look at me. Let's see if we can pull. I need let me see here. No, don't want to do that. We need to find out what a couple more deals are here. He has belief in his team, so no. Okay, well. No, none there. Let me see if we can get the transaction page here again. Trades. All right, well, let's go to hold on, let's go to daily. Trade tracker here. Okay, hold on. There we go. Let's I guess they're waiting for them to be official, which makes sense. You know what I mean? You don't want to post them and then they're not official. I'm just trying to see if I can shotgun the line here. No? Okay. Well, I think we've pushed through here. Oh, look at that. Updated Stanley Cup odds as of sports for this is for Sportsnet. Sorry, not Sportsnet, the Score. I think you have good value on Vegas, you have good value on Winnipeg there. Colorado 10-1 is also pretty good. I have no idea how Carolina is plus 900. I have no idea how Carolina is plus 900 there. This doesn't make sense. This has been a bad day for the Carolina Hurricanes. Let's go back to this here. Is this the official board? I think this is. I think I'm going to have this as the official board. Unless something drops like later, I'm probably good at this. This here is the 100% correct board, by the way. No, that's it. It's official. Again, it's not up for discussion. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Not up for discussion. This is 100% correct. Okay, well, hold on. I know what time is it? It's 4:15. I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted. See him take a nap. I sat here and didn't do much, but I'm gassed. I want to take a nap. Take a nap before I watch some hockey. I want to finish my boneless wings because I still have some. All right, chat. Oh wow, look at this. You think this is true? Let's go out on a banger here. Let's take a look at this. I don't know how much of this is true, but so Rantanen rejected $13.5 million from Carolina and settled for $12 million in Dallas. Speaks volume about Carolina's ability to retain and maybe even Brendan Moore as a coach. I think that's a little aggressive for Brendan Moore. but it definitely speaks to Carolina's ability to retain players. Maybe he just didn't want to be in Carolina. You know what I mean? Maybe that's not what he wanted. If he turned down 13, it's still less than the 14. Man. Sometimes players just don't want to be somewhere. I don't know. Again, I don't know how, but I don't. Is it hard though for players to go to Carolina? I feel like they have a good team. Maybe he just didn't want to be there. It's possible. What an absolute, just an L day for Carolina Hurricane fans, man. I'm sorry. Now you know what it feels like to be the Montreal Canadiens every year, where you have a hard time attracting talent, and when you do have the talent, they don't want to stay. Just a complete debacle for the Carolina Hurricanes there. That's wild. You went out, you got a rental, you didn't even get to play with your new toy long enough. They had 6, it's literally, they had 13 games with him. That's it. 13 games. All right, chat. I am exhausted. I'm gonna call it just a little bit early. You know what I mean? We've been through so much today. First of all, round of applause to all of you. I wasn't sure how this was going to turn out, but I had a blast with all of you. So from the bottom of my heart, truly I mean it. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Okay? I had so much fun. And thank you to all my guests for coming in and doing this. I'm going to put their Twitter handles and everything in the description of the YouTube stream. So make sure you go out and you follow Andrew Cooper, Tom Vecchio, Adam Bernard, Josh Wagner. Make sure you round of applause to the gentlemen. I can't stress it enough. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to hang out and talk hockey with yours truly. I appreciate it so much. So thank you. Thank you to all of you who came in, and whether you spent 5 minutes or 5 hours with me, it truly doesn't matter. I'm glad we could do this together. I had joked about it with Adam. I think it was, when was it? Like at the beginning of the season, like October, November. I was like, hey man, why don't we just do a live trade deadline show? That was it. And here we are. So I'm glad that we got to hang out and do this together and vibe. I had a blast. So truly, I appreciate you guys more than you will ever know. Thank you for hanging out and just having a great time playing puck doku. I got to open hockey cards. I got to play puck doku. I got to build NHL DFS lineups. Don't forget, we got bets. I know. I only had to post it, chat. Like, what do you want me to do? I only had to post it. We got to do bets. I had so much fun, and I hope you guys did too. If you have made it to the end of this, you're truly a rock star, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead, hit the sub button and ring the bell. Make sure as well you follow me on X at FuzzyChris91. Follow the podcast on X as well at Slapshot Podcast. Yeah. I had a blast, and I thank all of you for doing this with me. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to do this again next trade deadline. Maybe I'll do more live streams. I know I don't do as many of them, but I appreciate it nonetheless. because I got to hang out with you guys before we get out of here. Just so you guys know, a friend of the show, obviously, Tom Vecchio, his 6-game NHL DFS breakdown is over at the Fantasy Alarm. If you're playing NHL DFS tonight, I got to go check my lineup. First of all, I got to read this because I've done no research today. Because I was hanging out with you beauties. So make sure you go ahead, check that out if you're playing NHL DFS. Make sure you go watch it. That's what I'm going to do. Chat, I appreciate you guys so much. I just fills my heart with joy that all you guys are here and we got to do this together. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for everything. And yeah, we'll see next week. We'll return to the regular programming, Slapshot podcast, the actual podcast. We'll do a new episode for that. Maybe we'll recap how, some winners and more losers. Maybe there'll be new stories to deal with there, but we'll go through all of that together. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me. Thank you for being here. You guys are the best. I love you.